she's set up. Now Rhonda is fully set up. That was
Except
close.
I do know how to
I
figure
know,
it
it's
out. I just didn't want her to think I'm a total dip. Just a few speaker cards. On a few items.
That's an unfortunate. Well, I guess actually that. No.
It's actually not that.
Now that
Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, and let's call this meeting to order. If I could please have our clerk call the roll.
Supervisor Abakoga. Supervisor Young.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Here.
President Lee.
Good morning, President.
And you have a quorum.
Great. Let's do our interpretation announcement, please. Rhonda?
All right. If we could please have the interpreters translate the following into Spanish and then Vietnamese. If you are in chambers and require Spanish or Vietnamese interpretation, interpretation devices are available at the back of chambers. The deputy clerk can assist you with the setup. Translation is also available in Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for public commenters, staff, and those on the dais, please speak clearly and directly into the microphone to improve the accuracy of the translation.
Muy buenos días, contamos con interpretación para esta sesión en español. Si necesitan hacer una pregunta, les pedimos de favor que hagan la pregunta con voz clara y fuerte para que se pueda hacer la interpretación. Y la interpretación la pueden activar con el icono que se encuentra en la barra de abajo de sus pantallas.
Nếu quý vị ở trong hội trường và cần phiên dịch tiếng Việt hay tiếng Tây Ban Nha, chúng tôi có sẵn dụng cụ phiên dịch ở cuối phòng. Nhân viên trợ tá sẽ giúp quý vị để sử dụng. Để nghe phiên dịch qua Zoom, quý vị bấm vào nút Interpretation, phiên dịch. Xin nhắc nhở thêm, những quý vị phát biểu tại hội trường, những nhân viên và những vị trên bục hãy nói chậm và rõ ràng vào micro để giúp phiên dịch được chính xác hơn. Xin cảm ơn.
Come on, thank you very much. Next is about Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to ask our Vice President, Arenas, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And for our invocation, Supervisor Abakoga, I'll hand this over to you, please.
Good morning. Thank you, President Lee. This morning, I have the privilege of dedicating our invocation to recognizing Women's Equality Day, which is tomorrow. This commemorates the anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which gave American women the constitutional right to vote 106 years ago. Before I introduce today's guests, I'd like to talk a little bit about Women's Equality Day and what it means to me. The ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920 was the culmination of long years of organizing work. Women petitioned in states many years beforehand. States like ours laid the groundwork years before Congress passed the 19th Amendment. California's suffragists seized an opportunity and got the right to vote passed in 1911. With that foundation, it took 14 months to get 36 states to ratify it. And on August 26th, the U.S. Secretary of State signed the proclamation certifying the 19th Amendment. It underscores that our right to vote is hard-fought and hard-won. We know how precious that right is because we see today's threats to voting rights for our citizens. Fortunately, our county and our state have strong practices in place. And today is a good day to reflect on how we have our voting rights and to reflect on how we must be ready to defend them against attack. And now I'd like to introduce BOSSI, Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative. BOSSI was founded 20 years ago by soccer stars Brandy Chastain and Julie Foudy, along with Marlene Bjornsrud after the Women's United Soccer Association folded. BOSSI connects girls from under-resourced communities to women athletes for play and leadership development. It also leads activities for girls and boys living with disabilities. The word sports in a name might not be what you think of when celebrating a woman's right to vote, But think again. That fight was won with grit and tenacity over decades. In modern life, sports teaches girls to compete, to be confident, to be tenacious. The acronym BOSSY is pronounced bossy. They are not shy. Bossy cites some persuasive reasons for building girls into tenacious women. Girls who play sports have better physical and mental health. They graduate high school and college at higher rates. 94% of C-suite women, the CEOs, the CFOs, the COOs, the people who run an organization, played sports through high school. At the same time, girls have less opportunity to play sports than boys, particularly girls of color. Girls have even fewer opportunities than boys to play high school sports. Hence, Bossy, which seeks to leverage the grit and tenacity of women athletes. Bossy's motto, "Girls who play become women who lead," is one I can relate to. I learned discipline and competition through sports and ran for elected office taking that same discipline, tenacity, and desire to compete from my growing up years. I'd like to now introduce our honored guest who will be giving the invocation. It's Dr. Dana Weintraub, who is the CEO of Bossy. She is a pediatrician and has served as clinical associate professor at Lucile Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford for 20 years. Love of sports has been a lifelong passion for Dr. Weintraub. She credits it to her success. She's played soccer and coached soccer and has extensive experience developing after-school programs. And she played 4 years of varsity soccer for Dartmouth College, including 2-time All-Ivy League team honors. Wow. She also coached the junior varsity team at Dartmouth. And during medical school and residency, she developed after-school tutoring and photography programs for homeless youth and children with chronic illnesses. Besides youth sports, Dr. Weintraub co-founded and co-directs the Peninsula Family Advocacy Program, a medical legal partnership between the Legal Aid Society of San Mateo County and Stanford Children's Health. She serves on the boards of the Boys and Girls Club of the Peninsula, the U.S. Soccer Foundation, the National Advisory Board for Positive Coaching Alliance, and of course, she has coached her sons' and daughters' teams in soccer, basketball, and lacrosse. 2 years ago, she became CEO of Bossy full-time. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dana Weintraub. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was one of the most thorough and really, I'm very grateful for that incredible introduction. Thank you, and for recognizing Women's Equality Day and for inviting me here. Good morning, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, Supervisor Abekoga, and all the members of the Board of Supervisors, county leaders, and community members. Thank you for that incredible recognition and for honoring us to be here and celebrate Women's Equality Day. As you heard, Women's Equality Day commemorates the passage of the 19th Amendment and the generations of women who fought for the right to vote. It's a day to reflect how far we've come and reflect on the opportunities we are creating for the generations to follow. We know, as you just heard, girls who play become women who lead. Sport gives girls a place to find their voice, build confidence, take risks, work as a team, and discover that they belong on fields and courts, in boardrooms and courtrooms, and wherever they choose to lead. Having played multiple sports throughout her youth, Supervisor Abekoga went on to become a third-degree black belt in Kendo, the Japanese martial art of fencing, and was a member of the Northern California women's team that won gold at the U.S. Championships in 2002. I don't know if you all knew that. She exemplifies how the confidence, resilience, and leadership developed through sport extend far beyond the competition. And this is why equitable access matters. Last year, Bossy partnered with 21 schools in Santa Clara County to serve over 2,100 children and youth. Through the power of sport, through the power of women coaches and role models, we work to ensure that girls from under-resourced neighborhoods and children with disabilities have the opportunity to play, see themselves as leaders, and know they belong. We are deeply grateful for Santa Clara County's longstanding support of our work. As we recognize Women's Equality Day, let us continue to open doors, remove barriers, and create spaces where every girl knows that she belongs and can lead. When we invest in girls today, we invest in the women, like so many of you, who will lead our communities tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Lee.
Thank you very, very much. All right, moving along on the agenda, we don't have item 4 and 5 today, so we move to item 6, which is the public comments, an item reserved for members of public addressable on items not on today's agenda. And those who would like to speak on items not on the agenda should request to speak at this time by submitting a yellow card. We'll first call up to 30 names, and then the remainder names will be called at the end of the agenda if there are more. In-person speakers will call first before the Zoom speakers, and no further requests to speak will be accepted under the continued public comments. And reminder for the public on the Zoom, as soon as the first speaker in chamber starts speaking, there will be no more speakers being taken. In order to respect everyone's comments, we do not allow applause or boos. To show your support, you can raise and shake your hands quietly, and I just want to say thank you for your cooperation and keep our meeting moving smoothly. Rhonda, how many speakers do we have for public comments this morning?
I currently have 2 speakers in chambers and 3 speakers online.
Going once, going twice. Still 5?
Still 5.
Okay, that's 3 minutes each.
All right, we are now closing the speaker queue. I'm going to call the in-chamber speakers. We have Yi Gao and Mark Trout.
大家早上好，我叫易高，我是一名家护工和 SEIU 2015工会的会员，也是我们谈判团队的一名成员。
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisor. My name is Lynn, and I'm here to interpreter for Yigao, and I'm the lead organizer from SEIU Local 2015. Good morning, my name is Yigao, and I'm a caregiver with SEIU Local 2015 and a proud member of bargaining team.
1年多来，我和工会的兄弟姐妹们一直在为争取一份更好的合同而奋斗。
For more than 3 years, my union sibling and I fought for a better contract, and today we're here to finish that fight.
今天我们来到这里，就是要为这场奋斗呢画下一个完美的句号。那家护工每天都在从事至关重要的工作，正是因为我们老人和残障人士才能安全有尊严地生活在自己的家里。
Caregiver do essential work every day, and we make it possible for the older adult and people with disability to live safety and with dignity in their own home.
我们带着爱心和关怀从事这份工作，但是这并不意味着这份工作轻松。
We do this work with love and compassion, but that doesn't mean that this work is easy.
家护工作呢，会给我们的身体和精神带来很大的负担。很多家护工在照顾他人时，却很难照顾好自己。
Caregiving take physically and mental toll to many caregivers struggling to take care of themselves while taking care of others.
这就是为什么能够获得医疗保障对我们来说如此重要。我们也应该能够安心地照顾好自己的健康，而且不必为此担忧。
This is why having access to healthcare means so much to us. We deserve the peace of mind to come to being able to take care of our own health.
有了更多用于培训和职业发展的资金，我们就能够不断地提升专业能力，继续为依赖我们的护理对象提供最高质量的照护。
With more fund for training and professional development, we can continue to provide high quality care to those who depend on us.
而更高的工资意味着我们能够维持生计，并养家糊口。
And higher wages mean we can make ends meet and support our family.
我们仅代表 SEIU 2015工会的会员，感谢县监事会与我们共同努力，最终达成这份协议。
On behalf of the member of SEIU 2015, we want to thank the Board of Supervisors that working with us to reach this agreement.
我们呼吁各位投下赞成票。
We encourage you all to vote yes.
那投下赞成票呢，就意味着你们认可并且珍视家护工为我们的社区所做的重要工作。
A yes vote means that you honor and value the work caregiver do in our community.
我们 SEIU 2015工会的家护工期待与各位携手，共同建设一个更加美好的护理的未来。
With the caregiver for SEIU 2015, we are looking forward to build a better future of care with you all. Thank you.
谢谢大家。
There we go.
Well, if anybody needs their carpets cleaned, please dial 603-8120. I have time for you because I was just fired yesterday from Unitech College for educating the professors and the nurses to be on the danger of vaccines. Somehow it filtered back, but I'm surprised I worked there almost a year without being fired. So that's 603-8120. There's so many lies today. See, Satan is a liar. Jesus called him the father of lies, and he's a murderer. And a lot of times we watch the news and we think we're hearing the truth. But we don't, I didn't realize till recently that the Jews control the media. People would come up to me and say that the Jews were raping the Palestinians with dogs, and I'd say, no way, they're not that vile. They're not that wicked. They'd say they're just shooting unarmed women and children and burning their homes and smashing their mosques and churches and spitting on Christians. And I said, no, 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 the Jews aren't that evil. They wouldn't do that. Well, there's Christian sources, there's Muslim sources, there's Jewish sources. Ever heard of Max Blumenthal? Judge Napolitano interviewed him. Okay, he's Jewish. There's Jews that are saying this. Okay, it's happening.
I'm going to ask Mr. Trout, let's pause the clock for a second. I'm going to ask the balance of time to be preserved. As the chair of this meeting, I want to remind the speaker that as a county, we unequivocally condemn and denounce speech that might be regarded as hate speech and discriminate against any race or gender or religion. That would disregard people's dignity and humanity. The County of Santa Clara is committed to advancing equity for all, including marginalized communities that have been historically oppressed and excluded through government actions. I would like to warn the speaker that our rules require that I preserve the decorum of this meeting, and if these comments becomes disruptive of a meeting or threatening, I will have to order the speaker removed. I have no plans to do that. You've been very good with us all along. But I just want to say, any type of denigration against a specific race, I hope that is your opinion only. I just want to make sure this is not the opinion of the county at all. And for those who might be offended by this speech, they may leave the room or log off Zoom, and if they do not wish to listen to these comments. And I want to assure our colleagues, members of the public, that such speech is no way reflects the County of Santa Clara's mission to promote a healthy, safe, and prosperous community for all. Because hate speech harms and disrupts this mission. While we uphold First Amendment rights, and freedom of speech is a cornerstone of our democracy. It needs to be. We also prioritize protecting our constituents and workforce from feeling threatened or violated. Thank you, Mr. Trout. Please proceed.
See, that's what they do, though. You know, they turn around, play the victim, and say, oh, away with the anti-Semites, away with the anti-Semites, I tell you. You know, Ben Gvir, he's scum. He's over the security in Israel. He said we need to shoot 40 Palestinians a day. He's preparing hang nooses for the so-called terrorists when the Jews are the terrorists. They did 9/11. They surely did. But anyway, the thing is, 9/11 was the sixth trumpet. I've got 1 minute to do this. Okay, I called 2 radio stations. I know I've told you guys this before, okay? But why I am not famous, I do not know. I did call 2 radio stations, 2 talk shows before the World Trade Center fell. And a month leading up to that, I told people, if you know the year that Jesus was baptized, you can calculate the actual day, month, and year on our calendar of when the 6th trumpet is going to sound. Now, the Bible says in Revelation 11, that it'll sound after 3.5 years, okay? But there has to be an interpretation of 3.5 years because obviously John wrote the book of Revelation, longer than 3.5 years ago. Now, I have the interpretation, and it's based on the number 666, which is the sum of 1 through 36, okay? It takes a while to explain, but, it is the 6th trumpet that shows, well, I haven't proven it yet, but 3.5 years is actually 40 jubilees, 1960 years from the end of the 70 weeks of Daniel 9. And you should be interested in this because, he's coming soon.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron James. Aaron, we've asked you to unmute.
Morning, thank you very much. You know, I didn't realize that today was going to be an opportunity to honor women. And I just said, okay, I haven't really spoken about my mother. She passed away in December of 2019, exactly one month short of 98. And before she died, we put together a collection of short stories and other writings. So I'm going to read one of those. It was printed in the local Palo Alto paper and it's titled, the date was September 22nd, 2007, and it's titled Fascism and Tasers. Dear editor, I'm old enough to have witnessed the rise of Hitler and Mussolini and the horrors of fascism imposed upon unsuspecting millions. It all began with taking away the rights of free speech. Books that Hitler's regime disapproved of were burned in a great bonfire of the Reichstag. More and more we see the rights of free speech being cut off in our country. The latest was the recent approved Protect American Act, giving the government the right to spy on citizens. The use of tasers has been granted to the most police departments throughout our country. Tasers dispense 50,000 volts of electricity without the benefit of trial by jury. Numerous citizens have died because of tasers. The most recent use of a taser was in a Kerry speech in which a 21-year-old student kept asking Senator Kerry questions, and even though Kerry didn't object, the police hauled the student away, and you could hear his screams from the torture of being tasered. What is most disturbing is that our populace does not seem to care. Lemon-like is allowing us to be led into the horrors of fascism. Jeanette Andrews, Palo Alto. Okay, I was listening to Democracy Now! Every morning. They summarize the deaths in Palestine and Gaza since the October ceasefire. We're now well over 1,200 deaths since the ceasefire, mostly women and children. Otto Lee's a hero because he has put together a number of Palestinian days in front of the county building, so thank you for that. I know you've spoken out against the horrors that continue in Palestine and Gaza. I would like you all to consider that on May 15th of every year we should have a Nakba Day, which means the catastrophe, the day that the Zionists came in with their weapons and their military, and they engaged in an ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian land. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were removed from their homeland, and we have lots of memorial days for the Holocaust, which is appropriate, but we also need to have some balance and have a Nakba Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Parent. Parent, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, hello, and good morning to all of you. I don't know if you guys have heard, but in March of this year, there was a lawsuit filed against the Wexner Foundation. The lawsuit alleges that there was 11 victims of sex trafficking, 2 of which were children at the time. They allege that the Wexner Foundation organized and financed their abuse. And they also say that Jeffrey Epstein was the de facto CFO of this organization. And I know that you guys are wondering why I would bring this up and what it has to do with Santa Clara County. And it does have to do with Santa Clara County because DA Jeff Rosen was a part, or is a part of this organization, and has been a part of this organization since 2008. And I just don't think it's a coincidence that he's a part of this organization that organized sex trafficking when he's helping to conceal the sexual abuse of my children. And I found a letter online that was signed by 86 former people who partook with this organization, including at least 50 from the Bay Area. And they signed an open letter repudiating Les Wexner's association with Jeffrey Epstein. And do you know who didn't sign that letter? It was DA Jeff Rosen. He refused to sign it. And I don't think that's a coincidence either. That, that it's not just my kids that he's doing this to. There are other parents who he's done this to. Talk to Violet Brooks, talk to Dia Brown, talk to the children that were abused by Saul Duran. That Rosen, he never reported that abuse to CPS, and he never gave those girls a screening. It's just, he's not a good person. And now we're fighting a lawsuit by Daniel Chung, who was fired because he was trying to help my kids, and Jeff Rosen didn't like it because he's helping conceal that sexual abuse on behalf of his political supporters. And I posted a lot of information online. If you'd like to see it, if you Google DA Jeff Rosen, petition sex trafficking, all those terms together, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And I hope that you guys address this. Don't let him do this to children in this county. Thank you for your time.
First of all, I want to mention that California law prohibits disclosure of information related to an investigation of suspected child abuse. We are not authorized by law to speak to any specifics of any particular case publicly. California law also requires child welfare departments to immediately cross-report physical and sexual abuse of children to law enforcement. The public can be assured that our county takes all allegations of child abuse and neglect seriously and takes appropriate action. Thank you. Rhonda, next speaker.
Thank you. Our final speaker for this item is Richard Chamberlain. Richard, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. I'll start when I confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, President, members of the board. My name is Richard Chamberlain. I was born at Kaiser on Kylie, raised in this county, and went to Forest Hill, Rolling Hills, and Westmont. My grandfather, Billy G. Woolman, fought at Guadalcanal and Korea, and worked as a carpenter for East Side Union High School District. My grandmother managed the post office at Quito and Westmont before '85. Tuesday for her meant shopping at the commissary at Moffett Field. I came back because this valley is my home. My family's roots here run deep. I'm here today regarding the integrity of the public records in case number 25CV456689. Here are 3 unassailable dates from the public court file. On January 16, 2026, the City of Campbell served verified discovery responses swearing under penalty of perjury that certain evidence records, metadata, and audit logs never existed. On April 30th, 2026, the city produced its own system-generated Axon evidence audit trail from that very same evidence file, documenting those records did exist. On May 19, 2026, the city formally admitted in writing Officer Lopez did not prepare a report for the May 2nd, 2024 incident. Those are not my personal conclusions, they are public records. The city-produced audit trail also contains a September 18, 2025 entry. It shows that the city records supervisor initiated a bulk download of this evidence filed to the defense counsel Joanne Tran. The download link was labeled by the city's own system for Campbell Police Department Incident 240-502-078 for city lawsuit discovery request Richard Chamberlain v. City of Campbell. The city's own database applied that lawsuit label 2 months before they swore under penalty of perjury that no discovery request had been received. I am not asking the board to decide active litigation. I am asking the board to perform its administrative oversight duties. Ensure that all Axon evidence logs, Peregrine API logs, body-worn camera metadata, and chain of custody records are preserved, not overwritten, altered, or lost. I ask the county council to confirm this preservation. I have emailed the law and lodged the public records summary and the public court records with the clerk. When this matter reaches risk management, I ask the board to ask their legal team one simple question. Have the public records been reviewed? The digital footprints do not lie. Thank you for your understanding and your time.
Thank you, and that does conclude our public speakers for item number 6.
Thank you. We have our president coming in, and we will take on the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, without the public comments, we are going to our consent calendar. This morning, I'm going to ask Rhonda to go read all the consent calendar update, please.
Thank you. We have a request from administration to continue item number 10 to September 15th, 2026. Item number 10 is a public hearing to consider increase of fees for animal services boarding services. Request from administration to hold item number 19 to October 6, 2026. Item 19 is to receive a report relating to adoption of a generative artificial intelligence policy. There's a request from administration to hold items number 20 and 21 to October 20th, 2026. Item number 20 is to receive a report relating to the new budget management system. Item number 21 is to receive a report relating to the Children and Youth System of Care Interagency Leadership Team and the No Wrong Door Service Delivery Model and Demonstration Sites. There's a request from administration to hold item number 31 to date uncertain. Item number 31 is to ratify the Fourth Amendment to Agreement with Traditions Psychiatry Group, PC, doing business as Traditions Behavioral Health, relating to providing psychiatric physician services, increasing the maximum contract amount by $15 million from $41 million to $56 million with no change to the term of the agreement. There's a request from Supervisor Abekoga to remove item 60 from the consent calendar. Item number 60 is to consider recommendations relating to the final grand jury report, pothole damage, improving claims processes within Santa Clara County. There's a request from administration to hold item number 61 to September 15th, 2026. Item number 61 is to adopt resolution delegating authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, terminate, and take any and all necessary or advisable actions relating to obtaining and dispersing grant funds, if awarded, relating to the Transformative Climate Communities Grant Program. There's a correction to item number 75B. Possible action B should read as follows. Item number 75B, approve request for appropriation modification number 25 for $8,264,389, including estimated revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Office of the Sheriff, County Communications Department, Facilities and Fleet Department, and Technology Services and Solutions Department budgets relating to supporting law enforcement services. And that concludes our consent calendar update.
Thank you. Let me see if my colleagues, any further changes? Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Abekoga.
Thank you, President Lee. On item 60, I'm happy to add that back to the consent calendar. If I could confirm with the County Council that the translations called for in recommendation 3B have already been done and are posted on the claims site.
Yes, that's correct, Supervisor. The translations of the forms are now available in Chinese, Spanish, Tagalog, and Vietnamese, and available on the claims site.
Great, thank you. So I would like to then add that back to consent, and then happy to make a motion to approve consent.
Happy to second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Let's see how many public speakers we have on the consent calendar item. Rhonda.
I currently have 1 speaker in chambers and 2 speakers in Zoom, 3 speakers in Zoom.
All right, let's do 2 minutes each. On consent item, I would like to ask any speaker to please identify the item number so we know which item you're speaking on. Thank you.
All right, we are now closing the speaker queue. Our in-person speaker is Kelly Liu.
Yep, right there. Perfect.
Hello, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Kelly Liu, and I'm a senior at Valley Christian High School, as well as co-founder and co-director of Conserve, a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to advancing sustainability across California. In the past few months, the Conserve team has had the honor of working directly with President Otto Lee's office and Deputy Chief of Staff Emily Pachoud to draft the resolution affirming support for efforts to improve air quality. This work was inspired by my personal experience with air pollution and climate change. Growing up in San Jose and East San Jose, I've witnessed firsthand the amount of air pollution that impacts our communities. With low-income housing right next to tire shops, old gas stations, and traffic and wildfires, the sheer amount of harmful gases is pervasive. Today, federal efforts are threatening California's ability to protect communities already burdened by pollution. Last year, Congress overturned waivers for several of California's strongest vehicle emission standards, weakening protections designed to reduce greenhouse gases, nitrogen oxides, and other harmful pollutants. More of this vehicle pollution means that more of these harmful gases will contribute to smog in our communities and ultimately produce greater burdens for neighborhoods already surrounded by a lot of emission sources. This sustained exposure to polluted air impacts lung development and also increases the risk of respiratory diseases and a host of other harmful health issues. The federal government might determine national policy, but ultimately Santa Clara County can make it clear what we value locally. California has spent decades developing stronger clean air protections because our communities face some of the worst air quality challenges in the country. At a moment when federal protections are being challenged, local governments have an important role in making it clear that we stand in opposition to these efforts. On behalf of the Conserve team, I respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you. And that was for item number 44.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Parent. Parent, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, I support the no wrong door policy, and I hope that you guys will vote to approve that. I mean, when you have an issue with your child, you should be able
Actually, let me stop right there. This item actually has been proposed to be held, so we won't be talking about it today. I just want to mention. Thank you. Good. You
Yeah,
continue.
but I believe you can still provide public comment on it.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
If there's a specific item that's not held, the speaker may speak on that item, but it is actually the chair's prerogative as to whether to allow public comment on an item that is held.
Okay. Go ahead and finish it. Thank you.
Yeah, you should be able to go to any county department if you have an issue with your child, and they should be able to direct you to the right place. In my case, I reported to the CAN hotline, to the DA, to you guys, to Wendy Kinnear Roush that my kids were being sexually abused, that my son had reported that my ex-wife was letting a man rape him beginning when he was 13. There had been unnecessary bathing with the children, and also there was sexual contact between two of the children, and one child several times had rubbed his public area against the rectum of another child, and this all caused my children to become withdrawn, depressed, and anxious. And the door that should be going to help my kids is the Child Advocate Center, so they could get a screening, because there's never been an investigation of any kind. But Jeff Rosen, he's blocking access. He's not allowing them to get a screening. And I believe that you guys are proposed something that we should take the management away from him, and I think that you guys are on the right track, and that's what we should do, to open up all the doors, is to remove Jeff Rosen from the Child Advocate Center, because he is not a positive influence here in this community when it comes to child abuse. So I hope that we do it, and I hope you guys follow through with it, and please vote yes on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dashiell Leeds. We've asked you to unmute.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I currently live in San Jose and I grew up in unincorporated Santa Clara County. I'd like to speak in support of item 44 on the consent calendar, adopting the resolution affirming support for efforts to improve air quality. Air quality is something that's really, really important to me personally. I have loved ones who suffer from asthma, and I see the way that our poor air quality here affects their health, and it's really, really scary. Thinking about just the constant threat that people I know and so many other people in the county are experiencing. And there's a lot of threats coming to air quality too. I'm just thinking of just one example of the diesel backup generators that a lot of large load industrial users such as data centers use that spew nitrous oxides and other toxins into the air. There are so many different threats coming down the road for air quality, and we really need to have a strong stance on it. So thank you so much for considering this resolution. I hope you keep it on the consent calendar and adopt it today. Thanks for your time.
And that concludes our public speakers on this item.
Thank you. To my colleagues, any comments on any of these items?
Just brief comments to celebrate some of the successes and joys we have on this very lengthy and also complicated agenda today. On item 26, as we continue to learn through today's study session and our work moving forward, just want to appreciate Dependency Advocacy Center, DAC, and LACY for their tireless efforts to continue supporting our families. Thank you to administration for working through that challenge and very quick time to make sure that there's no interruption in services. On item 29, we heard earlier from our colleagues, our partners from SAU 2015. That's been a long time coming. I'm so happy to hear that, to see that we have a contract, and I've been getting lots of good feedback from the members of 2015. James, thank you. I've learned that you personally leaned in to conversations with our members of 2015 to help navigate this process. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, I think, and on item 33, I just want to thank the Community Living Coalition for their continued work and efforts to improve living conditions for our most vulnerable residents. And my office will, I'm Brown active with Supervisor Ellenberg, and we'll continue to create space for conversations with key partners in that. And that's it.
Yes, Tony, go ahead.
I actually have one additional item I need to request be held to date uncertain. It's item number 32 regarding the Clarity Software Solutions contract. It looks like it did not make it onto the update. If we can hold that as well and make that part of the motion, County Council would appreciate that change.
To the maker of the motion, would you like to amend your motion to hold item 32?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
To the second? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now that our record's clean. Good. Thank you. Any other comments? I do have a couple myself. Okay, good. Thank you. For a couple of items, item 44 regarding the resolution on the air quality, I have to say that our office worked with two very impressive high school students that co-founded the nonprofit Conserve and brought forward this resolution, including the one you heard this morning. Kalu. I want to thank him for the leadership and advocacy for the healthy air in our schools and our communities. Being a board member of the Bay Area Air District Board myself, I'm very proud of the work we are doing to improve air quality and protect the public health across our region. Unfortunately, the federal government don't get that and has recently reclassified California's longstanding Clean Air Act waivers, which have allowed California to adopt stronger vehicle emission standards to protect public health for many years. Schools and young people are of particular concern. Children can be especially vulnerable to health impacts of air pollution, and schools face unique challenges in maintaining healthy indoor air quality. In our county, some schools are also located near roadways with elevated levels of vehicle pollution, with disproportionate impacts on our students and many. This resolution reaffirms our commitment to clean air and continued efforts to improve air quality across our entire community, from schools, homes, and workplace, with particular attention to those experiencing with great exposure and health risks. The other item I also want to mention is the 58, which is the good work that the Office of Sustainability and Resilience is doing, a program that aims to address a critical gap by increasing access to fresh fruits and vegetables are promoting long-term health outcomes. Through the funding from the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, our county is piloting a, quote, food as medicine, unquote, model that integrates food-based interventions into our healthcare delivery. This is really important work and is preventative work, and we're addressing and reducing nutrition-related chronic diseases, food insecurity among our vulnerable populations. Because after all, if we address these problems at the root, you will save so much in the long run on cost, time, and health. And that's what we call long-term sustainability. So this is a great partnership of our Office of Sustainability Resilience, St. Clara Valley Healthcare, Office of Diversion and Reentry Services, and of course, many consultation from our County Council's office as well. So I just want to say thank you and want to look forward for this program serving our residents, serving as a blueprint for many other jurisdictions to follow. Thank you. All right, that being said, we're motion, we're second, let's go take the vote.
A motion of Supervisor Abakoga, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Abakoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries 5-0.
Good, thank you. And then it gets to item number 8, which is supposed to be a time certain to be heard no earlier than 10 a.m. It's 10:18 a.m., so certainly has passed that. Regarding the Emergency Medical Service Agency, EMS System Design and Draft RFP. And I'm going to ask James Williams, our county executive, to get started.
As our EMS agency team comes up to present, I just wanted to share a couple opening comments. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge that the EMS RFP is a process that is quite significant for our community. I want to thank the staff at the EMS agency, but also all the stakeholders who have been engaged in the process for the last many months. I just wanted to share a couple big picture thoughts before turning it over to Nick Clay and the team to present. And that is that I kind of envision this RFP, which is long overdue, as a bridge to really thinking through what transformation of the EMS system might look like in the long run. I think there's a lot that's happening big picture, long overdue state regulations that at some point will come out, lots of litigation and different models being experimented with across the state of California, which will come to fruition with pros and cons somewhere or the other over the next few years, and a lot of demographic and other changes here locally. But this RFP, I do believe, represents huge leaps forward over the current system, and you'll hear about some of those very significant improvements. And I think there's no question represents a massive system improvement from the current base contract structure that we have today. And so that's why we believe it's critical to move this forward. And with that, I'll turn things over to Nick, and I know they have a short presentation to quickly walk through and then are available to answer questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Good morning, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, members of the board. Nick Clay, Director-in-Chief of the Emergency Medical Services Agency, and today I am joined by Dr. Nicole Darcy, our EMS Agency Medical Director, Deputy County Executive John Mills, and Deputy County Counsel Wesley Dodd, and Tony Doe, our Program Manager with the EMS. So as we get started, I want to just provide a brief snapshot of where we are in the current EMS system. Tony, slide. So we are in the 9th amendment of our current agreement with 2 one-year extensions remaining, executed at the county's discretion with a 1-year notice period. That will basically bring us to the conclusion of this current amendment and agreement December 31st, 2028. In 2023, your board provided direction on what to include in an EMS system RFP by way of resolution. And last year, we completed a survey of partners and stakeholders with nearly 300 responses. Today's RFP is representative of those responses, the 2023 resolution requirements, and a significant level of engagement with our partners, including fire service, and is really the work product of our entire EMS agency. Slide. While EMS system design and ambulance RFP discussions have occurred over the past several years, really the past 12 months represent a significant level of effort to ensure a broad range of EMS partners have been engaged in this process. EMS public comment was shared broadly and received 15 substantive comments on the entire document. As you can see up here, quite a large number of folks and diverse group of EMS system partners and stakeholders. Slide. I just want to focus for a brief moment on the field provider level of engagement. We cast a wide net last year for our EMS survey responses, collecting over 73 field provider level responses, and really highlighted key areas of reform and improvement. Improving our ambulance response times, right-sizing the use of basic life support or EMT level ambulances, strengthening accountability, prioritizing patient outcomes, and really stabilizing the workforce. And all of those reform requests are included in our current version of the RFP. Slide. Just want to quickly orient you to this slide. So on the left-hand side will be feedback and snippets from the EMS ambulance RFP resolution. And on the right is the RFP's responses and sort of how those are addressed in the RFP. We talk about minimum qualifications. We have a large, complex county, and our EMS system is really no different. So we want to ensure that while we have a broad bidder pool, we need to make sure that we have bidders who can convert an RFP into a successful contract. These minimum qualifications reflect that while also ensuring we have fiscal stability and strength as we move forward in uncertain healthcare times. Next slide. The operations section is really the meat and potatoes of the RFP when it comes to ambulance response. It includes response time standards, compliance enforcement, and dispatch requirements. And one of the things we want to just briefly touch on is the current challenge of having an overuse of BLS ambulances sent to ALS responses. Not only is that something that's addressed in the RFP, but it's something we briefly want to touch on, which I'll ask Dr. Darcy to address as we look at our EMT determinant projects.
Good morning, Nicole Darcy, Medical Director. To start, not all 911 calls are emergencies that need lights and sirens. In fact, not all emergency or medical calls require medical interventions at all. And perhaps in your mind, you're thinking, I would only call 911 if it were a true medical emergency. But that is not actually reflective of what our 911 callers are calling for, because they're calling because they do not have a better way to access healthcare. They can't get their primary care appointment. They can't get their medication refills. They don't have a ride to their appointment. Their usual urgent care closes before they get off work. The safety net is the emergency department, and the safety net way to get there is by calling 911. Our call volumes are increasing. Emergency departments are overcrowded. To grow to meet the evolving needs of all of our patients who call 911, we need to expand the services that we offer. This means dispatching the appropriate resource and offering appropriate services to match the diverse needs of all of our 911 callers. So designing a tiered response system means matching those patient needs with our resources. So when do we send an EMT or a basic life support provider? And when do we send a paramedic, an advanced life support provider? Under triage is when an EMT is sent to a paramedic level call. In this scenario, the first responder, usually the fire department paramedic, is first on scene and hands the patient over to the transport crew for transport to the hospital. But if an EMT transport crew is dispatched, the fire department paramedic would have to accompany that patient into the hospital, taking them out of service in order for them to continue delivering that paramedic level care en route. When the fire paramedic is taken out of service while riding in, therefore they're not available for that next call. This is the cost of under triage. Over triage is when a paramedic ambulance is sent to transport a patient that only needs EMT level services. Not only does this decrease that paramedic availability for that higher level patient that is the next call, but it also worsens paramedic burnout and it inflates system costs, which subsequently get passed along to the patient. This is the cost of over triage. An all paramedic system would have a high over triage rate, and an all EMT system would have a high under triage rate. So how are resources matched? The 911 dispatcher determines which resource to send by asking the caller a set of questions from a national standard called the Medical Dispatch Priority System. This is Emergency Medical Dispatch, EMD. We can map each dispatch determinant code to the level of care required in order to better match resources to both minimize under and over triage. So using data-driven decision-making, a tiered response system matches our patients and our resources to deliver the high-quality pre-hospital care that the community of Santa Clara County deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Darcy. I just want to briefly touch base on the EMS response zones, which is a significant shift in this RFP. What is a response zone? They're essentially zones or geographic boundaries in which we measure ambulance response time compliance by. So you'll see on the top left is what we have, the 5 zones, which is our current response zone model, was built in 1995, hasn't been addressed or changed since then. And you'll see that the top 4 zones essentially kind of intersect near downtown San Jose. Why does this matter? Well, this matters because what we land up with having is when you have high volume areas like downtown San Jose, naturally your ambulances congregate to that area. That's where the calls are. And the consequence is those outer lying areas get lesser service or have a chance of getting lesser service because the ambulances are drawn to the central part of the county. To address this, we worked with the Public Health Science Branch, reviewed years of data, reviewed Healthy Places Index, variety of other components, call volume, population density, and tried to address how do we ensure that both downtown San Jose gets service as well as the outlying areas get similar service. What we determined is that if we isolate downtown San Jose by creating its own zone and then create zones around downtown San Jose, we can better balance the call volume, ensuring that the outer lying areas and cities on the eastern and western end of the county get the same service as downtown San Jose. And then also looking at South County, our previous zones, South County was split into 2 zones and actually was inclusive in that downtown San Jose intersection. With these new zones with the Public Health Science Branch, we've actually isolated South County to ensure that it's measured on its own merits. We then use the science branch to actually see how will this work in real time. We applied a tremendous amount of data to see how many unit hours or how many ambulances would be required, and the result is actually more. So what we get is by keeping the same standards we have today for response time compliance, in order to be compliant in these new 6-zone model, they'll need more ambulances to provide service, which consequently is expected to increase response time compliance. Next slide, please. The personnel section of the RFP recognizes that people are what matter, and people are the sort of the cornerstone of the EMS system, and that regardless of the organization that wins this bid, the people will remain the same. So the personnel section is really designed to enforce standards that protect and preserve the benefits, wages, and focus on the incumbent staff and focus on employee safety. We've increased supervision, clinical oversight, as well as included a translation service that goes up with the requirement to translate to 50 languages, including the county's 4 threshold languages, and have that translation service in the hands of the paramedics and EMTs at the scene of the incident versus having to play a game of telephone through translation service lines. Next, back to Dr. Darcy to talk about our clinical standards.
With the microphone. Now I get to talk to you about the clinical focus of our EMS system design that ensures accountability to provide that high-quality clinical care and, most importantly, improve patient health outcomes. To start, we must first recognize that EMS has changed over the last 60 years. EMS has grown. EMS providers are not just ambulance drivers. EMS providers are healthcare providers. We bring medical care to the patient at the scene of their emergency. This is a unique opportunity to bring the hospital to the patient where they are. We initiate treatment, perform life-saving time-critical interventions, and stabilize your medical emergency even before you get to the hospital. Therefore, it matters what is done and how it is done. We need to approach pre-hospital clinical care through the quality improvement and quality assurance lens of true QI and QA, rather than only thinking about response time metrics or time on task metrics, which are still important, but not the only way to improve system performance and, most importantly, improve patient health outcomes. It is not just how fast we get there, but what we do when we're there. Some examples: giving aspirin to patients with cardiac chest pain who are suspected of having a heart attack. This intervention is important because the more time that you have aspirin circulating in your bloodstream before you get your blocked artery opened up by the cardiologist at the hospital, the better your outcome for the success of that procedure and the health of your heart. We know that giving aspirin early improves outcomes, so we should monitor our performance at giving aspirin and improve our performance when we don't. Similarly, in order to diagnose and treat heart problems, it's important to identify them early by performing an electrocardiogram. This should be done within the first 10 minutes because we know that significantly improves outcomes. These are both metrics, the aspirin and the time to electrocardiogram. These are both metrics that come from the American Heart Association. Other metrics like bringing trauma patients to trauma centers and stroke patients to stroke centers, which we know improves outcomes. All of these are based in data and supported by the national organization like American Heart Association, American College of Surgeons, and NEMSQA, the National EMS Quality Alliance, because these are metrics that are proven to increase survival and decrease morbidity. Finally, when we identify that these interventions, these core measures, are not being done sufficiently for our patients, we need the tools and a plan for how to improve the care that we provide. This RFP outlines those tools. This means doing a root cause analysis to identify if this is a training problem, an equipment problem, a communication problem, human error, a technical failure. Then once the cause is identified, a corrective action plan must be developed to address the issues, and then monitoring must continue until the deficiency is resolved and care is being provided appropriately. We don't want to just apply fines and languish in liquidated damages that don't actually change behavior and performance. We need the tools that are built into this RFP that identify the problem, identify the fix for the problem, implement that fix, and then ensure that our EMS system is delivering high-quality clinical care that improves our community's health outcomes.
So as Dr. Darcy mentioned, we have a shift to low acuity patients. I think one of the really exciting things about this RFP is expanding access to healthcare through a variety of innovative programs. Things like a nurse referral line to address low acuity patients. But one of the really exciting things is adding a community investment requirement that requires the winning bidder to invest in our community to address the routine causes of EMS calls and help provide expanded access to healthcare. Next slide, Tony. One of the challenges of an ambulance RFP is innovation and continuing that path of innovation through long-term contracts. This section just essentially requires that that winning bidder continues to commit to innovation throughout the life of the contract. Our fire service integration is a critical component of this ambulance RFP. We've worked diligently with our fire service partners to address many of the concerns of today's system and address impacts in the future system. We've continued the use of contingency ambulances while also maintaining an exclusive operating area. We've collected and developed ways to ensure that the contract will be held accountable independent of the fire service's support, while also requiring the integration with the fire service. And expanded the deployment requirement for quick response vehicles with paramedics to areas without paramedics like the city of Sunnyvale. Next slide. The last section of the RFP is our financial administrative section, which really ensures increased levels of financial transparency and also ensures that any complaints are handled locally within the operating area. As we close, slide, I just want to sort of finalize and orient to what our next steps are. So the next steps of this RFP would be to submit it to the state of California. The state of California is required to approve both the EMS RFP as well as the EMS plan. That process could take at best 6 months, but more likely anywhere from 8 to 9 months to approve. It is done on a first come, first served basis, and there are currently 10 RFPs ahead of this one. So as soon as we submit this, we'll be 11th in line. With that, then hopefully we get that back sometime by, we expect April, and then in May, April and May, launch the ambulance procurement process itself. It's a several month process. Upon completion of that, we'll present it to your board sometime in the winter of 2027, which then would allow us to have a 1-year ramp up period. You ask, why do we need 1 year to ramp up service once we've initiated the contract? It takes a lot of time to procure ambulances. They're typically not an off-the-shelf item. They're made to order, and that does take anywhere from, we think, about 9 to 12 months to order the requisite number of ambulances to operate in the system should a provider not have them. That's what really helps ensure and maintain a competitive process to ensure that anyone can win this bid and be successful with that 1-year ramp-up period. And once that process concludes at the end of 2028, at midnight 01 on January 1st, 2029, we would transition to the new contract. And with that, we'll close and open up to any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. What we'll do is, around how many public speakers do we have on these items?
I currently have 3 in chambers and none on Zoom. Just make sure that's right. Yeah, none on Zoom.
Okay. Vice President, do you want to speak first, or can I go to public first? Okay, good, yes. Let's do 2 minutes each for the speakers.
All right, we are now closing the public speaking queue. I'll call forward the speakers. You may speak in any order. We have Brian Jones, Robert Sapkin, and Jerry May.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Brian Jones, Fire Chief, City of Mountain View. First, thank you to the county and EMS agency for collaborating with the fire chiefs in recent weeks. Real progress has been made. I only wish it had started sooner. This process has been rushed. The RFP for pre-hospital healthcare services, a complex 120-page document with major implications for EMS, was given to us on July 7th with just 3 weeks to review, only slightly extended from the original 2. We gave our best feedback, which shaped updated language on August 6th, and again after our August 18th comments and August 21st meeting, with a new edited RFP arriving just yesterday. Cities and fire departments are being asked to absorb sweeping changes to a complex new system without fully understanding the consequences. 2 concerns stand out: changes to FRAL's first responder fees and how fire departments deploy the ambulances we purchased to rescue a failing EMS system, one plagued by long response times and inconsistent responses. Our investment and changes to our employees' working conditions saved lives and made big improvements to the EMS system. Now our ambulance deployment and ALS funding will depend on a subcontract between cities and a private transport contractor. 10 separate agreements governing deployment, first responder fees, performance metrics, and our relationship with the contractor. When we asked the county for examples of counties with similar subcontracting systems, we were given 4: Alameda, Fresno, Placer, and Yolo. I called the fire chiefs in each of those counties. Not one fire agency in any of those counties has successfully secured a subcontract, receives first responder fees, or operates an ambulance under a ratified agreement. We need real assurance that the contractor will negotiate in good faith, that the county will arbitrate fairly if talks stall, and that this new system won't leave our agencies worse off. I understand the intent. I'm just not yet convinced how it will work in practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Robert Sapien, Fire Chief, San Jose Fire Department. I'm here before you today to speak against accepting today's report and respectfully requesting direction for an expedited period of time for meaningful collaboration. As Chief Jones pointed out, we did not begin to provide substantive feedback until August 6th, and there's only been a few moments since that time for us to engage. As you are aware, the fire department agencies provide first response EMS services and are the backbone of the county's pre-hospital care system. This RFP is the vehicle to the future EMS system, and right now this vehicle is geared for status quo. There's a lot of language about features that will be in the system, but bottom line, this RFP reduces competition by creating requirements that frankly only 1, maybe 2 firms can meet. 2, it says that multiple options are welcomed, including JPAs, public, private, or combination, yet it has a poison pill included that ensures that such proposals cannot come forward. We have experienced a great deal of time over the last many years in a system that is failing, and the status quo just cannot stand. Our workforce has absorbed a tremendous amount of work as the safety net to a for-profit provider that frankly ends up being a public subsidy. And we have to take just a few months of time now to try to get on the right course so that we can have a system that serves us well. If we do not, we are closing the door on innovation. We cannot bring a firm in under this contract and expect that in a couple years we'll change it again. This is going to be 15 years long, half of a firefighter's career without change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jerry May. I'm the president of San Jose Firefighters Local 230. I'm here on behalf of all firefighters in our county, dispatchers, EMS personnel who are the ones who are dealing with this issue and this crisis that we're dealing with today. One of the main points that I wanted to make is that in this entire process, we've heard from the board, who I thank for all of your guys' hard work. This is a thankless job to be in this position to do. It's very complex. But ultimately, labor has not had a stake in this, and we have not been at the table. One of the things that was brought up recently was the EMS survey. We did not have an opportunity to be a part of that process. Unfortunately, we can course correct. But at the end of the day, we all know that labor should be at the table. We are the ones who are doing this work. We're the ones who are seeing our constituents suffering because of this failing system. And so we're here today to make sure that we have that seat at the table moving forward. I just want to give my personal story. I work at Station 5 right around the corner from here. We're the ones who would be responding to any emergency that occurs here. In the last 96 hours while I was at work, we were dispatched 4 separate times to a BLS call that ended up being an ALS call, where we had to leave our first due area that we protect this area to go to the hospital. So the current system is not working. The constituents are suffering. And at the end of the day, labor is coming here and telling you, we need to have a seat at the table to vet out this process moving forward. So we appreciate all the work that you guys do for us and protecting us, protecting our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our public speakers for this item.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a few thoughts, and we've certainly appreciated the engagement from the fire agencies and more recently from the unions representing our firefighters, who are, as they correctly stated, the first responders on the scene for these medical incidents. And just share that I think we're all in agreement, as several of the comments emphasized, around the current status quo and the challenges there. And for the EMS agency's part, the real challenges in having the right tools with the current contract structure to hold the provider accountable for delivery of service. And the tools that we have in the current contract are really based on a theory of using liquidated damages to compel compliance that over the course of the 15 years of this contract have, with each iteration and each subsequent amendment, have degraded in their efficacy. And so I think there's very strong agreement from the perspective of the county organization and the EMS agency, but shared with the firefighters, but also the fire departments, that we need to have the right tools in place. And so one of the things that we believe is really important and useful in the current RFP proposal is actually the introduction of a whole additional set of tools that will enable the EMS agency, as the supervisor of that contract, to be able to hold the contractor accountable in a much more meaningful way. Also very pleased that the fire chiefs and EMS agency have worked collaboratively in the last few weeks with significant updates to those couple portions of the agreement. They're important, but those couple portions of the agreement that reflect the structure of the arrangement between the EMS contractor and the first responders. I do think those changes respond to the substantive concerns that have been raised. That all being said, the reality is that the EMS system in its broader evolution, including, for example, the policies around the deployment of ALS versus BLS ambulances, the utilization and questions and issues raised for EMD and triage, these are items that absolutely are continued ongoing conversations, and most of which are actually embodied in EMS agency policy rather than the RFP itself. And so my suggestion, because I do think it's important that we move away from the current contract and that we do so expeditiously, is that we simultaneously continue to engage with, I think someone might be unmuted, our translator. That we continue to engage with all of these stakeholders in those conversations, even as we move the RFP itself forward, because I do think there's across-the-board agreement that we need to make some significant changes, and I don't think there's any question that the RFP structure would be a massive improvement on the current system and the current contract structure that we have in place today. So just wanted to share that perspective and those additional thoughts.
Thank you, James. Supervisor Abico, your light's on. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you so much for this presentation. I had a couple of questions, and then I have some comments, but I was hoping to hear from our staff regarding the continued concerns around the subcontracts. Given that the four references that were provided, seems that none of them seem to have that. Like, what is your what are your thoughts on this, the possibility of success in that? And then if I just wanted to confirm, like, what's the plan B? Is it the county taking the position of being the mediator, arbitrator to come to final resolution if there is this lack of agreement on these subcontracts?
Thank you, Supervisor Arbikoga, for that question. So in terms of the subcontract component for the use of contingency ambulance, it is a unique scenario. It is not a common practice across the state in which you have an exclusive operating area, which essentially is designed to have one provider, with then multiple providers operating within that exclusive operating area. What we have tried to thread the needle with this agreement is to recognize a significant investment, as was mentioned by both Chief Jones and Chief Sapien, in those contingency ambulances and in that system support, while also maintaining this exclusive operating area. It's a very challenging thing to balance. We had initial language in there that needed to be modified and work with our fire service providers to find some balance in there, which we think, based off of our recent conversations last Friday, we think we struck that balance. We haven't gotten tremendous amount of feedback yet on those mutual aid agreements. But in essence, in order to get this through the state's approval, we need to have a system that is an exclusive operating area with some level of agreement between the exclusive operating area provider and the other providers in the system. As it relates to the mediation arbitration language, we're still finalizing that, but absolutely we want to stand as a partner and ensure that we do move forward with those agreements to the extent possible. Obviously, we have no authority to compel either party to an agreement, but certainly want to work towards an escalated mediation process in which we can get to a successful resolution.
So I guess my concern is in these other examples, when the agreement hasn't been reached, the first responders, our fire departments will continue to provide first response, but, and this has been, my issue coming from a city, is that it sounds like they do it without cost recovery and whatnot. So that's my concern. How are we going to mitigate that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first response agreements, separate of the contingency ambulance agreements, are really designed as a clock extension for the ambulance provider. So in today's agreement and in the RFP, both are the same in this requirement, that if there's no first response agreement, the ambulance must be there for metropolitan areas, and lights and sirens responses must be there in 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Mm-hmm. With an agreement, they're allowed an additional 4 minutes to respond. The cost of those 4 minutes is really where those first response payments are designed to support. So the consequence of not having a first response agreement is a faster ambulance response, which, as we've heard today, is a significant concern. Mm-hmm. So that's really the balance. Either we can get them there in 11 minutes and 59 seconds with those agreements. Absent of those agreements, we have faster ambulance response across the county.
Okay, again, I guess that's my concern, is like, if you don't reach agreement, we don't have that. We have slower response, and that's been some of the challenges. So I know this is new, and my hope is that we will we'll be able to reach agreement. The county, I expect us to support that effort, and then I will look forward to the arbitration clauses and that. And then the same with the BLS issue seems to continue to be a concern as to how that will roll out. And so I guess overall, I appreciate the report. I appreciate all of the hard work that's been put into getting here. I'll just say, and I know some of you have heard me say this, for me, this has been an ongoing issue for 18 years. When I first joined the Mountain View City Council, my father had many health issues. We called 911. And that's when I learned all about our transport system and the challenges of it. One, and I know President Lee, you mentioned this at HHC, the high cost. My dad knew it was going to cost $3,000 out of pocket to pay for transport 5 minutes away from our house to El Camino Hospital. He didn't want to go. I was there with him, felt the pressure from the ambulance company to put him on the ambulance, had to ask my paramedics from Mountain View Fire Department for their intervention, and they did that, and we were able to not take that ride, and I got him to the hospital. Things were fine. I hear that a lot, just the high cost of transport, and this has been a concern for me. When we talk about life and death here, and we often around our health care and our hospitals and whatnot, provision, I look at this as EMS transport is also part of that, because that's really when you're in an emergency and it's life and death and seconds matter and you have to make these decisions. It's very onerous on the patient and their families. So there's the high cost, then the challenges I've heard over the years of, especially lately, not having enough ambulances, cities having to put out their own ambulances, and then the cost recovery of all that when I learned that a lot of our cities are actually subsidizing most of the costs. They get some reimbursement, but it's really 1/10 of what it costs to provide that service. So, I've watched the contract come up, amendments happening. I know there was one RFP that went out and then no bidders, and the question is, well, why didn't anybody bid on that? But 18 years of the same system that has really broken over time, and also just acknowledging that the industry has changed a lot. And so I personally, that's why I felt very strongly that we needed to go out for an RFP this time, and had begun to talk about that last year. I appreciate all of the hard work that's been put in, especially recently. I look at our first response departments as critical to making this a successful system. I had asked for that engagement very early on, was concerned that it wasn't happening until recently, especially with the draft RFP process. I think a lot has happened. I'm glad to hear that. But there's still a lot of work to be done, and I appreciate what our CEO has mentioned. I do look at this as a bridge as well. I think we, at least we are going out for an RFP. I appreciate the request for more time and an extension. In a perfect world, as I said, I had asked for this to start earlier, and it didn't, frankly, because there was that survey that happened before this. So here we are in the situation. I think we need to move forward because of the time constraints. It's not a perfect process. And what I really would like to do is to start now for the next iteration in however long this contract lasts, because that's what I've heard over my 17 years. There's been a lot of interest, a lot of concern to revamp this system, and yet it takes time. It takes, and I asked my chief, I think, Chief, you said 3 to 4 years to really design a system, a new system that would work. So I think we actually really need to start now if we're looking at this. I think this contract is 5 years with some extensions after that. But fundamentally, I do think we just need a new system, and it's going to take that time. So, I will move forward with this current process. Again, I know there's some unknowns, but I'm willing to give it a try to see if it can be better than what we have now, because I think everybody agrees what we have now is not working. So let's try to do something better. I think there's an attempt here to do so, And happy to move the report. I know there's some lights, but I'm happy to move the acceptance of the report. But I would like to add to that the establishment of a, I don't know what you want to call it, ad hoc working group that includes the, obviously the county with the first responder, the fire departments, the fire chiefs, and I do want to acknowledge the firefighters who actually do the work, and it is important because they're on the ground to, and they see right there what's happening, to include them as well, and also the hospitals, the healthcare clinics and hospitals that provide the. So if I could ask the CEO if that's realistic, and if we can get that started, if it could fall under HHC's oversight, I think that would be ideal.
Before you move on, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's really a great opportunity and a great idea to be thinking about and envisioning what this new kind of future EMS system would look like. I think it does make sense to make sure we're including not just the fire departments, but also labor as part of that broader conversation. I would add to that, I think the hospitals are really critical partners too. I know they're not here speaking today, but they're also a very essential piece of the puzzle. And one of the biggest system challenges is wait time, for instance, and throughput and the impact on emergency departments. And that's not just our own county hospitals, obviously, who disproportionately handle the call volume, but also the other hospitals in our community. So I think there are a handful of critical stakeholder groups in thinking through that visioning, and I think it does make sense to initiate that process in parallel, even as we move this RFP forward, including refining, as I mentioned earlier, the system policies around emergency medical dispatch, around use of ALS, BLS ambulances, and as well the efficacy of triage of calls coming in, which is not consistent right now across Santa Clara County geographically. And so those are all pieces of making sure that we have a well-functioning system that's really designed in the most cost-effective manner to serve the residents that we collectively serve. So I think we can move that forward. I think we can continue to report to HHC on that and on those conversations, and we can pull these other stakeholders in together as part of that conversation too, because I do think when the conversations are siloed, there's sometimes a little bit of finger pointing about oh, is it the throughput at the ED that's causing a wait time? Is it the is it the time of the ambulance arriving? Is it something else? And having all those lenses part of the conversation together can help ensure people are working off of the same factual foundation as we imagine what things should look like.
Thank you. And then I don't know when we could start that, but in the meantime, until we get the RFP finalized, I would like to ask that staff continue to engage with the fire chiefs, and I would actually include our labor representatives to get to the final submittal.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify, Supervisor, in order to create an advisory ad hoc committee, that's not subject to, that isn't a full-blown Brown Act committee. It would need to consist, the actual members would need to consist of less than a quorum of this.
Sorry to interrupt, but I didn't understand the request to be trying to create a board-established committee that would be subject to the Brown Act, but really asking the EMS agency to convene relevant stakeholders.
If we can just clarify that that is in fact the intent.
And that it would be reported out,
to
updates
HHC.
reported to the HHC.
Great.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We certainly don't want more Brown Act bodies. Thank you. Yes, Vice President.
Thank you. I'm going to start with process a bit so that we can walk it back. So I hear, the concerns from folks who've come in, obviously are leaders in systems that interplay with ours. And I'm wondering, how did we get to this point where we have a very tight window of feedback from those folks? Because this RFP has been in the pipeline for quite a long time. So if you could outline the process and walk it back so I can understand why that very short timeline.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Reyes, for the question. So the conversations have started long before I got here, since the last RFP in 2018. But speaking for our involvement with my time here, we've had conceptual conversations with all stakeholders. We attend monthly Fire Chiefs Association meetings. We've met with the City Managers Association. And without an actual RFP to share with them, we've been able to share concepts and try to walk through what are the key areas of the RFP while we work on development. At the same time, simultaneously reaching out to all of our providers and stakeholders, the survey, which we utilize as the primary tool to solicit feedback for changes that folks wanted to see inside the EMS system in advance of drafting the RFP. So rather than writing a document and having to go back and edit it, we wanted to start with where do folks want to go and then start there as our starting point. The conceptual conversations were challenging in terms of being able to move forward. Folks really wanted to see a document, totally understand the need to see a document to move forward. As soon as we had that document available, which I think was basically July 6th, the next day, July 7th, we put it out for public comment. The reason for the short turnaround time was essentially to ensure we got as much feedback as possible, albeit not ideal in the feedback time, so that when we came here to present the RFP for your review today, we were able to collectively provide all of those responses and engagement, whilst also trying to meet, as we mentioned earlier, the timeline that's completely out of our control. There's 10 RFPs in front of us at the state. Those are impactful. There's a new council assigned to the EMS authority. That's impactful. We run the risk of missing our window of opportunity to have this RFP approved without having to go through a 10th Amendment.
And when did you know that last piece?
Which piece, I'm sorry?
The one that prompted you to have this very short turnaround time?
We initially would plan to bring the RFP to the board in June, which would not have included a public comment period. They're not required by state law to have a public comment period. It's a very valuable tool, but not something that is a required part of the process. Because we weren't able to come in June, it gave us an opportunity that we were able to collect on by as soon as we got the RFP done. Like I said, June 6th or July 6th, the next day it was out for public comment.
Okay. And, one of the concerns I have is the short turnaround time for the different municipalities to contribute their feedback and having them come here to the board to actually tell us of some of those concerns. It should have been part of the process. The second thing is that this RFP, once it starts, if there's any edits to it, it doesn't come back to the board, right? Because we need to move it to the state. It'll sit there for about 8 months. And in the meantime, what will we do with those 8 months? And I thought, well, couldn't we start working on some of those improvements while we are in the queue, if you will, right? So I think that there's an opportunity for us to continue to do that. Is that part of the process, or is that part of your thinking that you would continue to make system improvements, have some of that feedback that you heard today and throughout this period and somehow incorporate it? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Arenas. I think one of the biggest improvements will be the project that Dr. Darcy mentioned earlier, which is our EMD resource project. In today's environment, an EMT or BLS ambulance is eligible to go to 2 layers of low acuity calls. That was initiated several years ago, and it really is, as you've heard today and as we've recognized, is providing a negative impact to our partners in terms of they then have to make those low acuity ambulances high acuity with their personnel. It's a significant operational impact. That project is immediately ongoing. It's reviewing 7 years of data, applying a tremendous amount of data analytics to that project, so that when we're done with that project, we'll be able to really safely deploy EMT level ambulances to EMT level calls and not be experiencing what we're experiencing today. That is not something we're waiting for the RFP to do. That is, as soon as that is done, we socialize it with our stakeholders, we work together to deploy it, to maximize it, to measure it, and make sure it's an improvement. The Nurse Navigator program is a great opportunity, again, for low acuity calls. We continue to work with different jurisdictions to try to roll that program out to, again, address the impact of low acuity calls. And then lastly, as Executive Williams mentioned, our EMS policies are a predominant tool of how we mechanically make impacts to the system every single day. And that process is a robust process of partner engagement. We started that process in January of this year, have continuously put out policies for public and partner engagement, predominantly with our field providers, with our different fire department and hospital stakeholders. That process is a year-long process to take policies from today and make them effective a year later. So there's a number of opportunities that we continue to engage in. Absolutely, we'll continue to move forward with making system enhancements as the opportunity arises.
I did want to add one comment about the state review process. And, you know, I think I've shared this before, but I think we, along with all the relevant stakeholders, continue to have a lot of concerns about this state EMS agency, state EMS authority process. Years ago now, I forget what year, was it? Wes might remind me, 2020, something around that time frame. There was a legal challenge to the framework that the state was using to review these RFPs, and they require state approval under the statute. And that resulted in tossing out the guidelines that the state was using to do its review. The state then said, we're going to actually, and the reason they were tossed out is they had not gone through a regulatory process of actually publishing them and seeking any input before finalizing them as a regulation, what we call notice and comment process. We talk about it a lot in the federal level, but there's a similar process for state regulations. For years now, the state has said that they're going to be doing formal regulations establishing these guidelines and requirements for their review of these documents. And they keep promising that it's imminent, that it's imminent, that it's imminent. They have not done so. So they've inched towards it, but they have not adopted regulations. What it means is that even though they review and they have to do an approval, and as Nick mentioned, there's 10 RFPs pending with them, they don't actually have formal regulations guiding their review, and they will undoubtedly demand some changes or edits, and we may end up having some back and forth with the state. We don't know what those will be. We've certainly tried to make sure that in the broad contours, the RFP conforms to what we know are the typical sets of things that the state looks for from its compliance review. But I just have to name that because it is a friction point for counties with the state, and the lack of actual formal regulations makes it a subjective type process where we're trying to navigate it based on what we know they've looked at in the past, and we're trying to navigate it based on what we're seeing get approved or not approved, or comments that might come to other counties. But it's a little too loosey-goosey, candidly, for my comfort level, and undoubtedly there'll be things that they'll push back on that that we will then have to accommodate because, you know, we have to have an approved RFP in order to issue it. So I just wanted to name that too. That's a big unknown factor, in addition to the time, which I think has been mentioned many, many times. There's the substantive piece separate from the time piece at the state.
Are we learning from like previous RFPs that have been sent back to their respective?
Yes, yes. Okay. As well as, you know, we went through an RFP process. I mean, it was an unsuccessful one, but we got a state-approved RFP that we issued in 2018. And so we went through that process. We've had back and forth with the state for the last many years over the current EOA status. And yes, we've seen back and forth with other counties around their processes and comments. So we think we've got the parameters right, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get some, you know, some insistence to edit, you know, some paragraph on page 23 or something. They will certainly want to put some fingerprint on the document. There's no doubt about that.
Got it. Okay. Well, listen, I think that I have some recommendations to integrate, and so I'm hoping that I can have a friendly amendment with what is on the motion right now. One of the things, I'm going to move away from that for just a moment, but I do think it's really important for the board to have some kind of feedback or some kind of report that integrates some of the revisions that I'm going to discuss now and any of the improvements that we've heard from our partners, because we rely on their partnership and we want to make sure we honor those folks that play a part in our greater system. I think having a good faith partnership with folks is really important. It concerns me that we had this very short window of time. So I'd love to see it. I'd love to see this report come back in about 90 days that integrates some of the revisions, and I'll tell you some of the revisions that I'm interested in. We have seen over a long period of time, and through probably those of us who sit here are probably have sat in different dioceses and have seen the fire departments be more male-dominated. And for whatever practical reasons, that's just the way it goes. And so I'd love to see there be a pipeline that is grown at the K through 12 level and community college district level, because I think when we are looking at EMTs, I think a lot of women don't step up to that particular profession, especially if they are, they have childcare to be concerned about, or for whatever other reasons, there hasn't been a huge pipeline, not only just of women, but just in general, right? EMT, that pipeline has been hasn't really been fed, and the people who actually get into that pipeline get stolen from us, right, into other branches. I mean, lots of folks, for good reason, may not want to be in the back of an ambulance and could be in one of our wonderful clinics or hospitals. And so as a nurse, right, and moving through their professional career. And so what I'm hoping is to direct administration to revise the section 12.6 of the RFP to require the winning bidder to submit a binding contractor-funded plan to establish an active EMT and paramedic training partnerships with local K through 12 and community college districts, serving our most disadvantaged communities, ensuring that these opportunities are actively recruited for all races, genders, and backgrounds. So that is one of my wonderful. Thank you for accepting that. I look forward to seeing what that renders in the end. I know it's going to be a huge overtime effort. The second item is a concern that I have around, I know that you redistricted or defined the boundaries so that you could have, so that the downtown area doesn't take from the rest of the folks, right? Because it's a high impact community. But there's some areas that are kind of in the east side portion that I'm very familiar with, that I wouldn't want them to compete with the South County, because between those neighborhoods and the southern part of the county, where maybe Gilroy might have more activity, is a 25 to 30-minute drive. And so I'm hoping that we can revise Zone 1 to remove any areas that are east of the 101. These are areas like Overfelt, Welch, Eastridge, Meadowfair neighborhoods, Tropicana, so that there's an independent, and let me just read the motion, but I know I was explaining a little bit. This is my concern. I don't know if you have a response to that before I actually make a motion. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And I know that you probably played around with some of the boundaries. If there is a response, I'd love to hear it in terms of leaving these, or how did you figure these neighborhoods would play a part or compete with some of the high impacted communities in South County?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Arenas. So I think it's vitally important, as we looked at those emergency response zones, to really ensure South County was its own standalone zone.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So with that, that's why the boundaries are built that way. Is one, to ensure downtown San Jose doesn't draw the resources at the peril or the impact of other parts of the county, and that South County was standalone. A tremendous amount of research has gone into that review, as well as a lot of data projections as to how that will actually work and be successful. What may seem simple as moving lines from one side of the freeway to the other actually can be dramatically impactful in both ambulance response time compliance, the cost of readiness for the system. So it's something that if we were to endeavor to do, would actually delay our process by several months, as we'd have to really review. It took us several months to get to this point of the zones, and really to do any additional work would cause some delays. We'd have to go back with our science branch, re-review those zones, and then re-review the impact of what those zones would do. We are fairly confident that the way those zones are built will have a positive impact on response time compliance, especially for South County, as South County is required to be successful on its own merits.
Got it. I think there's a bit of tension there for me in terms of what that actually looks like for these neighborhoods in terms of response time when they're competing with other folks. And I think I said Welch, but Welch was actually put into the downtown area. Okay, so let me set that aside because I think it sounds a little more complicated, and I do want to hear from my colleagues about this because some of these are areas that are peripheral to my district, but I know there's some areas that are represented by Supervisor Young. And if there was any feedback before I continue, because what I would like to see is to have consider removing some of those areas east of 101, except for Welch, because you already did that, and then to have disaggregated reporting specifically for those areas so we can see what that actual time response is, and see if there is a compliance drop of less than 90%. And if there was, but that's the direction I'm going. But I do want to put it a little bit on hold because I know I'd love to hear from my colleagues. The last piece that I wanted to talk about is the poison pill that I heard somebody mention earlier. And this is, I'd like to see a revision or removal of the language that requires our private contractors to directly own and operate at least 60% of the deployed ambulances. And I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to do that because we are interdependent. Our systems are interdependent with each other. And so if you can give me a little bit of feedback in terms of your thoughts and why the 60%.
Go ahead, but that's a very important item from our perspective, including for compliance as an exclusive operating area. Nick, you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Supervisor Reyes and Mr. Williams. So I think one of the key areas with that requirement is we want to ensure that there's a direct relationship between the county and the contractor. Not a county and the subcontractor through a third party. It's really vital. It's one of the challenges when we're talking to other administrator who's worked in a similar system where you have that intermediary third party. It creates a significant distance between the EMS agency and the folks doing the work. Furthermore, it's really then passing on the responsibility of that contract management to the subcontractor. By ensuring that at least 60% of the service is done by the primary contract holder, we are requiring a direct relationship between the county and the provider of service, which is vitally important as we talked about the impact of this service and our communities. We don't want distance between us and the provider of service. The other component to that is without sort of parameters like that, we may end up with a contractor and maybe 3 or 4 subcontractors, and now we have a really fractured, dynamic, challenging system to manage. So it's really to ensure that we have that direct relationship, and it's really a predominant provider of service who's bidding on the contract. I mean, it's a complex system. We don't want sort of to dilute that system with multiple providers as it is an exclusive operating area.
I understand that, but who would that eliminate if we required that 60% minimum?
I don't think it eliminates anybody, just there's still the opportunity to purchase 60% of the ambulances and provide 60% of the service, while the other 40% is provided by a subcontractor.
So we would ask, that still does eliminate some folks, right? Because there is a probability that that the one entity wouldn't be able to own 60% of the ambulances. So we are siphoning off some of the other partners that could come to the table with us and potentially be good partners.
Supervisor, I think that's a feature, not a bug. What I mean by that is we're a large county, and we want to make sure that, and consistent with one of the core requirements that the board actually adopted in 2023, we want to make sure that whoever is bidding on our system actually has the heft to be able to fiscally and operationally deliver on the service. So, there are very small providers of ambulance service that are out there that might serve small counties in other parts of the country. The reality is to serve a system with a large urban area with the call volumes that we have and with the kinds of requirements that we have imposed on whoever the service provider is in our system, we are looking for an entity that is a larger entity. I think that's a reality. And I don't think that's a negative. I think it's a negative that the broader market is shaped like that for sure. Don't get me wrong about that. I think there's real work to do at the federal and state level in terms of how much consolidation there has been in the broader ambulance service delivery and how few providers exist in the United States to provide service in large urban areas. But we want to make sure that the entity that's bidding here, just like we do with other very significant operational contracts, whether those are contracts for medical supplies at the hospital or contracts for banking services for the county organization, that these are organizations that we can feel confident are actually able to operationally deliver, but also are organizations that are large enough and significant enough that we can hold them liable contractually and fiscally if there are performance deficiencies. So I actually think it's an important element of the RFP and its design. And I do think we want to make sure that we have robust bidders on the contract, but that those bidders are bidders who are organizations and entities that we can comfortably hold responsible for things like liquidated damages or mandated corrective actions to deploy substantial additional unit hours, and that those are things that they can deliver on because they're an organization or entity that is large enough.
Right. Well, let's just put a real life example. These are fire departments in our county that normally have been functioning well, that continue to, they're not, I would say they were stellar departments because they're keeping our folks alive, they're being responsive, and maybe they have some drawbacks, which is they may not own 60% of their ambulances. And so that means that the fire departments in our county, including San Jose, which is the largest city, may not be able to bid. So I believe that's the poison pill that Chief Sapien, if you're still here, I would like, if you can come to the front, I'd like to ask you, what is the probability of San Jose, and I'm not making this exclusive to San Jose, but you're the one I believe that made this comment about the poison pill. And my concern is that these are valid fire departments that are solid, that have great track records, but yet we're eliminating them because they don't own 60% of the ambulances. So what percentage would San Jose reach, and who would you have to, how many other fire departments would you have to coordinate with or join forces with in order to meet that 60%?
Let's get the mic back on. Sorry, 1 second, Chief. Rhonda, can you get a mic on?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think the main issue of concern on this is not so much what a fire department could do right now. I think there are scenarios where this could happen. The challenge here is ultimately this whole conversation is, do we have a competitive process or not? Can there be alternate bidders with alternate system designs that can be considered by a review panel somewhere in the future? In this particular case, I believe this move preempts a trend that we're seeing across the state, where there are counties that have found favor in a combination system where there is a public agency that contracts and provides services within their county. In this case, you put both a public agency that may want to partner at a disadvantage because of the high capital and operating costs. It's not just the ambulances, but the RFP says they also have to operate them. And then you put a private bidder who may want to partner with a municipality or a public agency of some form because they can't have the same market share that a sole private bidder could have. This is, in my view, an intentional poison pill. It isn't matched in other RFPs that have been released across the state that have resulted in combination systems. I don't believe it's a positive feature. I believe it's an intentional move to dissuade that kind of model.
When you say it is not congruent with the rest of the RFPs in the state, what does that reflect? 40% or 30%?
So it's a new trend. There's, I think, maybe 3 or 4 counties in the state, maybe more than that now, that have opted for this public-private model. There's a lot of positive things that come from that kind of arrangement, many of them operational, on-the-ground system improvements, and then also the ability to reinvest revenues back into their own systems. So it is a trend, and like I said, I think the action here essentially closes the door for several years, and I don't think the county would ask a private provider to come in only to be kicked out of the county in 4 years because we've designed a new system. I think this whole conversation is about what is possible for the future, not a short period of time.
Thank you. So I would love to hear from the rest of my colleagues on this. Before I ask for a friendly amendment, I think that there's an opportunity for us to take a look at our fire departments as an asset in our community, and because they have a positive track history with us, and in our community, we obviously rely on them, that there would be some kind of movement for us to allow them to create these kinds of coalitions among themselves. But before I go there, I'm going to end my comments and hopefully hear from my my colleagues. The other one that I wanted to direct, and this would be a future friendly amendment, is to direct staff to either revise Zone 1 to remove any areas east of the 101 or mandate monthly disaggregated response reporting specifically for areas that are Overfell, Eastridge, Meadow Fair, Tropicana neighborhoods with independent corrective action plan triggers if localized compliance drops below the 90% standard, regardless of how well the rest of Zone 1 performs. Additionally, require the same disaggregated response reporting and cap triggers in historically underserved communities that are not distinguished by the zone map, such as Gilroy and San Martin. But I first would love to hear from Supervisor Young if you would like to give feedback on this before I ask for a friendly amendment.
I want to make sure.
Yes, Supervisor Young, go ahead.
Thank you. Maker of the motion, you're okay with me leaning in for a bit?
Yes, so
sure,
I
okay.
actually did not want to accept the motion yet. I wanted to hear from you, Supervisor Young.
Even
but-
you won't accept the proposed amendment yet until hearing.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
that's
the
fine.
amendment.
Correct.
And then I have a question regarding the
Sure.
zones anyway. So let me hear from Supervisor Young.
Thank you.
and then-
Yes,
Thank you.
Supervisor
I
Young,
actually had a set of comments here, so I'll just do it all in totality. First, I just want to thank Chief Clay, Dr. Darcy, And I know that Mike Cabano is not here with us today, but he has also spent considerable time with me and my staff, with you all in the office. I want to thank our fire chiefs for sitting with me. Chief Sapien, thank you for sitting with me and all the time you spent with me and my staff, and also to your city manager as well. And to our fire union presidents, Jerry May, Anthony Fletcher, County Fire and San Jose Fire, thank you so much for spending time with me. I've learned a whole bunch about the complex world of EMS contracts in a very short amount of time. I think that's kind of the theme here. I want to recognize that there has not been the desired amount of time that we would like to have for everybody to weigh in, but there's a consistent theme as well that the engagement has to continue. So I really appreciate Supervisor Abekoga's motion to operationalize this organic work group that has come together, that has coalesced, and the necessity of our fire chiefs' involvement and the necessity of our union presence and our labor representation to be part of this too, as well as our hospitals. And I do fully expect that move forward. I understand that the way where the motion is now is that it's going to come to Health and Hospital Committee. Director Clay, I'm also going to ask that you continue doing what you've organically started to do, is providing regular updates to members of the board through your memos, off-agenda memos and reports. I think there's a lot of milestones along this journey that's not going to be coming to the Board of Supervisors on a formal agenda, but we do need to keep apprised of it to make sure that we're heading in the right direction, to be able to partner with you and help you with that. I also would like to ask that updates include the status of the City of San Jose's community paramedicine program, which I know has been under development for quite some time. And what I'm hearing from all partners involved is it's a positive program in that it does have bearing related to this RFP process and state review. So I'd like to further understand that.
Thank you, Supervisor Young. So yes, absolutely. So the San Jose Fire's Community Paramedicine Program is an absolute positive value add to our system. It's got a unique relationship with the ambulance RFP and the EMS plan. If we weren't in the process of doing an ambulance RFP, it would be a slightly different process. So the way the ambulance RFP is written in state law is that the ambulance RFP and the EMS plan must be approved, submitted together. A community paramedicine program, as we understand the state law, requires the state to also approve the community paramedicine program by way of the EMS plan. So we can't even authorize it. I don't have the authority locally to authorize a community paramedicine program until the state has approved it. That mechanism is the EMS plan. So through that, we've now linked the community paramedicine program approval timeline with the ambulance approval timeline. But they are separate things. They just happen to coexist through the EMS plan. So that timeline essentially is we can't submit the community paramedicine program as a part of the EMS plan until we submit the EMS plan as a part of the RFP. That timeline is the same timeline for the RFP approval. So once we submit the plan, that's approved through the state's process, could be 6 to 8 months. Once the state approves an EMS plan, the RFP, and consequently San Jose Fire's community paramedicine program, we then can have the local authority to authorize that program to operate.
Right, and hypothetically, if we were to decouple the two programs, what would be the consequences?
Decoupling would just mean that we'd be submitting the EMS plan at different juncture points. So if we submitted the EMS plan arguably today without the ambulance RFP and with the community paramedicine program, arguably it would either restart when we submitted the ambulance RFP, which is really the more substantive component of the plan versus the community paramedicine program, and either it could cause further delays, could put us back at the beginning of the queue. We think if we submit the ambulance RFP with the EMS plan, and if we had to, which I don't think we will, submit the community paramedicine program later, that can be essentially an addendum to our EMS plan. We think the community paramedicine program is very close, if not already ready to be submitted with the EMS plan. This is really the next step in that process.
Yeah, my understanding is that that program is ready, and it's something that I would like to see fully expedited.
Yeah.
With on balance with all the needs that we're trying to make sure move forward here, that all the needs that are being met. This is a program that is an added value, and the highest call volumes are in downtown and east side, both coincidentally in my district, my beloved district. And so with that, I also want to thank you for the reestablishment, the rezoning, the current map. We've had significant conversations about this very topic, both with James and with Director Clay, about the high need of downtown and East San Jose. That's just the reality of our landscape. And so I'm going to ask both Nick and James if you could lean in, because the communications that I've received has been that this rezoning, this Zone 1, actually is taking into account the high call volumes and high needs of downtown East San Jose.
It is. As I understand it, Supervisor Arenas is expressing concern that those particular neighborhoods on the other side of 101 might get masked in the response times, and I think there was a request for disaggregated data related to that, and I think that can certainly be provided. I'd look to the EMS agency around that. And then if there's issues that appear evident as a result of that, that those can then be subsequently addressed. But I would recommend that as a path forward as opposed to redrawing the line, but looking at the more granular disaggregated data if there's masking occurring. I think what we're seeing today with the current response zones is that downtown writ large is masking response time challenges for everyone. And so the goal here is to isolate things a little better, but still have zones that are large enough that they're an appropriate response time zone. Now the requirement, just to be clear, and obviously the requirements are reported and measured by zones, so the zones definitely matter, but the requirement expectation is for that response to be occurring for every Code 3 response to every call everywhere in the urban areas of the county, regardless of what neighborhood and regardless of what zone. So that, that's the goal. And one of the things that I think is good about the current RFP proposal that's much better than the current contract we have today is we have remedies beyond liquidated damages. Because one of the problems with the current structure of the current contract today is a contractor could conclude that it's cheaper for them to pay liquidated damages than to actually perform. That is a problem because what we're interested in is not collecting liquidated damages. What we're interested in is performance. Mm-hmm. And so we have not taken away the liquidated damages, but we've added a set of tools that allow the EMS agency to compel the additional deployment of unit hours on top of liquidated damages to actually deliver performance when there's issues. So, I know this has been a perpetual challenge. It's been an ongoing issue for many, many years that there have been response time concerns all across the county, just to be clear, not unique to any particular neighborhood or particular area of the county. And we have tried to equip in this RFP better tools because the tools today are liquidated damages or contract termination. And so we've added a suite of things in between those two extremes to help compel compliance. So I'm hopeful that that will be that'll allow us to be much more effective in holding the winning bidder accountable to actually delivering response time.
Director Clay?
Thank you. I'm just going to speak on the disaggregated neighborhood level response time compliance data. That's a little more tricky than city or zip code based, something we can explore about how to navigate, because it's all based on how the data comes in, and the data does not come in on a neighborhood level, it comes in on a city and zip code level. So we can certainly work to find ways to do neighborhood dives. I just don't know it's something that we can do in the immediate run, but certainly one of the levels that we're looking at from a reporting standpoint is to actually take it out of what we do today, which is zone-based compliance reporting, which absolutely will maintain, but then also look at city-level response time reporting as well. But when it comes to enforcement, the enforcement is always going to be based on the zone, because that's how this system is built, is based on the zone enforcement levels.
Thank you, Director Clay.
And I do want to just add, with the redrawing of the zones, the intention is, and I think the expected result is, enhanced compliance for all of these areas. So, downtown being isolated should not have any negative impact on response times there. but it also should have the benefit of enhancing response time compliance in the surrounding areas, including the east side, the southern part of the county, as Nick mentioned, where right now there's potential masking occurring with the southern part of San Jose, but the other parts of the county too. And so, the goal, again, is that for the urban portions of the county, because there is a different standard for the extremely rural areas, but for the urban portions of the county, which is the overwhelming majority by a big margin of the county, that there's consistently that response time compliance of the 7 minutes, 59 seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to make sure I recap my understanding so that we could continue our conversation here. That the establishment of the zones is making, with Zone 1 and isolating downtown, because it is the highest need, highest volume, and really extracting resources from other parts of the county. This is to be able to meet the needs and improve response time writ large throughout the whole county, because I think my colleagues have said before, I know multiple ladies on this board have said that your zip code should not determine whether you survive or not. I truly believe in that and lean into that. That's our responsibility here for the greater good of the whole county. And at the same time, I am also challenged with my residents regularly telling me that Eastside just doesn't see the services we need. When we call, we wait. When we call, a response may never come unless you're actively dying. That's a joke. I'm not saying that that's for the record, right? But that's kind of like word on the street, right? When you make a call to 911, make it seem like you're actively bleeding. You know, all the different urban legends that come along with that. But that comes from a grain of truth for a community that's been historically underserved. What I see in the proposed plan is the effort and the potential ability for us to enhance compliance throughout the whole county, so that whether you're east side or south side, North County or on the west of 101, you're going to receive care in a timely manner. And that downtown is not going to have to suffer, because I do believe that this world doesn't have to be zero-sum. One district does not have to suffer for other districts to thrive. And so I'm very comfortable with, Margaret, your direction in terms of monitoring the zones moving forward. I think any seismic shift necessitates moving forward. And I really appreciate Vice President Arenas' recommendation for disaggregated data. I'm hearing that it's hard to do, but we do hard things at this county. And for something of this shift of it's a seismic shift in how we're going to be deploying resources and how we're establishing this infrastructure of relationships with our cities and our labor partners. We have to lean to the hard things. 7 years of data inform these zones. I'm confident that even though it's challenging, you're going to be able, Dr. Darcy and your technical team will be able to extract the data necessary for us to be able to drill down to the neighborhood level, whether compliance is really being achieved through the new zones and also the new structure. I'll offer a suggestion. We have tons of census data here at the county. It's something that we invested heavily into in 2020. So we've leveraged that census data, that block by block info, multiple times also in the context of COVID to do our disaggregated data extractions. So that could be, I feel, a very reasonable route to pursue to see if that'll yield us the neighborhood level information we need to ensure all of our neighborhoods, all of our east and west and south and north sides are receiving the compliant care that we desperately need and want and value much more than liquidated damages.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity on a go-forward basis, even if the data wasn't collected that way in the past, to build into the system, especially because we increasingly have automated systems for this, but to build into the system the ability to try to collect that data on the census tract type level, because we do have that general information available. So we can work on that and figure out, that may not align precisely with a traditional view of a neighborhood, but it's much more granular than a zip code, and I think would be a useful and consistent way of trying to gather data on a go-forward basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, I'll if I should just something add to that. On response to that specific comment? Or,
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So I do want to ask for the friendly amendment, just so that we can continue to track the aggregated data. I won't ask for the redefinition of the district, but so that we can continue to keep track of it and figure out whether they're meeting that 90% standard or not. Would you like for me to read it over again?
So I was going to amend my motion to add that I guess I did want to respond. I think, regardless of where we are in the county, this is an issue of concern to all of us. My city of Mountain View, we had a fire and people were waiting 45 minutes to an hour for an ambulance to show up. I think we actually had some, and we definitely had some, injuries, and I don't remember if we had deaths, but that was what necessitated Mountain View to buy its own ambulance on its own dime, I'll say, too, so that we could respond more quickly. So I very much appreciate the concerns, but it is across the board. And so I was going to ask, number one, with the zones, just to confirm, after the RP is submitted, and frankly, once operation starts, if we do see the data is not, showing that this is effective, can we just adjust the zones? Like, how do we do that?
As far as Abakuka, thank you for the question. We'd have to work with the state to better understand what that will look like. The competitive process is built, bidders are building their response based off of those zones. So potentially the state could see substantive changes to the zones as a substantive change to the RFP or contract that's necessitating another RFP process, although there might be opportunities to make subtle changes that may not be substantive enough that requires another RFP.
Okay, so I would like to build that in, that we do what we have to do to adjust the zones if needed based on the data that's coming in.
And are you asking for a certain timeline to review the data so that either it goes to committee or it comes, I'd like for it to come to the board. I'd like to see how some of those underserved communities fare out.
Would you like a 6-month check-in after the
I'm really open
new
to the
new
timeline.
RFP is, or
Absolutely.
the new contract is begun? Okay, well, let's do that.
Yeah.
I also wanted to go back and thank you, Vice President, for asking about the poison pill. That's been my concern as well, because in the past, I've heard that the way the RFP's been written, it's really limited public agencies from being able to bid for the contract. And I just want to make sure, or I wanted to ask, let's say San Jose wanted to bid, can they contract with other fire departments to reach that 60%? Because it sounds like the private, and I've heard this, that there were attempts in other places where a public agency tried to partner with a private agency, but then if the private agency can get in on their own, they're and they drop that agreement partnership at the last minute and bid on their own. So if that's just the reality that I've heard of, and so I just want to make sure that if we're saying we are open to public agencies, that we make it as open as possible. So can they reach agreement, but amongst fire departments to hit that 60%? I know JPA would be ideal, but that's going to take time for cities to come up with that. So what are we allowing?
I think there's two answers to that question, but I think the practical answer is the more important one, which is I don't think we're in a position in reality today. I mean, there's been conversations going back many years. I was a part of several of those conversations over a decade ago from the fire side of the equation. There have been conversations for a long time about a JPA, about joint dispatch, about fire directly operating the delivery system. I think the reality is today, for the current position where we are as a practical matter, I don't think that there's a viable path for that in the short term. I do believe that we should be looking at what a public delivery system looks like. And that's why when I opened the item up, I talked about really thinking of this as a bridge. Like I said, some of those conversations have been happening for a very long time. There have been working groups, there have been financial analyses over many, many years now, including some working groups that were happening, I know, during the pandemic that were led by Miguel Marquez when he was chief operating officer and other conversations. But I think regardless of what specific criteria happen to be in the RFP itself, I don't think we're actually in a position over the next 12 to 18 months in this community to actually be able to have that kind of a delivery system. So, you know, they'll provide you with the technical answers, and I know that there's a provision explicitly in the agreement that allows JPAs to bid. We don't have a JPA today. So yes, we're allowing it, but is there going to be a JPA that's going to be able to bid on this? As a practical matter, I think the answer is no. And so that's why I'm just answering it from a practical standpoint, separate from, you know, what's theoretically allowed in the bid. And I think there's some significant work to do in actually creating the right foundation for that to be really successful in this particular community. And there are models out there that have been happening that I think help inform that, right? There's a few models out there where a county fire department has been the winning bidder for a countywide model. There's some models out there where a public entity has been the bidder and has subcontracted to the private entity. So there are a few models out there. Some of them have encountered some serious challenges. There's also some really significant immediate fiscal challenges with the models right now happening because of ironically, H.R. 1 and some of the changes associated with the Medicaid funding streams. So a lot of those models have been dependent on the ability to potentially access certain ground transportation related funding streams for public entities through the federal Medicaid program. And that ability has been severely impacted by those federal changes. So there's some things like that in terms of actually creating the foundation for a fiscally workable system that needs some work. And I do think in reality, however you slice it, that's a multi-year effort. And that's why I think it's the right approach to have the stakeholders at the table together. It's something, for my own part, I've had a personal interest in for a number of years. But I don't think as a practical matter, regardless of however the exact language is edited, I don't think as a practical matter that's a viable approach right now in this particular community for this exact moment and cycle.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. In a perfect world, I wish we had been doing all of that. I mean, this was before I joined the board. I do appreciate my colleagues elevating this issue. To me, it is about life and death here. And so I hope that we can now, moving forward into the next iteration and into the future, get to that point where we take this and you know, have these ongoing conversations. The ad hoc or working group that I'm asking for is really to be monitoring this next RFP, how it works, how we adjust it accordingly, improve the system, and then also to start to design the next version of the system. So the last item I did want to say was that I believe I read in the report that the intent is to submit our proposal to the state mid-September. We have a meeting on September 15th, so I would actually like to ask that it come back to the board one last time on the 15th before it's submitted. There wasn't a date, but it said mid-September, so it's like, well, the 15th is right in the middle, so can we just look at it one more time? Because, you know, I get it, but again, as I said, this was last year, I said I'm very concerned about the time it's going to take to do this RFP, and was given assurance it would be fine, but to be here now and being rushed and not have, you know, being able to give the time needed for input is really, you know, it's really frankly unacceptable to me. And so I think the board, it's coming from us, we should have one more look at this, and we can, because it's not, you didn't give a date, but if you're saying mid-September, we're right there.
Yeah, I think the hope was to get the RFP into the state in the next week or so. And of course, if the board wishes to see it again, we will bring it back on the 15th and submit it to the state thereafter. We don't know how long the state will take regardless, so.
Is the seconder, would you be amenable to the?
Sure. Could we move it forward so there isn't any delay and then make any tweaks? Could we send the tweaks?
So the challenge with the state process, because we have asked this of the state, is once we submit to the state, if we submit any updated draft, they restart their process.
Oh.
So there's no benefit. We've asked this because obviously 90% of the document is not going to get changed, and nobody's even commented on the overwhelming majority of the document. And so we've asked the state, can we get the base document to you, and we'll send you a red line if there's specific changes. And the answer is, if you submit something new, we restart the process.
And what does that mean in terms of timeline? Because we're already going to be waiting, 6 to 8 months. We're already in the queue anyways. It's not like they're going to get back to us right away.
Well, we're not, you're right, so we can absolutely bring it back on the 15th. We're not in the queue yet, so we're not in the queue till we submit.
Right.
If I could just add to the process, it's not that they wait 8 months to review it, it's that they actually break out the EMS RFP, the EMS plan separately by section as well as the RFP, and they're all concurrently reviewed through different sections within the state's organization. So some may review it as soon as it gets arrived, but other aspects of it may take the 8-month timeline. So to paint the picture correctly, it does get reviewed within that period. It just they don't wait the 8 months to actually review the document.
I'm open to what the board would like to do. I think it's important for the board to hear before and see what we are actually moving forward. I think this has been really important. So I would be supportive, but I'm open to hearing from the greater board.
No, I agree. I think a lot of work has done in July. I've got lots of phone calls regarding 2 weeks, and that's why the time also got extended. I think that was helpful. And certainly I could see from the schedule in August that so many meetings have happened. Things are moving extremely quickly, which is great. This one was a few times when I sit in this dais to say that the county is moving too quickly on anything. Usually it's the other ones I always hear about. So what I'm trying to say is I think it's great that we're moving so quickly, but of course, if things had started earlier, well, of course, we're going to rewind the clock. I think all of my colleagues agree. I think at this point, it would be good to continue the dialogue. The discussion should not end today, and I think by bringing it back on September 15th would allow even more dialogue and more changes to be incorporated. So I think that's a good way. As James has mentioned, it really doesn't make a difference for another week or so. So why don't we do that? Let's the board have another bite on this to see if any more comments are hopefully using this time. I'm going to look at our fire chiefs here to make sure that we could continue this dialogue working as fast as you have. Not that we have a lot of time, but hopefully we could still get more input in to make this even better. That makes sense. Yes, Supervisor Young, you were saying.
Just some clarifying questions. I agree that this is a big deal. We want to see it before it goes in, and there's multiple ways for us to see it. As that's my understanding of the process so far is that we've begun to meet and convene. You have these 3-hour plus meetings with our stakeholders, and then you quickly as possible, Director Clay, then turn around a report out to the work group with red lines, with notes on what was provided, what feedback was offered, what feedback was received, how that was implemented, and then the latest red line version attached. Did I get that right? That's how it's been playing out?
Yes, Supervisor Young, and we've made, I would say, substantive material changes, especially to Section 12, which is the Fire Department Integration section, all based on their requests. So as those concepts come in, we convert those concepts into actual verbiage. So we are, I think, addressed everything we possibly can address while also trying to balance the cost of this RFP in its totality, right? The more things we put in there as requirements, the more expensive it becomes, the less biddable and competitive it becomes in the long run. So we're trying to balance all those competing priorities while also advancing the integrity of the system.
And this is an iterative process that's ongoing, and you're going to keep on doing, I'm assuming with the motion made by Supervisor Bikoga and Vice President Arenas, that this is going to keep on going until we are ready for submittal, right?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think we're 99% there. The last communication I received back from one of the fire chiefs was that essentially the language was acceptable as we presented it, and there are no remaining concerns minus one bit of language I got to address. But short of that, that's the only feedback we received from our last version that we sent out. So if we can continue to get that speed of engagement and responsiveness, absolutely, we're committed to getting back here before the 15th and having a final document for you to review.
Right. And then as of today, labor has entered the chat, as the kids say. They're part of the conversation now. And then we also have the timeliness of a community paramedicine program that can be theoretically submitted basically tomorrow, metaphorically tomorrow, mid-September with our proposal, correct?
So as soon as we submit the EMS plan
Yeah.
with the RFP, the community paramedicine program is bundled within that submittal.
Yeah.
And that's ready to go.
I'm going to add one bit to this, is that I'm just going back to my days as administrative staff for the county, that our legislative files for the September 15th meeting was probably due last week.
There won't be a new presentation or a new file. We'll just attach whatever updated red line there might be of the RFP. I would encourage the board to, on our behalf, please encourage the stakeholders to be responsive, timely, and also be specific. We had nobody show up at HHC last week. Nobody. No comments, no public commenters. If we're delaying the process by several weeks, I think it's important that we see timely engagement that actually allows the agency to be responsive to concerns that are raised. And so there have been some productive conversations in the last several days, but there have not been, there have been concerns raised that are more macro as opposed to concrete. And so, for example, we've seen letters delineate a bullet-pointed list of sections of concern without articulating the substantive specific concerns or any specific requested changes. And that makes it hard to either agree or disagree, and there may be areas where there's disagreement, certainly too, but makes that conversation more challenging. And so I would certainly hope we're not in a position where it's back at September 15th and we're getting feedback in the last couple days on that, because I do think the agency has really tried to work very hard in turning around with red lines so that people can zoom in on the handful of pages where concerns were raised, for people to look at the specific language and engage on them. And I think there's been a very good faith effort to substantively respond to those concerns that were raised that are related to the RFP itself.
So on September 15th, there's going to be a new ledge file. It's going to be an attachment, you said, James?
We would roll over the current item and we'll just attach an updated red line of the document.
So is there a board action to be taken on September 15th when this item comes back?
No, there's actually not a board action that's legally required to be taken at all. I think one of the things that is, we have done a public engagement process on this RFP far in excess of what, for example, happened in 2018, where there was no public comment process.
Thank you, James. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's why I figured that it's not going to be a board action item on September 15th. And my interest, I feel the interest of this board is that we want to see what we're submitting as soon as possible. So as you're sending out the redlined additions to the stakeholder group, will you also CC the board offices, and we'll know enough to respond to you individually?
Yes, we will do that for sure.
Yeah, and then and having this item come back to the 15th for a larger discussion, I think is good public policy for transparency. But will that operationally or technically hold up our submission? Does that add any delay?
Yes, we will not submit until after that meeting.
Oh.
Yes, and I understand that, but again, in the staff report, it said it was going to be submitted mid-September without a date, so that's why I thought, well, we have the 15th. Right. Number two, if you look at the entire timeline, there is a whole year given to the ramp up of the new system if we have a new provider. You know, that's where I think there's some flexibility of a couple of weeks if needed.
I'm not,
So-
I think you're
so
right. I think you're
we
right. I'm not in
have-
disagreement. I just want to make sure that we hear on the 15th, no board action is necessary, and then on the 16th or by 5 p.m. on the 15th, you could hit send on that baby.
Yeah, as long as we have no additional substantive feedback on the 15th that requires additional edits to the document, as soon as we walk out the door, we can push send on the RFP. I just will say that the moment in time of 10 RFPs in the queue is today's moment in time. That could change between now and the 15th. I don't know what that looks like.
Okay. Well, that's going to be dependent on our continued engagement with our stakeholders.
Yes. And then, you know, I would just say, right, if we could turn back time, this really should have happened much sooner. There was also this issue of a firewall because, and I hope this has been clarified, that I was told that our public agencies couldn't provide input beforehand in the draft RFP because they might be bidding on it. And so that, to me, I believe is what held up getting and soliciting input. I believe that's been cleared up, but this is, to be honest, has not been a very positive process, and I hope we've learned from all of this and that next round, and that's why I think it's important to start now for the next round, because it just takes time to do this properly. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
My comments will consume about 60 seconds. I want to thank very much the really thoughtful and engaging comments and observations of my colleagues. Appreciate you all very much. I will say that I had been prepared to move ahead today, but certainly I think September 15th is a both reasonable and in some ways generous extension. I would encourage, as requested by the executive, any of our partners that have comments to respond very promptly, because my interest on the 15th will be to see a document that is ready to move forward on that day. I want to thank the EMS agency and the CEO's office for really just, my take on this process is a little bit different, and what I have seen is really tremendous work over the last couple of years to get the RFP ready to submit to the state for approval. My understanding as well is that we really, in many ways, have exceeded the obligations of engagement and communication. But I very much hear and respect my colleagues' perspectives, all of who have had multiple roles in public service, both in this jurisdiction and in others. The final note that I want to make, just because it's something that I am particularly excited about, is the new partnership between EMS and our public health department. I think using the expertise of our science branch to help guide patient decision-making at a policy level is going to be something that I imagine will be very beneficial. And when I think Supervisor Abekoga, you directed a report back 6 months after the new contract is in place. I would like that report to include some an update on what that public health partnership looks like and if it's proving to be fruitful. Thank you very much, and I look forward to supporting the motion.
Supervisor Young.
I mean, last comment, not about this, just because I have the fire chief and President Jerry May in the room. There was an explosion this morning next to my family's coffee shop. Your staff came out, your team came out real fast. No, everyone's safe, no one got hurt. Just want to thank you on behalf of the family for that.
Well, the work that our first responder does every day, as mentioned by so many of my colleagues, is certainly amazing. And what we have today, first of all, I don't say it for the fire chiefs, our city managers, and those who've been working on this. Thank you so much for the quick feedback and the meetings of EMS and those written letters. So we've read every single one of them, and I'm glad that the EMS also responded very promptly to get that through in a very short period of time. This RFP process that we're planning to do is really long overdue. We really don't want to have a 10th amendment on this thing because we know the status quo, because the current contract is not working. And we definitely need to improve the tiered delivery of services, updating those response times, right? So that maybe changing some of the zones and adding some type of different performance metrics that matches with our local fire department and current practices that have changed. Is it really just when the ambulance arrives that matters? Is it when the paramedics that arrives to the home that matters? So these are the things I think will be important to be incorporated. So I just want to say thank you for everybody who is here working so hard to get to where we are. Looking forward to more engagement, last-minute engagement, and by September 15th, we hope that we could get that sent out so that we can get into the queue to make this change that's long overdue. Without further ado, let's go take the vote.
Do you need me to restate it?
Thank you. If you don't mind, just because we want to make sure we get in the minutes right, can you please restate the motion and what was included?
Yes, so the motion is to accept the report, and with that, to establish a working group. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but the working group immediately that will be monitored by the HHC, and then adding the diversity.
It was to direct, direct administration to revise section 12.6 of the RFP to require the winning bidder to submit a binding contractor-funded plan to establish active EMT and paramedic training partnerships with local K through 12 and community college districts serving our most disadvantaged communities, ensuring these opportunities are actively recruited for all races, genders, and backgrounds. And then the other piece was to require monthly disaggregated response reporting specifically for those areas in Zone 1 that include Overfeld, Welch, Eastridge, Meadowfair, Tropicana, with independent corrective action plan triggers if localized compliance drops below the 90% standard, regardless of how well the rest of the Zone 1 performs. Additionally, require the same disaggregated response reporting and cap triggers in historically underserved communities that are not distinguished by the zone map, such as Gilroy and San Martin.
So actually, on that amendment, I wanted to broaden it to just to include the entire county, so it would be a monitoring of the performance of all of the zones, and then to, at a disaggregated data level, come back within 6 months after the administering and the operation of the new provider, and then look at process or mechanism to, or conduct a mechanism to adjust the zones accordingly if they are not performing at expected levels.
Tony, do you have
I just
something
want to clarify, because there's some tension between these two articulations. So the motion, as I understand it, is coming back 6 months after looking at the disaggregated data and evaluating the zones. But I heard monthly data, so I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, I think it was before we actually came to the conclusion that we would see it 6 months, and I think your intent is to look at any area in the county, which I completely agreed to, that is performing below the 90% standard, so that they would identify what those areas are. I still would like to have a little bit of a focus, since this is actually a change in the revision of the zone. I don't know if there's any other areas that we may need to pay attention to because of the revision of the zone. And then, whatever you want to have trigger the revisions based on the below standard is up to, for us to figure out when we get there, right?
So would you be acceptable at the 6-month review mark?
Yeah, absolutely.
Focus on those areas that you mentioned?
Yeah,
and then-
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And overall, they can identify what those 90% below standard, because the zones will perform overall. They won't perform exclusively with neighborhoods, right?
Yeah, and that's where I do want the disaggregated data by neighborhoods, so then we can really focus more precisely.
And just to clarify, we'll be seeking gather data by census tract, because we don't have a system to define a neighborhood, so we'll be using census tract data.
That works.
That works.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Is that clear enough, County Council?
Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, clear as
Thank
mud. All right, let's go take a vote, Rhonda.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Abacoga?
Aye.
I should mention, on motion of Supervisor Abacoga, seconded by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abacoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries 5-0.
Very good, thank you. We have 12:15, 12:16 right now. I'm looking at my colleagues because otherwise the next item I have is the jail facility transformation process, which I don't imagine could happen in 30 minutes. No?
No, I'm sure it won't, but I'm not sure how the board wants to organize things because we also have a time certain at 1. I don't think we anticipated the EMS item taking quite so much time.
Right. So to my colleague, should we proceed to start the jail facility transformation process next item right now? We could? Yeah. Okay, okay, we heard you, we heard you. I'm just checking my colleague regarding timing. Yes, let's go. Okay, so I see a lot of nods, so let's go move on to the next item, which is item number 9, considering recommendations relating to the jail facility transformation process, and I'll get staff to get started on the presentation. Thank you. I was going to say good morning, but no, good afternoon, Sheriff and Consuelo.
Good afternoon, Board President Lee and members of the board. Consuelo Hernandez, Deputy County Executive. I'm joined this afternoon now by my colleagues from the Sheriff's Office and Custody Health. This afternoon, we have a brief presentation for you relating to the jail facility transformation process. As you might recall, we initiated this process back in October of 2024. We have been providing updates both at the board meeting and through the Public Safety and Justice Committee over the last 2 years. Most recently, we presented to the Public Safety and Justice Committee. You will note that in your staff report, we provided a significant amount of additional content from the Public Safety and Justice Committee report in response to Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Ellenberg's comments. We also included in the presentation more information than we did at PSJC. I do not plan on going through all of the slides. They're provided there for response and to give the public more detailed information.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment.
Oh, apologies, Supervisor.
I'm sorry.
just trying to navigate the,
I apologize.
the computer
Go
here.
ahead.
As you recall, we initiated the jail transformation process, which included 4 different components. These 4 components established a framework that has allowed us to be very thoughtful about how we approach this particular task of ensuring that we are providing the safest, most humane jail facility, given the fact that it is our legal and mandated obligation to provide a jail. It also recognizes the fact that we have outstanding consent decree items and an overall desire to improve the facility conditions inside our adult jails. The staff report, as I mentioned, includes additional details. I also wanted to take the opportunity now, because I speak very fast and I will forget, a great appreciation to the Sheriff's Office staff, Custody Health, Probation, the Facilities and Fleet Department, all of our public safety and justice partners who were interviewed, the community partners that opted in to engage with us thoughtfully to give us their feedback, specific attention to the members of the Reentry Community Advisory Board, who have been very explicit with us that in this next phase, whatever it is you decide today, that they should have a seat at that table. Our focus today will be on the recommendation. Before we get there, just want to flag for you again some of the strategic considerations that went into the development. As you know, we did hire a consultant to supplement the work of what we already know from our staff. The Facility and Fleets Department, they conduct an assessment of all of our facilities on a rotating basis every 3 years. We compared the assessment that CGL did with ours, again, just as an extra step to make sure that the information we were gathering at the staff level and through a consultant was consistent. Because we wanted to make sure that we were looking at the opportunities for best practices in rehab, healthcare, making sure that the limitations that we have today in our facilities don't carry forward in anything new that we build. And we really focused on what are those operational priorities that we should be mindful of as we make recommendations for the priority projects. I'm not going to go through this slide in great detail, but these reports that we prepared are very technical in nature. They do give you the details at the top level of what the assessment is operationally and physically for both of the facilities. And we also wanted to share with you that we have to be mindful in our approach for the recommendations, given our current fiscal constraints, the obligations that we have with the outstanding consent decrees, as I mentioned, and really looking at a set of recommendations that you can advance today and pushing the second set of recommendations to the future. Our intent through this has also been to look at our jail capacity, taking into consideration the jail population projections. The approach here has been that as we look at creating this roadmap for our new custody system, is that we should have no more than 3,457 beds, and the recommendation before you would result in a reduction of the jail capacity by 1,415 beds. So as you think about the considerations today, this is a replacement of certain facilities and the construction of new facilities to address those operational gaps that we have today. The projects that we are proposing to advance or recommending for your consideration are to construct a new warehouse at Elmwood. This would happen prior to the demolition of the support services building. Currently, the support services building houses the warehouse, the kitchen, and the laundry. The warehouse is a critical operational need for the sheriff's office. The second project is to demolish the minimum camp and the support services building at Elmwood. And I just want to take a quick minute to thank the sheriff's office for really being open and making sure that when we were looking at the recommendations that we were not limiting ourselves by what was there today. It also includes the construction of a new 2-story, 56,000 square foot intake, booking, and short-term housing. You all are familiar with the project that we have at Main Jail North that included redesign. The staff can tell you that it is much better than what we had before, but it still has constraints and limitations that truly allow us to give people the environment to be vulnerable and answer the questions that are needed in their assessment. And then at Elmwood, the recommendation is to construct a new medical and behavioral health facilities, and this would allow us to improve care at Elmwood and reduce the challenges that we have with the transportation of folks who need care that are transported from Elmwood to Main Jail to access those services. And then the last recommendation is to construct 672 new male housing units at Elmwood and to demolish 564 existing male housing beds located in buildings M2 and M3. Buildings M2 and M3 are by far the worst facility from a facility perspective. They are in the worst conditions, and operationally, they are the most challenging for all staff and providers that engage with folks in those buildings. That, in essence, is the recommendation. The next few slides walk you through visually what they mean. And then I will show you the current cost estimates based on the work that we did with our consultants. Supervisor Lee also asked for additional information in the presentation related to the assumptions used. I will not be going through that, but the information is in the slide deck, including a set of summary of terms. Part of the proposal includes consideration for shifting the mission of Main Jail North. As I mentioned earlier, the current mission is Main Jail North provides the long-term housing facility. They serve as a long-term housing facility, and the recommendation would be to move that to a short-term and transitional facility. and to move all of the system-wide behavioral to only have the people at Main Jail North that are in Main Jail North receiving their services for mental health and behavioral health. And because we would be constructing new facilities at Elmwood, that would reduce the staffing, and it would very directly address the concerns around behavioral and medical health. This shows you a summary of the proposed two-story intake and short-term housing and booking. We have not designed this. This is just to illustrate where it would be. The next phase would be to go through the design process. Supervisor Lee, at PSJC, you also asked for more information related to Main Jail North in the future. We've modified the slides because any modifications to Main Jail North are part of a future plan. They are not part of the recommendation that we have before you to consider phases 1, 2, and 3. This shows you how things will move. So as we build at Elmwood, certain functions will be vacated, so the 4th floor could be vacated. There's also an opportunity, as we do today, to modify certain floors at Main Jail. As you know, we still have a need for suicide prevention cells. We have in our current budget $3 million for that project, working very closely with the team to identify those active projects that we can proceed. But no major changes or renovations are anticipated until after we can come back to the board if you so choose. But recognizing that from a life cycle perspective, the building can only sustain 15 or 20 more years. At Elmwood, we did look at two options. Should we upgrade the existing facility, or should we build a new campus elsewhere? We do not have another property as large as Elmwood, and the recommendation was to upgrade Elmwood. This shows you our assessment of the facilities at Elmwood, including the buildings that should be replaced, renovated, or those that should remain. Everything in red is what we are recommending be demolished. As part of the first few phases, though, we would only recommend that you demolish the minimum camp, M2, M3, and the support services building. As we were going through this exercise, we worked closely with staff. If we had no buildings at Elmwood, what would be the ideal operational setting to provide the care that we want to provide in our adult system? And this is just showing you strategically the way that we can maximize staff. It's a 62-acre property. If you can imagine providing services from one end of the campus to the other, by centralizing the services, it gives both the inmate and the staff a closer proximity to those services. The first phase is a pre-phase. As I mentioned, the warehouse is a critical operational need for the sheriff's office. The recommendation is to construct that. We have two options that we're exploring. The demolition of the minimum camp and the support services building would be staggered. This would make room for the construction of the new mental health facility, new medical facility, and the construction of the new male housing. And the final phase would be the demolition of M2 and M3, which would reduce the bed count by 540. I'll spend most of my time here just to give you a different perspective in the way that you're looking at the recommendations. It is $1 billion. The two items highlighted in green, these are the medical and behavioral facilities. These are not intended to be new cells. This is not intended to be a replacement of jails or jail beds. This is one of the biggest gaps that we have in our adult jail system. People who are in custody are not getting the care that they need or are waiting because of the fact that we don't have enough space to provide the service. These are the two of the key priority projects. We can't build those two projects or those two buildings unless we create room at Elmwood for them. So then if you look up, that includes the demolition of those spaces and the construction of a warehouse. After that, with the remaining funds, we had to look at our housing units and the ones that had the most critical operational and physical challenges, and that's M2 and M3. So here we're recommending the demolition and reconstruction. We cannot build a new men's housing unless we have the space to create it. We can't move people out of M2 and M3 if we don't have a relocation place for them. That is the recommendation before you today. The next slide shows the future phases. These costs are not, it is difficult to look at these costs in escalation because they assume that there's funding in fiscal years 2032 and 2042, and the reality is that the fiscal funding won't be there, particularly if you fund the priority projects. And so these costs will go up. Supervisor Lee, you'd asked for a kind of overview of the schedule. This is your best case scenario, assuming the recommendation happens today and that we can move quickly. As you said earlier today, we very rarely move quickly on certain things. Capital is one of them. But this assumes that with the recommendation today and the great work of staff and all the pre-planning, some ideas that we have on the community engagement and how to focus on the design and get people with lived experience to give us that feedback early and as part of the process. This also preserves your flexibility for anything you might decide to do in the future. This is not set. This, supervisors, is to give you an idea of the different phasing, the sequencing of activities that have to happen in order for one project to be delivered. We also took a couple of site visits to other counties to inform planning. So here you have to think about us getting to understand lessons learned from different organizations who have recently constructed facilities. So we had 5 or 6 different operational items that we were interested in looking at, but while we were there, we also asked what they were going through. We've seen a decline in the jail population. They have also seen a decline in population. Some of our colleagues saw that they built new facilities and were not always mindful of the jail population trends and ended up overbuilding facilities, or in worst case scenarios, not designing to the actual population that they're housing, which made some rooms not accessible to the entire campus of folks who are held. But it was a great learning, peer engagement, and that we look forward to sharing with you more about what we learned and engaging others around that. Before I get into next steps, I wanted to give the sheriff an opportunity to share a few words with you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Consuela. Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. First, I'm going to apologize. I've been battling a chest cold, so I sound a little harsh. But I think it's important for me to be here today and to speak on this topic, which I obviously support the recommendations of this item moving forward. You know, the unique thing is that you just got done talking about the urgency and the importance of emergency response in our community. And it's really no different than in our housing for incarcerated individuals. The difference between access to care is seconds, and we have to have facilities that are designed to provide that type of care. And as a sheriff, I see every day what our aging custody facilities mean in practice, not just the fact that people are in there for our care, but for the deputies, the medical staff, and the correctional teams that provide that care, who work inside those walls each and every day for hours at a time. Facility conditions aren't a side issue to public safety and rehabilitation. They're foundational to it. And as I've said before, a modern, well-designed custody environment supports not only the mental health and behavioral health outcomes, it also ensures that our staff remains safe, all staff remain safe, and we are able to provide stronger opportunities for programmings that actually reduce recidivism. It also directly affects staff wellness, morale, and retention, something which I speak about fairly often in this profession, because you cannot ask people to do this job to do it well if the facilities that they're working against are structurally working against them. This phased approach is one that I believe is thoughtfully responsible and gets us there. It lets the county make sustained, prioritized investments rather than deferring to maintenance, which we've seen can lead to other issues. I want to make sure we get things resolved before another crisis happens. This will cost money, as you just heard, but what is dollars when it comes down to safety? We have to ensure the safety of our staff and the people that are entrusted in our care. I do also want to thank the collaborative work that's been going on between the county executive's office, custody health services, and our department in bringing this plan forward. And I do urge you to support the board and to support the authorization of the administration to move ahead with this plan and this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. The last slide just shows the next steps and our recommendation to continue to refine the initial phases, establish the membership of the community stakeholder leadership group that will help inform the design phase of the project, and a recommendation to report quarterly through Public Safety and Justice. And we currently have 2 semi-annual reports on jail reform that come before the board, and that we incorporate any updates in those established reports that we have. I'll look to Chief Operating Officer Greta Hansen for the last staff comments.
Thank you, Consuelo, and thank you, Sheriff. I just wanted to zoom back a little bit and provide a couple of quick overall comments. This is a very, very painful recommendation to bring forward, which is something I shared with Public Safety and Justice Committee. We are, however, grappling with a reality that we don't have the option to walk away from, which is the fact that we have jail facilities that the newest of which were built in the 80s that have failing infrastructure, do not meet even basic modern standards, and that in that same time period, we've seen major changes in the nature of the population that we care for in custody, how long they're in our custody, and what rights they have to access medical and mental health care while they're in our facilities. Those facilities are not designed to meet those challenges. And I think what you see before you is a set of recommendations that are designed to accomplish some really complicated things together as part of a holistic plan. One is, and I just want to highlight this again, a shift in the number of beds in the facility downward by 1,415 beds, a reduction of 1,415 beds to reflect the fact that we have been able to, as a community, successfully divert huge numbers of folks that we used to keep in custody. And we hope to continue to see that downward trend, which is partly why we have this plan structured in many phases, in addition to reflecting the very complicated fiscal reality that we face as a county organization as a whole, with the hope that there may be certain later phases of this plan that we can change based on success and continued efforts to reduce the overall jail population, and then instead make other investments that reflect a downward trend. The other thing that I would say is we've prioritized in these first phases a real focus on those medical and mental health needs that we cannot meet effectively in the current facilities, and I know my colleagues in custody health can speak to that with a lot of precision in terms of the challenges that their staff face day to day. The other reality is that we have a number of housing units that are not currently appropriate for the population that we serve. The demolition of the minimum camp, which was designed for an era where we held folks in custody that are no longer held in custody, is a critical first step in that process. M2 and M3 on the Elmwood campus, which I know many of the board members have toured in their visits to the jail facility, and I know a number of folks in the community have also seen, are in truly awful condition. They are not appropriate places to house anyone in our custody. And so this plan really tries to tackle demolition of what is housing that cannot be repaired to create an appropriate environment for folks to be in our custody or for staff to work. But it is with no joy that we bring forward what is a staggering price tag associated with making these modifications to our existing facilities, given what is the reality of construction costs for public facilities generally, and then the much higher costs for constructing correctional environments, given the security and the state requirements around the construction and aspects of those facilities that really escalate the cost. So this is a best of really difficult option proposal that we're bringing forward, and also one that we think will allow us to continually revisit the changing nature of the jail population, which we do hope will continue to decline through a lot of really significant efforts that we're putting in alongside bringing forward this necessary recommendation to try and keep our facilities operating.
Thank you, Rita. Let's go open up to the public for comments. How many cards do we have this morning or this afternoon?
I currently have 41 speakers in chambers and 10 in Zoom, but Zoom is climbing. All right, it looks like we're holding at 15 in Zoom, 41 in person.
All right, let's do 1 minute each.
All right, we are now closing the public speaker queue. I'm going to call several people forward. You may speak in any order. Carla Torres, Rudy Cuevas, Jennifer Celia, Gabriela Celia, Isabella Celia, and Sean.
Now, before we start, I just want to mention to everybody that we have a very tight schedule today, so some of us will be going in and out to try to grab our lunch in the back, so no offense to you. Just to let you know that we do have a video feed and audio feed, even in the bathrooms in the back, to make sure that your comments will be heard loud and clear by all of us, even though we might be in the dais, so to let you know that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Please
Thank you.
get started.
Okay, so quick. 2019, the community spoke. 2020, spoke no. The very people that voted to get all you guys in office. We voted no to this. 6 years later, we've been misled. 1 billion, 2.5 billion, 3.5 billion, it's all over the place. Section 8 was well thought and good questions were out. We've talked about the importance of schooling. Ms. Sylvia did, Ms. Margaret about finances. What happens with $3.5 billion? And this is phased. We don't even know if we're going to use a whole $3.5 billion. What kind of introduction is that? We need $1 billion for sure, but we might go up to $3.5 billion. We don't even know how many phases we're going to go far into this. I mean, it's ridiculous. These are taxpayers' dollars that once again put you guys in office, and we want the vote to come to the community, not just a board of people that we elected to be over here. The uncertainty of the phases is just it's ridiculous all the way around. So we want this vote to go to the community because it did once, and it was shut down for a reason. So we're still here. We still want to be heard. These are our dollars.
Excuse me, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, my name is Rudy Cuevas. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Hi, I'm Carla Torres. I'm here to express deep concern and opposition to the possibility of building or upgrading the jail facility. I'm grateful for this board's efforts to oppose the ICE detention center, but shocked and disappointed that we would even consider adding a new facility or upgrading. How do we say we don't want a detention center and then go say we want a new county jail? Before considering this, we should look at the status of your current jail. The county is still under consent decree, as just talked about. And under this management and administration, there have been beatings, people used as experiments with tasers, women raped by jail staff, and deaths in the jail. Very recently, the death of Oscar. Still no accountability. We just went through a budget crisis and cuts to much needed services for the most vulnerable, and yet here we are talking about $3.5 billion. Let's protect our people and our families and not incarcerate and continue to kill them. Thank you.
As I said this earlier, I'm not sure you heard this. We try to be respectful to all the speakers, so we do not allow the clapping or the booing. So if you want to support somebody, all you have to do is raise your hands and shake it. Right. There we go. There you go. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Say your name. My name is Gabby. Talk louder. Go. My name is Gabby. I'm here to... I can't hear you. Come on. My name is Gabby. I'm here to ask you to reconsider spending billions of dollars on a new jail when our education system is already being impacted. Instead of some of the money should go towards education because children are the next generation and investing in their future means investing in the future of our community.
There we go. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Please come up. And try to speak up a little bit because our mic is not very good. Yeah.
My name is Isabella Salaya, and I disagree with the billions of dollars that you guys are trying to spend into a new jail. As a student, I see how our education is being impacted, and I believe that money would be better spent improving in our schools. Providing more resources and giving students the education they deserve, because children are the next generation. So investing in our education means investing in our future. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer. I am a community leader with New Beginnings Family Services, and I also am here as a parent. As you saw, these are my daughters that are here before you guys speaking about education, how important it is. I had a speech set up, but after hearing the plan that they proposed, I saw nothing in regards to higher education. I saw nothing in there that talked about reintegrating these individuals with living skills, life skills, money management, things that they need after they're rehabilitated back out into society. We should prepare them when they are released for these things, not do it after the fact. And if you want community at the table, we should have been at the table prior to your proposal, not after you made the decision to put these plans into place. Our voices need to be heard, and the inmates as well have a voice. Talk to the inmates. They'll tell you what services would best be provided for them as an individual, not what you suggest is better for them as an inmate or as a community member. Thank you.
My name is Azazel Holmquist. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County District 2. I'm opposing the construction of a new jail. Jails violate so many human rights. Incarceration is an extension of racism. The $3.5 billion is enough to fund an ethical revolution and be the first in the nation to design a way to bring resources to everyone and replace incarceration with another solution. Other nations have ethical blueprints already made. There's no excuse for us not to do better. I feel that we already know all the facts of how jail works, and to be the first in piloting an ethical resource solution. I will email again. I will spend the time it takes to figure this out, and there are others that will also do this. The facts are self-explanatory and known, so let's do something brave. Something better than housing, medical, mental health, and education services, all preventative measures with that money, services with that money, ethics with that money. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the name that you put on your speaker card?
Sorry, I was first, and lady gave me permission to go first because I was the first one to put in like an hour. And anyways, the lady back there, it was Azazel Holmquist.
Azazel. Azazel Holmquist. The woman said that we should actually talk to the inmates and find out what they want and what would serve them best, and that's true. So I ask you, ladies, what happened to the jail monitor program? I was a jail monitor. I'm not sure. I think you were. But what happened to the jail monitor program? How many women work for the Office of Women's Policy and that program? So I'm asking you again. If you build it, Matt Mahan will fill those beds for you. He will fill them with unhoused people because that's what he's doing. He's arresting them, and then these people are exposed to ICE, et cetera. But you have to think of when you build it, it's going to cause more problems for the people who are out there. And I can tell you being on the front lines that unhoused people are paying an undue price right now. And those are people who are black and brown and can disappear like that. And that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to pass the problems of San Jose onto the county and then hopefully onto ICE. That little twerp is going to totally take up as much jail place as he can. Do not do this. Revise or bring back the jail monitor program. Find out what inmates need.
I'll call forward the next several speakers. KBT, Azazel Holmquist, Justo Valenzuela, Sean Allen, and Deborah St. Julian.
Right here? Okay.
I'm KBT. If you had to spend even an hour as an arrestee, because that's what they call them, In one of our county jail cells, you'd never want to support this transformation. We don't need a new, pretty fancy new carceral network. We need less jail beds and more investment in diversion services, housing for all, and community health care and support for kids. That's the real transformation that needs to happen. Betty, I get your emails all the time talking about all of our budget cuts that this county has to go through. Do you really expect us to have all this money hiding around that we're gonna have to fight for to pay for this multi-billion-dollar thing? We don't have it. We don't have enough for this. Elmwood and Milpitas consistently sat at 1,000 empty beds in 2025. And funny enough, that part of the website is now temporarily down to look at the daily jail count. We can't keep doing this. You can't keep caging us both figuratively and literally. Invest in our communities. Start over. Scrap it.
In the Osage, I'm Justo Valenzuela. I come to you in my Yaqui language. I do want to let you know, restorative justice is a global indigenous practices that keep people in community, not banishment or temporary band-aid for your comfort. I did not hear not once anything mentioned in this plan for restorative justice. And the law enforcement in here should also be ashamed. I don't see you out in community, protecting, helping, nurturing, healing our community. That's where you should be. You should be helping us, not going against us and housing more of our people out there. It's shameful. It's shameful. It hurts our people. Everyone in here has somebody incarcerated or has people, relatives, all that. But the amount of pain that we have to take home of adding a new building just to take away our Black and brown communities. Not only that, but let's remind people what was there before Elmwood was. That was an Ohlone territory burial ground, and it sits upon now it's a jail cell. So what is the next facility going to be on top of? So I just say no to this new building. Thank you.
Good morning, Sean Allen, President of Silicon Valley NAACP. We're in opposition of any new jail investment. I'd like to make 5 quick points. One, the Elmwood site holds historic indigenous value, and the city of Milpitas has been clear about not wanting high-level incarcerated people there. 2, the sheriff's office will not even identify use of force team by assignment the way it does for patrol because those patterns would alarm this community. 3, the department has for years recruited staff into the jails with goals of sending them to patrol. That self-created staff problem is directly tied to safety failures that have led to jail deaths in custody. Excuse me. 4, the sheriff's office has exceeded its budget through overtime spending patterns and over $1 billion and hasn't disclosed this to the public. 5, custody deaths have doubled in 2024. Oscar E.K. was murdered at Elmwood and Oakland found no wrongdoing. You want to continue this pattern? We don't want it. Thank you.
I'm going to call forward the next few people. Debbie Au, Allison Bruner, Raymond Goins, Jose Valle, Cynthia Delcourt, and Ashley Antonoc Sarabia. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Deb St. Julian. I'm a D2 resident, a member of SURGE and the Urban Sanctuary Faith Community. First of all, I know you said you engage stakeholders. I find this completely not transparent. People need to know what you're doing. And whether it's like community associations, even next door, $3.5 billion, you need to talk to your community, and you haven't, and you need to commit to this. Okay, and then we know carceral systems are innately racist. We know that the Latinx, by your data that's old, the Latinx population right now in the jail is 57%. How many people in our community are Latinx? 25%. Okay, the numbers speak, and that's worse for our Black neighbors. Okay, and we know that research shows that if you invest in care, you will decrease, I'm very data-driven, decrease crime and decrease incarceration. This is backwards what we are doing. Invest in the community.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Goins. I am a District 5 resident. I'm a candidate for Palo Alto City Council. I'm also a community organizer of Silicon Valley Debug and a member of the Coalition for Justice and Accountability. I echo the sentiments of all our community members. I'd like to yield the rest of my time in a moment of silence for all those kids have yet to be born that this jail will house. Those juveniles that we have in our local juvenile system that will be housed in this jail, and for the families and generations that will be lost because you guys are creating a need that need to be filled. So in that, we'll have a moment of silence, and I'll use the rest of my time. Thank you. Allow our silence to be the echo of change that we need. No jails.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison Brunner. I'm the CEO of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We oppose this proposal. I want to raise 3 concerns. First, these population projections are not given. They reflect a system we have the power to change through diversion, housing, and community-based services, especially now with catastrophic federal safety net cuts. Right now, the projections are circular, billed to the forecast with no mechanism to go down. Administration should show what the population looks like if the county meets specific funded diversion targets. Second, that matters fiscally. A jail bed is not a one-time capital expense. It creates decades of staffing, security, healthcare, and operating costs. And once capacity is built, there's pressure to use it. We must not build a system that becomes accountable for filling beds rather than reducing the need for them. Third, this plan adds 300 new jail beds, behavioral health jail beds, but neither document talks about a licensing framework that will govern them. No mention of Title 22 licensure, no patient's rights advocate required under no accreditation standard, no limit on length of stay, and no golden.
Yes, Allison, your comments, any remaining print, please turn to our clerk. We'll make sure to add it to the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jose Valle with Silicon Valley Debug. The same company, CGL, and its partners who have been contracted for community input in some of the design of this new jail also has lawsuits against them because of inhumane conditions in jails and ICE detention centers, including the sterilization of women. The only winners here are the morally corrupt companies in the business of incarceration, the anonymous bond investors. None of this is in line with the consent decree, our county policies, or tax money. There is nothing in the Chavez versus Santa Clara County consent decree that states billion-dollar investment in incarceration. That is the county's opinion alone. Use of force, tasers, time out of cell, programs, and jail conditions does not get addressed with a new or renovated jail. Since 2019, at every opportunity for community input, the public has overwhelmingly stated they do not want a new jail or a bunch of money to be invested in a new jail. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Out. I live in District 2, and I echo the concerns that have been presented here. I don't think I need to reiterate those. I just wanted to tell a quick story about what happened to a student that lives with me yesterday. I picked her up at the Capitol station. She got in the car, and she was in tears, and I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Well, I saw a girl living at the station. She didn't have any shoes, so I gave her my shoes." We need people to give people a place to live and give them shoes. Thank you.
Can I start?
Please.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Dalcourt. I'm a system-impacted family member. Well, I'm a system-impacted family member, a District 1 registered voter, and a debug organizer. As a mother and grandmother of Black children, I'm afraid for their well-being. I'm afraid because you are building a new jail that will continue to target my children and others that look like them. This new jail will continue those biased practices. Money should be put into education and other training that will help secure their future. My son was housed in the main jail for 3 years, and he feared that he would die there. The systemic racism, which includes use of force, abuse, mistreatment, and poor treatment of those in the jail, will not be solved by building a new jail. Over the years, 7 years, 2019, I started this. Our community said that we wanted alternatives to incarceration, not a new jail. It's not clear why you will build a new jail and have the community and your grandchildren build it unknowingly.
I'm going to go ahead and call forward a few more people. Hector, Emily Hendon, Lori Catcher, Sean Baker, Xavier, and Fernando Reyes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ashley Antoinette Sarabia. I am a resident of Eastside San Jose, and it's $3.5 billion right now. You heard our sheriff say that's money well invested, right? Well, I disagree. I strongly disagree. I heard nothing, as everyone else has said, about before, during, and after. We should be investing the most in our youth, the before, so we don't have to have a during and after. We should be investing in mentors, education, opportunities, mental health support, and all these other services to make sure that our kids can see a future for themselves and not sit here and watch this facility either be renovated, create a new one, whatever, so they can grow up watching that built and know that that's going to be the system that's designed to put them right into it. I'm angry. And also, what about those who are already incarcerated? I heard no mention of any kind of program to help them be ready for life outside of prison. We know it's hard. There's no investment in housing, anything. Ugh.
Hi, my name's Xavier, and I'm here today against the $3.5 billion taxpayer dollars that are being used against our community for a new jail. Our focus shouldn't be going back in society, it should be going forward. America has one of the highest numbers of jails, and with that, incarcerated individuals. Our focus should be rehabilitation, education opportunities, money towards our schools, money towards housings, money towards our children, and money that would actually better our communication and our population. With this $3.5 billion being used, I would hope that it would be used as the community wants it to be used, not as our elected officials are seeing it or deeming it as it should be used towards our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Hendon. I live in District 4, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice. I care so deeply about my community, and I am extremely disturbed about what is being proposed today. I believe investments of public dollars should be in schools, housing, healthcare, and other urgent community needs, not jails. I understand there's mandates that the county has to fulfill, but I feel like there's a lot of other ways they could fulfill them, like trying to continue to reduce the jail population, providing programming that others have described here, adequately cleaning the jail. I ask you to examine your conscience. Do not receive the report as written. Do not authorize the administration to initiate this phased adult jail facility plan. Invest in our community, not jails. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lori Catcher. I'm a D2 resident and voter and member of SURGE. Our Black, Brown, and Indigenous community members and folks with disabilities have continuously been targeted by our racist, classist, and ableist carceral system. This item before you is a false binary. There are many humane ways to comply with consent decrees that don't require a $1 billion to up to $3.5 billion squandering of public money in this system of violence that will continue to cage our children instead of investing in their flourishing. First, do the work. Just one example. Use your power to fund more public defenders and pressure the courts to abide by the Kowalczyk ruling. Tell sheriffs and police to stop trumping up charges so that they can jail people. These all greatly reduce jail population. It's not just a trend. Do the work to make it happen. The public deserves robust opportunity to understand and participate in this decision. We call on you to let the public decide.
Hello, I'm Hector. I'm a resident of D2, District 2. And I also here to go against the jail being built or creating new facilities. Pretty much, I just ask you, do you guys know how many schools have been shut down the past few years? How many programs have been need more funding or have been reduced to no funding? And these are programs that the community needs and more programs that are needed for mental health, schools, different things in the community. You know, because we don't want to see a new jail being built or go investment into a new jail. We want people, the leaders in the community, to actually care about the community, and not just want them to see them behind bars or be running away. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Baker. I'm from District 2. Growing up, I saw a lot of my family go in and out of jail. Some of them are currently in prison, as well as friends. And I have been told I'm well adjusted because I managed to stay out of trouble. There were people in my community and in my family who helped me get through that. That's a lot of money to be putting into a jail, of which from what I understand from our budget, we don't really have. So if we do have that money, put it to kids. Let's build a culture of success and support from the bottom up. Rehabilitation, homelessness, let's get rid of it all if we can, right? Obviously, it's not that easy. But there's no way we have money to put into that and other things. We're gonna have to take on loans if that's the case, which means these kids and grandchildren are gonna be paying for that facility that they're probably gonna end up in if we stick on the route that we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando Reyes, Andrea Alamirano, Brandon Sanchez, Jeremiah Macias, Michaela Powell, Sandy Perry, and Rai Jayadev.
The public health and welfare of the people is always supposed to be the supreme law. That means ensuring sufficient resources for law enforcement, fire services, healthcare, and education. Although all of these infrastructures can be improved, we currently have more than enough sustainable infrastructure to continue to build a sustainable society. That should not be consistent with building another jail to further perpetrate this prison pipeline. You have disbanded many educational resources along with closing public schools. You have cut healthcare and programs that are beneficial to the public, including mental health and housing. You have even cut short organizations that help prevent abuse and gang violence. Although you may have had separate powers, policing powers and separate authorities, you can work alongside one another to advance proposals and projects with the intention of further gain prestige. Sorry, I apologize. I believe all of the superiors within this governing body and county have manipulated your positions of power, further tainting your seats you hold from your predecessors. I believe all of you have participated in a civil conspiracy against the masses, from your chiefs of police to your council members, mayors, and individual district supervisors. You have all worked together to protect Salus Populi Suprema Lexesto.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Andrea Altamirano, and I want to be clear that people who are incarcerated deserve safe and humane conditions, mental health care, medical treatment, and meaningful opportunities for rehabilitation. But as you consider agenda item number 9 and more than $1 billion in near-term jail infrastructure investments, I ask you to look both upstream and at the youth who are already in the system. Your own presentation states that jail investments must be balanced with investments in alternatives to incarceration. That means prevention, but it also has to mean intervention. Intervention means believing that contact with the justice system does not have to become a lifetime in the justice system. If Santa Clara County can develop a 15-year roadmap investing billions into our adult jail system, then we need an equally serious investment in the community organizations doing the work to prevent our youth from entering that system and intervening before those already impacted become more deeply involved. Invest in people before you have to invest in another jail bed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon. I'm here today as a youth who has been personally impacted by the justice system. When people hear that a young person is fighting a case or involved with probation, sometimes they only see the mistakes we made or the charges against us. They don't always see the person who is still trying to change, grow, and figure out their future. I know what it feels like to be in that position. This is why intervention matters to me. There are young people like me who are already in the system. We can't go back and prevent that first contact anymore, but that doesn't mean it's too late to prevent the next one. We need people in our community who don't give up on us. We need programs that hold us accountable, but also give us opportunities like mentors, jobs, therapy, and somewhere safe to go. You're talking today about what the county jails will look like years from now. I'm asking you to also think about young people like me right now. Please invest in intervention while we're still young, while we're still willing to change, and while there are people in our community fighting to keep us from going deeper into this system. Don't wait until we're adults sitting in those jail beds to decide we're worth investing in. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Macias. I'm system impacted, and today I also had the opportunity to mentor the young boys who are going through the same things I once went through. I'm standing here because I wanted you to see what intervention can actually look like when it works. There was a point in my life where I needed to find a new direction through my program. I was connected to therapy, Hope Noble, mentorship, and people who helped me understand my situation, while also holding me accountable for my decision I was making. Those things I didn't just help me through the system, just they also changed what I wanted for my life. Now at 22, I'm able to turn around and be there for younger youth. When they're struggling, I can talk to someone. I could talk to them as someone who understands because I lived through it myself. That's why I hear the county is talking about investing into the future of our jail system. I think about what else we could be investing in. What if we invested more into the system, impacted youth, young people, and mentors instead of waiting for them to become incarcerated adults?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Michaela, and I'm with Gada's Violence Prevention Program. I work closely with the youth impacted by the justice system through violence prevention and intervention in South County. I want to emphasize that young people involved in the justice system deserve dignity, safety, education, mental health, support, and opportunities to build a better future. As you consider the $1 billion investment in future jail infrastructure, I ask you to also invest in the young people and community organizations working to prevent incarceration in the first place. For youth on probation involved in court, returning home from custody, or trying to change their life, support cannot. And when they leave the system, they need mentors, counseling, education, employment opportunities, family support, restorative programs, and strong retreat services. If we are serious about reducing violence and preventing future incarceration, we have to invest in prevention and intervention, not just correctional facilities. Real change begins in our schools, families, neighborhoods, and communities. So today, I ask you to invest not only in buildings, but in people. Invest in programs that give young people support, accountability, opportunity.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Sandy Perry. I'm with South Bay Community Land Trust. We create affordable housing through preservation, which prevents displacement and homelessness. And we recently met with the Office of Supportive Housing, and they told us due to our budget crisis, there's no money for preservation, no money to prevent displacement of our African American, Latino, Vietnamese, and low-income people of all ethnicities. I also work with Unhoused Response Group, and we've heard from the unhoused and formerly unhoused people that there's not enough money for therapists, not enough money for case managers in emergency interim housing or in permanent supportive housing, and there's not enough permanent housing to move out of the temporary housing. $3.5 billion. We've seen what Measure A did. $3.5 billion could create 25,000 affordable housing units for formerly unhoused people. We could end homelessness.
I'm going to call forward the next few people: Sharice Domingo, Liz Gonzalez, Nerilee Campos, Kim Gottfried, M.W., Sharon Jackson, and Graciela Franco.
My name is Raj Jayadev. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug, and I'm giving this public comment to the generation of 2040. That is the generation that will suffer the weight of this decision that's being made today in our generation. And I wanted that generation to know that we, the community, took a stand to open up the possibility of their future, that we chose instead to invest billions in incarceration, that we would prioritize housing and healthcare and education and youth instead of cages and jails, that we would not be known as a legacy of a county that built the most expensive carceral facility in the country. And that is a problem with this plan. It lacks perspective despite being a 15-year time plan. We are limiting our thinking of what's possible based on the limitations of how the county thinks of the world today. We should allow for the possibility of the next generation of what they could become.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Guptill. I'm a I get my district, whatever, Ellenberg. I'm here with my colleagues, and we were all here and fought the jail the last time under the leadership of Silicon Valley Debug. And I can't believe we're back here, and I can't believe you guys let this go this far and do all this insane research to make this happen. You are all familiar with the issues that our community members face in our jails. And when I talk about our community members, I specifically mean Black people, brown people, queer people, disabled people. I'd like to just highlight them. And you know what happens to those people in incarceration. It's a scandal. So I demand that you do not receive this report, and that you hold community meetings, just like you did the last.
Hello, my name is Naralee, parent and organizer with Debug. Over the last 2 years, families across Santa Clara County have watched schools close because districts are saying they don't have the money to keep them open. My own son was one of those children affected by a school closure. So when I hear the county discussing $1 billion plan towards incarceration, I can't help but ask once again, what are our priorities? We're telling our children there isn't enough money to keep their schools open, but somehow we find billions of dollars to build a jail. It feels like our supervisors would rather have their names attached to a new jail than a new school. And it won't be us paying for this decision. It will be our children and future generations after them that will inherit the cost of $1 billion plan. These are the same children whose schools we are closing today. We shouldn't be closing classrooms for our children today while building jail cells for the future. If you're going to leave something behind for the next generation, let it be schools and resources, not a multi-billion-dollar debt towards incarceration.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharice, and I'm with Silicon Valley Debug. I just want to make 3 points. One, your presentation says this started in 2024, but we have been here before 2024. In 2020, there was a whole community engagement process led by the Haywood Burns Institute, where community said no jail and let's invest in alternatives to incarceration, but the county executive's office didn't like those results and went ahead with the jail instead. 2, we need to stop hiding behind the consent decree because it's used whenever it's convenient. A huge majority of those requirements of those decrees are about training, treatment of individuals inside, and use of force. And they've not yet been fulfilled, and there's no hurry to fulfill those. And it was conveniently ignored when the sheriffs were armed with tasers. Lastly, again, this didn't start in 2024. I want to give my time to Michael Tyree, who was killed in this jail by 3 correctional officers with their bare hands. He was suffering from a mental health crisis and was waiting for a mental health bed. The solutions are outside the community and not inside.
Hello, my name is Liz Gonzalez, and I live in District 2. I'm a part of Silicon Valley Debug. And jail transformation plan sounds so benign, but it is a plan to continue to commit irreparable harm. These last few years have felt like a game with the lives of our future generations. And we have been given no respect. You know, this county has given us no respect in that community process that overwhelmingly said no new jail. That was pre-2024, as other speakers have said. Community came out during the pandemic, during wildfires, to sit out here outside by the reentry because it was that important to show up and say no to this system of oppression and death. And hearing the county executive on the last item saying that it's important to contract with entities that you can feel comfortable with just makes me think that you must be comfortable contracting with people accused of human rights violations, of forced sterilizations, of operating ICE detentions. The only safe jail is
Hola, mi nombre es Graciela Franco. No sé si tiene traductor o no. Yo vengo del distrito número 2 y tengo a mi hijo encerrado en la cárcel. Yo pienso que no debería haber más cárceles. Yo pienso que ese dinero que piensan invertir en cárcel se debería invertir en cosas que ocupan los presos que ya tienen ahí encerrados, como mejor calidad de vida, más comida más saludable, atención médica y también un sueldo digno que ellos puedan de pérdida comprar su comida ahí en la cárcel, porque nosotros los que estamos acá afuera, los padres, tenemos que estar mandando dinero para comida también. También pienso que lo deberían.
Let it ride.
Wait 1 second, we'll get translation first from last speaker.
Good afternoon, this is Graciela Franco, and I am from District 2. And my son is in prison, and rather than using that money for new jails, maybe you would like to invest more in things that the in-prison are using inside the jails. For example, better quality of life, a better food, and more health attention. And also to give them a good salary so they are able to buy their own food in jail, because as a parent, we are sending food in, we are sending money to the jail so they are able to buy their own food. That's all. 10, 15 years, let it ride. Let it ride, let it ride, let it ride. We need to get creative, not destructive. All jails are an existential violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. We can close the jails sooner than 15 or 20 years. A better world. How dare you present a jail as a mental health care? Ew! I speak for myself and for neighbors all around the New Hall and Alameda neighborhood, and 70 other community members who are against the jail proposal. Now, let me tell you, there's a lot to do. I want to trouble all of us madly. The legal definition of lynching is de-arresting someone. Because cops historically would arrest a person wearing one hat and remove them from the jail for public spectacle murder in another hat, a taller, whiter hat. This proposal for a new jail has eradicated any serious...
Thank you. Any remaining statement, please send to our clerk. We'll make sure all that get included into our record. Thank you very much.
Any seriousness that you have.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call forward the remaining in-person speakers: Yesenia Velasquez, Gianella Ordonez, Matt King, Milan Belinton, and Rachel Minyo.
was interesting. Good evening, afternoon. We've been here so long, this has been a day. I don't even know what district I'm in. I'm just gonna say I belong to all y'all, and I hope I do. For me, this is by design. Y'all know, Lord, I'm not getting enough rest. Y'all, I'm waking up with all this craziness. When I heard of the amount of money that they were talking about, I forgot what they was talking about after that billions of dollars, because we just don't have it. And in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm listening to these babies, and we need to invest in them. We need to invest in our smaller nonprofits, like myself, that are on the ground working with these babies, trying to make sure that they are educated, mentored, fed. We're making sure that these babies stay out of prison. I got babies that come back and talk to me, that work with me with my kids, that have gone through the programs. We got to invest in our babies. We can't invest in jails. I'm feeling like these new jails are being built for my future brown and black babies. And I got a grandson, y'all. Now, look at here. Y'all, we got to get this together.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yesenia Velasquez. I'm here on behalf of the Reentry Community Advisory Board. As the CAB chair, I'm here to ask that the reentry be a central part of Santa Clara County's jails transformation from the very beginning. When we talk about transforming our jails, we can not only focus on what happens while someone is incarcerated, we must also think about what happens when the person walks out the door. I strongly recommend a dedicated reentry transition space at Elmwood where individuals can connect with reentry specialists and community-based organizations. I am also asking that CAB be an instrumental voice in the decision-making process. Our members bring lived experience as firsthand knowledge of the barriers within our justice and reentry systems. Please give CAB a meaningful seat at the table as decisions are being developed. True transformation must include reentry, community, and lived experience from the very beginning.
Hello, members of the board. I'm Janelle Ordonez with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, and we submitted a letter this morning urging you to oppose this item. The board just passed a budget that cut reentry services, gender-based violence programs, and violence prevention services that keep people out of jail in the first place. It is not consistent to make those cuts and then commit a $3.5 billion to expand the carceral system in the same breath. This isn't new for our community. In 2022, more than 40 nonprofits came together to oppose an earlier version of this plan, and the board didn't move forward. The same concerns we had then still apply today. We support real investment in diversion and intake done in partnership with community, but conditions inside the jail can be improved right now without a 15-year, multi-billion-dollar commitment. Fund prevention and community-based violence prevention solutions and models instead of a new jail. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Last but hopefully not least. My name is Rachel Mino. I'm the directing attorney of the health program at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We oppose the proposal for all the reasons mentioned forthwith and by my colleague Allison Brunner. With catastrophic federal cuts to the social safety net, it is more important than ever that we protect and invest in the community infrastructure that prevents people from cycling into the criminal justice system or the criminal legal system in the first place. As such, this board should require administration to show the full operating cost trajectory of each phase, not just the construction budget. I want to speak specifically to what 300 new beds for people with serious mental health actually means. A bed count is not a treatment standard. The plan describes square footage in construction phases, but not the standard of care that those 300 beds will provide. This is not a small gap. Whether these beds are licensed as a health facility or simply operate as correctional housing determines whether they will get certain patients' rights protections or any at all. Thank you.
My name is Milan Ballantyne, and I'm here representing the African American Community Service Agency and the Real Coalition. We stand in solidarity with the demands of SV Debug residents with lived experience and reentry community. And we ask the board not to move forward with building a new jail and instead use this significant amount of money on meaningful community services. At a time when our most vulnerable communities are being stripped of essential services, this $3.5 billion investment into the system will not prioritize the community's well-being. And it just reinforces systemic racism and harms that we know that the criminal system has had on Black, Latino, and immigrant communities. Therefore, we urge you to consider investing the money into critical safety net services, including community-led prevention and alternative community safety models, mental health, behavioral health, and all other community supports that is needed by the people, for the people, and of the people. Thank you.
One last call for Matt King or Gianella Ordonez. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our Zoom speakers. Our first Zoom speaker is Catherine Hedges. We've asked you to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm also a member of 3rd Santa Clara County and Santa Cruz County. Please do not receive the report as written. I thank the county for contesting the ICE facility, but now they want to detain everybody else, spend all this money on incarcerating people that we could be spending on services the community has asked for to prevent people from needing to be jailed, to get people through the court system faster so that they don't spend like a year or whatever sitting in jail waiting for a trial. That's not a speedy trial. They're not proven guilty yet. We need to provide reentry services, so many other things we could be doing that are positive with that money instead of a giant jail. Please do not accept the report. Reject this report. Reject your biased consulting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Conda. Richard, we've asked you to unmute.
President Lee, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance and a member of the Real Coalition. Investing in incarceration does not lead to community safety, and in fact, only jeopardizes the health and well-being of the county's most vulnerable, those with mental health needs, the impoverished, and disproportionately people of color. To approve a plan to invest billions of dollars for a jail system that will be operational in 2035 is a tragic mistake. I strongly oppose the county executive's office jail facility transformative process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Okazumi.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Okazumi. I live in Sunnyvale. You're saying that these projects are necessary to prevent the county being put into receivership, but you've not explained to the public exactly how these projects would address the points raised in the consent decrees. Will they actually? You say that you want public input, but why wasn't there a process to get input before the projects were $1 billion in projects were selected and designed and chosen? That the county hasn't had a community process to discuss how to address the consent decrees, frankly, is disrespectful to the community. At a very minimum, before proceeding with approval, the county should prepare a report and a table where each point in the consent decrees are broken out and describe exactly how these projects would remedy those. Let's have that discussion. If you want to regain public trust, have a proper
Thank you. Our next speaker is Musa.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Musa with CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and we strongly oppose the proposal to invest billions in new jail infrastructure. We are deeply concerned that despite years of sustained, overwhelming community opposition, the county is nonetheless moving forward with this proposal. This is especially alarming as essential county programs are facing severe cuts, including healthcare, behavioral health, violence prevention, reentry services, social services, and more. It is perplexing that billions of dollars can be made available for expanding jails while essential programs that help prevent crime and keep communities safe are on the chopping block. I hope the irony is not lost on the board that it previously incorrectly opposed an ICE detention facility, yet it is now considering a proposal to spend billions of dollars building more cages. Another jail will not make Santa Clara County safer. Please reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Ziegler.
Hi, this is Drew Siegler, D2 Surge, following the leadership of Silicon Valley Debug. So our current jails are hellholes, but unless we completely overhaul the cultures of the sheriffs and corrections departments, implement zero cash bail, drastically reduce the average length of stay for people awaiting trial, end the plea bargain mill from the DA's office, end the ongoing ICE detentions coming from our jails, and on and on and on, the shiny, transformed jail will also be a hellhole. Go back to the drawing board. No new jail. And the sheriff should be wearing a mask if he's so sick. Note the blatant disregard of the health of non-incarcerated folks. Imagine what it is for incarcerated folks. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Alicia Chavez. Alicia Chavez?
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We sure are. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Alicia Chavez, and I'm a resident in the zip code 95133. I want to speak to a comment regarding that was said by the sheriffs. He said, "What is dollars when it comes to public safety?" There's a lot that is in that statement. I just want to say I have nephews and nieces that go to the East Side schools, many of which have been closing due to staffing and relocating students. That's where the dollars could be invested in, not closing down elementary schools where public safety can start and where we can start teaching and providing more resources for children, especially with children that have that need extra support, such as autism, having more special needs teachers. That's where one place where money could be allocated for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Bigelow.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right on. My name is Andrew Bigelow. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. Public comment I want to give is I want to ask the board if they're aware of who CGL is, the consultant, and their involvements with LaSalle Corrections, LLC, which is the company that runs 18 detention centers, 13 of them being immigrant detention centers, including Irwin County Detention Center, which is notorious for its human rights violations and allegations of forced gynecological visits. And our understanding is that CGL has some sort of involvement in its operations, or at least the consulting or the apparatus of it. And I really would like this board to look into that and to ask those questions. And it's a little frustrating to once again find that someone that the county is paying is involved in such egregious things, which brings the question, is anyone able?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James.
No jails. Mass incarceration is a failed vestige of slavery, not just in Santa Clara County, but across this country. We gas folks, we tase them, we even place canines in our jail cells. All of this extreme cruelty while locking human beings in cages. And we wonder why we have the most violent society that ever exists. Our leadership, our board of supervisors, are people of vision, and we would hope that they can contemplate options that don't spell the word jails, that they are not afraid to stand up to law enforcement leaders in this county who always want to expand their turf. We need to bring a true abolitionist in here to talk about other options. I want us to bring Angela Davis here. I sat through her trial more than 50 years ago. Let's bring her here. She's one of the world's leading spokesperson on what abolitionists abolitionism looks like, and we need that option on the table as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hello, my name is Tim McKenzie. I use he, him pronouns. I live in District 5, and I'm a member of the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. I wanted to call in, ask for no new jails, do not receive the report as written, as people had said earlier. And I'd ask each of you as supervisors, right now, pull out your phones and look up the incarceration rate in the United States through time. It's a really striking graph. The US has the most prisoners in the world, and there was a huge, massive spike in the 1980s, which coincidentally is right at the time that this facility that's being replaced was built. If you build it, they will fill it. We should not be building more jails. Invest in what actually keeps the community safe. Stable housing, good paying jobs, access to nutrition, education. Do not build a new jail. Do not spend billions of dollars that we don't have putting people in cages. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Camilla J.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Camilla. I live in District 1. Nobody who has spoken here is against improving conditions for those who are incarcerated in these facilities, but what we do not support is building new facilities. What do those who are already incarcerated here feel about the plans? What do they want? This money would be much better spent on public services that would keep people out of jail in the first place. Please do not further fund the carceral state. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is L.
Hi, my name is Leslie Zeiger. I live in District 5, and I just want to say consent decrees can be addressed in different ways. Invest in people, not buildings. So reduce the jail population, bring back $0 bail, offer programs for incarcerated people, don't build buildings. This so-called jail transformation would be a grotesque waste of resources, not least because the county executive's office indicated that in about 15 years, by the time that you have squandered $2.5 billion, they forecast that the main jail building will need to be torn down and replaced, starting yet another cycle of millions, if not billions, of jail dollars. And that's not taking into account all the other money you'll be asked to put toward caging people or
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cindy Batista Ambrosio.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Cindy Bautista. I am with Secret Heart Community Service as the PASO organizers. We stand in solidarity and demands of SB-DBAG residents with lived experience and re-entry community. We respectfully ask the board not to move forward with the building of new jail. Instead, we urge you to invest significant amount funding meaningful community service that address the needs of our residents. We currently work with many seniors in our community who are facing increasingly hardship due to the program cuts. These cuts are impacting them in many ways, including making it more difficult to meet their basic needs and increasing the risk to become unhoused. We believe that funding could make meaningful difference by providing much needed support and resources to the seniors throughout our county. Investing in our community can help prevent homeless, stranding families, and provide people with the support they need to remain safe and stable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa.
Hello, board members. My name is Melissa, and I'm here today to say no new jail again and again and again. The consent decree does not mandate a new jail. It only mandates things of ADA issues, etc. I've heard this board say that the jail is inhumane, but what's inhumane are the treatment of our loved ones who are inside by the COs. The humane thing to do and the holistic thing to do is to get people out of the jail, there's decisions like the quash-stick that helps reduce that and invest in alternatives to incarceration. During court watch, you see people being arrested for poverty crimes, stealing from grocery stores, clothing stores, these resources could be used to help these people to stay out of that system. The county can fundraise for anything, whatever types of bonds these are. If they're the revenue bonds, the jail does not generate any type of revenue, and we can fundraise for anything.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Luna.
Good afternoon, President Lee and supervisors. Well, I'm probably the only one that is in support, but I wish we did not need jails and could live in an utopia where no one committed crimes. But the reality but that is not the reality we live in. What is the county adopted budget that includes reentry and other criminal justice services? I do support education, diversion, and rehabilitation when they work. I speak as a mother whose son was incarcerated. His charges were not trumped up. He committed the crime and faced the consequences, but he did not deserve to live in deplorable conditions I actually witnessed. People incarcerated today deserve humane conditions. The employees working there deserve safe, modern working conditions as well. We can hold people accountable and treat them humanely. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public speakers for this item.
Thank you. I'm going to look to see, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you to all the public speakers who came today or joined us on Zoom to share your thoughts and your priorities. I very, very much appreciate your words, and I agree with the desire to fund all of the things that you talked about today, the investments that you described in reducing poverty and funding alternatives to incarceration and preparing people in custody for successful reentry work is work we are doing and will continue to do, and we need to do much more of it. Today is not about an either-or decision. We need to do everything we can to prevent people from entering the criminal legal system. When those investments are not successful, our obligation to care for people doesn't end when they are incarcerated. We want their association with that system to be brief, as minimally traumatizing as possible, and non-recurring. I have an obligation to ensure that people who are required to be held in custody in a county facility, and the Board of Supervisors, to be clear, has no authority over those decisions, are housed in environments that are safe, again, as minimally traumatizing as possible, and are most likely to support rehabilitation and successful reentry. And as our current infrastructure ages, we have to make investments to ensure that our facilities safely and effectively meet the medical, mental health, and service needs of the people in our custody. The punishment of incarceration itself, while has debatable value, is the deprivation of liberty, should not be the exposure to unsafe, deteriorating, or inhumane conditions. The plan that the administration has presented today, and on which I know Consuelo and your team have worked incredibly hard, and I'll have a question for you in a few minutes, is focused on expanding access to mental health and medical care, and the necessary remodel of existing crumbling infrastructure. In fact, I believe about half of the estimated investment is for healthcare delivery improvements. We need to ensure that individuals receive appropriate care, that staff can work in safe environments, and that the conditions of custody reflect our fundamental responsibility to provide humane, secure, and constitutionally appropriate care. To be clear as well, we do not have $1 billion on hand and the luxury of determining how to spend it. In fact, our budget is likely to have a $1 billion deficit for the next several years, thanks to the federal government's slashing of health insurance and other safety net programs. We certainly will have to incur debt to to renovate our infrastructure. We know that building anything in this valley is stupid expensive. I would like to spend as little as possible, but as much as is minimally necessary to create an environment that meets the needs of people who, again, we are required to maintain in custody. This plan is aligned with our commitment to reduce the number of beds in our jail system and our ongoing work to limit the population to only those who are determined to pose a public safety risk. This current plan is a phased approach that, compared with prior iterations, will allow us to reassess whether those future investments are even ever needed, and I certainly hope they aren't. If we continue to be successful in reducing the jail population, we will avoid significant costs in future phases, which are not part of the current planning, and I certainly continue to be committed to prioritizing alternatives to incarceration and expanding our diversion programs. We have shown progress in this area as the new plan is iterated, I think in part evidenced by the further reduced proposed bed capacity. It's lower than any count in the last previous iterations, of which there have been many for this facility. For individuals that will be required to remain in custody the longest, this plan pivots our current system by having that longer-term population housed at Elmwood rather than at Main Jail North. Elmwood, especially as the renovation is envisioned, is relatively more conducive to providing programming, classes, including our current college program, and thank you, Sheriff, for introducing that program, mental health support, and access to outdoor areas. And we can make this pivot. It's, to me, very notable because effectively the folks who were previously housed in minimum camp at Elmwood are, for the vast part, no longer held in custody. They have been and will continue to be diverted wherever possible. As I indicated at the PSJC meeting last week, I'm very eager for a study to begin that will inform particularly what the new booking and intake facility design will be. The primary focus of that facility will be to streamline and expand site and release and book and release processes so that we can divert yet more people from further penetrating our system. And certainly I expect us to explore how the facility can be maximized for reentry and diversion purposes. Just finally, Consuelo, can you share a little bit about what the stakeholder engagement has looked like so far, and in particular, the voice of individuals currently incarcerated or formerly incarcerated? What has their engagement been thus far, and what do you expect it to look like going forward?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, for the question. As a reminder of the community engagement process, it's a two-phased engagement. The first phase that we've been focused on the last 2 years has been to inform the public. And through those informational sessions, we have gathered input from a lived experience. We've joined the Community Advisory Board of the Reentry. Most recently, they had their joint interview based on their request with our consultant. And those comments were factored into the prioritization of the if you look at the staff report, there's 2 outlines where we talk about the values of the approach in the renovation.
Sorry, the what of the approach?
Apologies, Supervisor. Let me flag for you the section in the staff report that talks about the guiding principles.
Thank you.
So when we look at the guiding principles and the comments that we received from those with lived experience previously held in our either in our local jail or in prison, we paired those comments with the set of values that staff came up with. And the same thing when we look at the prioritization operationally, we took the feedback from those different engagements and paired it with what the staff put together to come up with that set of prioritization for the project. Similarly, from the incarcerated standpoint, thank you to the Sheriff's Office. They helped us engage with the Inmate Advisory Council. We actually have a follow-up meeting with them on Thursday. And we gave them an update of what we're proposing to do. The feedback that we received at Elmwood and at Main Jail was really related to the programming. Their general comment is that they're supportive of anything that is for the betterment of the facilities. But it's really hard to talk about the project because in the current phase, it's just conceptual. Right? These are buildings that we need to build with this square footage in mind, this general massing, but they want to provide feedback on design. What does the classroom look like? What does the space look like? Will my housing unit have clinical, medical, behavioral program space? You know, that's the next phase. So when we talk about how we pivot, in the community engagement plan, we are proposing a community stakeholder leadership group. Where members of the public, again, opt in if they want to, will be able to join staff as we go through the various selection of consultants, the design elements, and we will also have community engagement sessions that they can participate in to provide feedback. If you're familiar with the way that we handle our community engagement for the development of a new office building or a new housing unit, a new housing development, you have these kind of dot exercises. You show people options. Do you like this layout versus that layout? A very open house style. That is what we envision for the next phase of the design. So one, a more formal role through the leadership group, and then one more broadly that's open to the entire community.
Thank you very much, and I expect that we'll do very good communications around making sure that those opportunities are accessible. And I absolutely understand that for a number of folks, particularly who spoke today, if the fundamental opposition to building anything dominates, I do respect that. I would also acknowledge that if you participate in this in a design process, that does not, to me, negate your fundamental beliefs that we should not do anything at all. Yet, if we are going to do something and you choose to engage with the process, we would truly welcome that. I think that's all. I'm interested to hear from my colleagues. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'm very conflicted in terms of what we need to do because I have been shedding the light on how our Black and brown communities are impacted by our child welfare system, our juvenile justice system, our carceral system. And as a matter of fact, for those of you who are deeply invested in intervening and preventing folks from going into our jails, we will be discussing our child welfare reform, which is one of the one of the places that we can actually create a lot of change. We say that there is a school-to-prison pipeline, but it doesn't begin only in schools. It also begins with our system in our child welfare. And I want to take a look at this jail, whether we call it transformation, new jail improvements, whatever it is, through the same lens that we are applying the child welfare reform. We have lost children in our child welfare reform. Too many babies have died. We have had a gentleman die last year in our carceral system. And so we have to take a look at beyond just the cases and the individuals and just one system at a time. We have to take a look at the patterns. And what are the patterns telling us, right? So in child welfare, we are asking a really important question. So when a household has repeated referrals, and then even if those referrals are evaluated out or not substantiated, what does that pattern tell us about the needs of that family, of that child, of that youth, and that community? And I think we should ask the same question when we look at our justice system. If someone repeatedly comes into our system, we should be asking, what did this person need? Why is it happening that this person live keeps bringing them back to the carceral system? And is it untreated behavioral health? Is it substance abuse? Is it housing instability, trauma, poverty, lack of employment, or a combination of these factors? And I heard many of the speakers talk about this in your own comments and the way that those risk factors have impacted you. Because a person doesn't stop being a daughter, a son, a sibling, or a member of the family simply because they're incarcerated. So our jail improvements, transformation, needs to be more than just the brick and mortar that we've been discussing. I do believe that there needs to be some level of improvement so that we make room for those services that you all talked about. The behavioral health, the education, the life skills, all of those are really important. We can't begin to do that work when somebody leaves. We have to do that while folks are serving. So it really is about system transformation for me. And I've been talking to our county executive about a system of care that actually talks, our social services department talks to our behavioral health department, talks to our public health department, talks to our probation department, because they're all siloed. And that is one and the same. Those children are just moving in our system and nobody's keeping track of them in a way that is meaningful, in a way that allows for us to interrupt that school to prison pipeline. So it's my responsibility, I feel, to take a look at our system. This is an opportunity for us to do that. And I need your support. And I'm going to say something, because usually I'm very honest about how I feel about the work that I'm doing, because it is a service. It's a sacrifice. I spend a lot of time away from my children. So I need your support when we talk about child welfare reform, when our babies are dying. I need your support when we talk about probation. I need you to show up when we talk about any of the items, housing department. You know that Latinos and single mothers are the #1 overrepresented people in our system. So I need your voices, but I need them integrated so that we're not just looking at the jails, we're looking at our whole system. Hold us accountable for the whole thing, not just for the jails. I heard you loud and clear. You don't want just the jails. You're asking for a level of accountability that is greater than this. You don't want to wait until our kids come into our system. And thank you to the youth. I think they might have left, but their message, along with many of you, was just absolutely beautiful, the way that they were able to come and share their experiences and the wisdom that they carry at such a young age. So if we're going to invest in transforming this facility, I want us to be equally ambitious about transforming what happens within our system and the level of commitment. And maybe this is too much, but I'm going to say, if we invest a certain amount of dollars in our carceral system, then we invest the same amount of dollars into our youth prevention, into our violence prevention. And I know Supervisor Ellenberg, you led this effort with our violence prevention initiative, because it's important to all of us who are up here. One way or another, we are all working with the same community. So I'm being very ambitious, but I think it's about systems. So we need to fix our systems before they actually get in them, while they're in them, and then hopefully when people actually leave them. And this is the same, I'll say the same thing. It's the same thing for our child welfare system, because we need to continue to invest. And it's always about system transformation. You all know that if you're the wrong shade of color of your skin, a beautiful, beautiful pigment, but we are seen differently. We're treated differently. Our children are treated differently. and this is not specific to me. Nobody cares whether my son is my son. When he's out in the street, he will be treated just like everybody else who is a brown boy. So I take this work really seriously because it impacts me as a mom of a 17-year-old who's going to school in the East Side. And it's meaningful because we need to have access to behavioral health. We have to have access to substance use treatment, to education, to the workforce employment, to all of the things that you find important to keep our families out of poverty, to allow them to break that intergenerational trauma of violence. This is the work that we need to do beforehand, before we actually are having this discussion here. Because it all connects, right? It all connects. But we have to acknowledge that we are here. This is where we're at. And so what are we going to do with the system that we have? And I don't know that any one of you, I don't want a new jail. I don't want any additional jails, because guess what? The people who are in there are going to look like me. We need to invest in the resources. So let's measure our success. And I know this is a little far off from what we're talking about in terms of plans, but let's measure our success by the fewer people that return to jail, the sooner that our people get processed through the courts and their cases are heard. So somebody said something about more additional public defenders. Absolutely, I believe in that as well. I think you need to give us an opportunity to work with us beyond just the jails. Because it begins, like I said, it begins with our children, it begins in education, it begins with our child welfare system. And I encourage you to continue to listen to what we're about here today. So I just want to be able to have a county system reform that is strategic and responsive, and that is comprehensive and integrated and beyond just this jail system that we're talking about today. But today, there are some additions to the jail system that I've asked you before, Sheriff. I said, do we provide substance abuse? Do we provide this? And we do provide mental health, but maybe not at the rate that we want, and not at the discretion that is available within the facility that exists. And so I want the folks who are inside to be able to rehabilitate in a way that is truly an opportunity for them to come back into our society, to be able to share like those boys did and say, you know what, I tripped up, but now I have a new track and I'm going to share my wisdom with others. And so thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for holding us accountable. And I'm going to ask you to keep us accountable to the rest of the systems that create the opportunities to be in this jail system now. That's our child welfare system, that's our probation system, that's our juvenile justice system, and maybe the lack of behavioral health services that are not available. But we're trying. We really are trying. We just need the conversation to be larger, broader, and more integrated. Thank you.
Supervisor Rico.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you to all the public members who've come to speak. Really appreciate all of your thoughts and your input. And I just, I don't have a lot to say, to be honest. My colleagues who spoke just now, I think, have really laid out the situation quite well. So I don't have much more to say other than that, I do agree that to me this is, and I'm newer to this issue than my colleagues who spoke before me, but I don't look at this as an either or proposition in terms of the resources, where we put our resources. I agree with Vice President Arenas and her comments about how it is the big picture. There's many elements to this, and this is the jail issue is one part of the larger work that we are trying to do. But for me, even before I was elected, I did get to tour the jail, the main jail, and then I've seen Elmwood as well. And frankly, was just really shocked at the conditions. It's beyond just cleaning the facilities. It's really quite deplorable. And I just believe, I've always believed that to be able to provide the proper services, you have to have the proper facilities and equipment to do so. And we just don't have that right now. And I am very, interested in the opportunities. Like when we need to be able to provide just basic, good health care, and we can't do that. We don't have enough exam rooms in the facilities right now. Mental health, therapy sessions. We don't have private rooms for that. And this is just basic facilities that are necessary to provide these, what I think are important and frankly, basic services for folks to be able to, have well-being. And we don't have that in these facilities right now. Someone mentioned higher ed. There is offerings of college classes right now. Yes, they have that, but again, we don't have the facilities to do more. And that's what I'm looking for, is being able to provide more of those rehabilitative opportunities. Like I think about the future, I went to Elmwood. It's a lot of land. I've never seen 51 acres of open land in my community. So I look at that and I look at the possibilities, and I'd like to get to a point where we can offer transitional housing, because I know that's a real challenge for folks who are trying to restart their lives. So that's how I look at this, is, one, we have a consent decree. We're required to do this. I don't want to have to be in a position where we end up having to transfer control over to the federal government, especially given what's going on now. But two, again, for those who, we want to minimize incarceration, but there are those who are in our system right now, and I just want to make sure that they have again, the proper facilities for well-being and for rehabilitative opportunities. So, and that's not to say, we're going to not do the other things. We need to continue to work on it at the upstream programs as well. I will say, I kept hearing about school closure, and I just, wanted to make a comment, having served some time on the County Board of Education. That's an issue, frankly, about enrollment. A lot of our communities are seeing a decrease in children, frankly, because of affordability or not enough housing opportunities, and that's creating less children in our school districts. And so that's the tough decision that our school districts are having to make, and having to close some of these schools. There's just not enough kids. And so that's a bigger problem, frankly. And at the end of the day, we have to work on all of these issues, whether it's housing, education, in jails, and I'm committed to doing all of that, but I just want to, make sure that we're clear on what the root causes of some of these issues are. We all have responsibility to work and to make improvements, but some of them stem from other issues. And with the schools right now, it's not necessarily financial. It's just the lack of having young people, unfortunately, in our community, or that number is diminishing. So I appreciate staff's work on this. I think it is a good plan. I think the phasing is important. I think it's important for us to check in. I appreciate that in one sense, you know, to be honest, like the cost is obviously really incredibly high. I've heard that from the history of this issue, there was a time when the county had a grant. It cost maybe a few $100 million, not billions of dollars. That's the issue, is the longer you wait, the more expensive projects get. And I see that in like the areas I work in, transportation, every year project goes up by 10%. So it's just going to get more and more expensive. And so we have to, like, we're at a point where I don't think we have much more time to wait. So we need to move forward. But I do appreciate that with the time, I think with all of the reform measures that have been put in place, we see a different scenario where we don't have to create as large a facility in terms of the actual cells, and we can, you know, look at and focus more on the rehabilitative parts of the facilities. So I think that the idea of continuing to monitor, measure, revisit, and adjust accordingly is important. I will look forward to how we come up, or to seeing the funding plan for these phases. I know that's going to be a huge endeavor, but I think we just need to tackle it now. Thanks.
Supervisor Young.
I want to spend my time and reserve my comments for gratitude. Thank you to community members and advocates for being here today. You're right. Community investment is what creates safer neighborhoods. Economic opportunities and inclusion creates safer futures. Child welfare systems are invested in, families that are supported, creates better outcomes. Those are the type of investments, that is the type of partnership that is needed for us to head towards a future where no jails are needed. You're right. And I don't think anybody on this board disagrees with you from what I've heard from my colleagues today and what I've heard from my colleagues before they were my colleagues, when they were my bosses. This is a board that has committed itself time and time again to criminal justice reform and all the ways that we can get there. You have that commitment from me now, today. Many years ago, I went to law school to become a public defender. That was the only goal. When I interviewed for my first job, I was asked why I wanted to become a public defender. I didn't have a fancy answer. I just said I wanted to keep my cousins out of jail. These are my constituents. These are our constituents. The folks who are in our custody right now are my bosses. Every resident of Santa Clara County and in District 2, whether they voted or not, voted for me or not, or eligible to vote or not, are my bosses. And I have a responsibility, this board and this county has a responsibility to make sure that they are safe. While they are in our care and custody, they are in our care. With the Public Defender's Office, I went to the main jail. I went to Elmwood to visit my clients. I went there to see their conditions. This is a long time ago and things have not gotten better. It was bad then and it's worse now. We can do all the things together, and I hope that we can continue to have your partnership, your guidance to achieve true criminal justice reform, public safety reform. Because even if I was a public defender, even if I was visiting clients, even if I have family or neighbors, bosses and constituents with lived experience, I know that I continually have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So I hope that you'll be part of that journey with me and with this board, for us to consistently, constantly learn, unlearn what that looks like, what true safety and security looks like for community, and how we can implement our policy decisions to get there. The proposal today says to re-envision Elmwood and Main Jail with less beds, less custodial facilities, and in place of those beds, health and behavioral health services to better serve the people, the human beings, and our loved ones in our custody and our care. Thank you for being here. I hope that you will continue this journey with us, just as you've always had, and that I expect and I know that this board and administration will continue to do our very best to meet the moment and make sure that every single member of our community, every single resident of our county, someday is guaranteed a roof over their head, a safe bed to sleep in. Thank you.
Vice President Rennes.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to ask my questions. So I know that CGL is, I think, a subsidiary of LaSalle. I don't know what their relationship is, but they have a lawsuit against them for the conditions that were in one of the detention centers. And I'm wondering, why do we have this contract with those folks?
Thank you, Vice President Arenas, for the question. We only actually learned about that earlier from a member of the public around, as you mentioned, CGL is a larger organization. They offer 5 or 6 different services. We have a contract with one of the subsidiaries that is focused on the operational and the conditions assessment for our facilities. I would have to look into more details in terms of what was shared late last night and this morning.
Thank
and
you.
And apologies, Supervisor. I would
go
also
ahead.
share that our contract with CGL at the moment, the contract that we have is specific to this phase. As you know, there's no design element included in the current phase that we're in with the proposal. We would go out and seek a separate consultant. So we are wrapping up, not trying to dismiss the comment, but
Right.
from a contract perspective, we are nearing the end of our agreement with CGL.
No, I understand that piece. Any money to a system that is, and I know that you believe this, because I know we've talked about this and we are doing some work around our farm worker housing and the detention center that's getting built out in Gilroy. And I know our county council has worked really hard to put a stop to that. So we are very conscious of that, and I just want the public to know that we take every measure, and sometimes things happen because we are human beings. And so I know that I want to make sure that we no longer have any kind of contract agreements, dealings with advice from folks who have obviously lawsuits at this level, especially those who are building detention centers for profit, because it is a profit business as we see it. And hopefully there is a bill out there that you all can determine once, if the governor signs it, that would tax businesses that are in the detention center business. All right, so I'm going to move back to my questions. I have another one. Now, I know that there was some feedback from, I think, from some of the inmate councils, but it wasn't the larger population. They obviously represent certain segments of the jail. Can you tell us a little bit more how that happened? What kind of feedback did they give? What did they say?
Thank you. I might look to the Sheriff's Office to provide additional information related to the selection process, but as I understand it, the members of the Inmate Advisory Council are nominated by the people who are in their housing unit. So the Sheriff's Office doesn't actually select the individuals. Each housing unit has a different method by which they choose their representative. And then we have an Inmate Advisory Council at Main Jail North and another separate one at Elmwood. And within Elmwood, there is a male representation and female representation. In terms of the engagement, I failed to mention earlier, Supervisor Arenas, that we are also working with the Inmate Advisory Council on the development of a survey to get their input, particularly around the design phases. The input that we got during our conversation, though, was around providing additional program space. One of the kind of more interesting comments that we received from several of the gentlemen at Main Jail North was around not necessarily wanting to leave their housing pod to receive services. One of the things that observations that we made at some of the facility tours that we conducted is each of the housing pods has program space for classrooms that are flexible spaces that can also be used for programming from a behavioral health perspective. And so that is one of the comments that we got from them. I will admit that during the IAC comments, it's really hard for people to conceptualize a conversation around a facility without having something to react to. So the majority of the comments were around, not having enough program space, wanting certain dietary changes to their meals. I know one big win for the unit that produces or prepares the food was the inmates asked for a different type of milk. And then they were able to actually make this change. It saved money on the operation side. So the comments that we received aren't explicitly or exclusively to facilities. Everything is around how do we make the space better for services and access to programs.
Right. Sometimes when you can envision changes, then you can get ideas, right? We have somebody offered me a model, and this is the San Quentin facility that got built, and not to say that we are like a prison, but we are a jail. It is a carceral system. And they have, I think, sound booths to have inmates record podcasts, and I had forgotten about them because I do listen to some of those in the public funded radio station. These are skill sets that could bring the certain folks into a different kind of a workforce other than maintenance, right? Other than some of the kind of service industry jobs. And I think that we also have to take a look at what are people actually interested in, what's missing, what's a gap that's missing. I know there's electricians you could never find, even as a council member. This is now, 10 years later, we still don't have enough electricians. I just think that there's gaps that our incarcerated folks can actually meet. And I think that we need to take a look at a little more, to be more, dig a little deeper with folks. And I think those who are incarcerated have access to an iPad, right? And maybe it's a survey that gets answered through the iPad modality, and maybe there's a reward for filling it out. I don't know, but I think that we need to hear more answers and more feedback from folks. And then the other thing is, I think the community also wants to participate in the plan outside of just this, because right now, when you bring things to us, they're not completely baked, but they're semi, right? Maybe it'll go in the oven, maybe it won't. And a lot of the times the board tells you, provides you additional direction, and then it may go back to committee. But I think what I heard over and over again is an opportunity to have a community conversation. Now, the community conversation isn't whether we are going to have a jail or not. And I'll be honest, I don't want a jail, but for those folks who are raping, who are murdering, who are burglarizing, who are doing all of these kinds of crimes, I don't know that there's another option that other than incarceration. And maybe the kind of experience while you're incarcerated can make a huge difference. And I know there's like the European countries that offer different kinds of experiences and a different type of rehabilitation. And I think this is also an opportunity to get closer to that kind of rehabilitation. And I know that while folks don't want, nobody wants a jail. Nobody is looking for a jail. Nobody says, this is something that I really want to discuss as a board member, as a policymaker. But this is the work that we do. Sometimes there are items that we're more interested in, items that makes us absolutely sad, and but tell us something about where we are as a community, and that is that the Black and brown community is getting failed repeatedly by incarceration is what I hear. And so it's up to us as a system to figure out how do we stop that pipeline? How do we create systems that have more success within those who are mostly impacted by the carceral system, which is Black and brown, mostly men. And so I don't want to disregard any of those comments. I understand them, and I understand that those conversations might be very difficult, but I think we need to have them, or have another hearing like this and have it here and get some level of feedback, because it's a very one-sided conversation, right? They tell us what they don't want, but they don't have an opportunity to tell us everything that they do want to see. So that is the other request. I'll make I don't think there's a motion on the floor. No. Okay. I will be the unpopular person to make the motion to accept the report. And I will make the motion to consider some of these recommendations, but I'm not going to accept them as recommendations that are going to stay, right? This is a starting point, and so I'm asking as part of the motion for us to have a community conversation, for us to have additional feedback from those who are incarcerated, for you to take a look at other facilities that offer different kinds of workforce development opportunities beyond the ones that we have, because at this point, I don't know that we have anything significant so that when people re-enter our society can have different kinds of jobs and be able to support their families. Okay, so that is, oh, and then I also want us to, and I know this is a little dreamy, and the county council will knock me if I'm dreaming too much, but I want us to also have an equal investment in our children and our families. So we need to look at a system-wide approach to incarceration and to the prevention and intervention of incarceration. So that includes our child welfare system, our juvenile justice system, our behavioral health system. And I know from having previous conversations with our county executive, James Williams, we've talked about a system of care that is integrated, so that our families can receive the services and our system can be responsive. So that is my motion.
Vice Ellenberg.
I'm happy to second that. And I love the motion. A lot of Vice President Arenas' direction, I understand to already be incorporated. We have, a group of you have done some other site visits. The community engagement will continue, but to the extent any of that is not part of it, I support the motion.
Yes, Tony, go ahead.
If I'm understanding, it's more of sort of talking about taking a philosophical approach to the extent that the motion is saying that you're trying to memorialize an actual equal investment monetarily. I think that's beyond the scope. You'd need to come back with a referral on that.
Thank you. That makes you the second least popular person in this room. I'm the first.
Yeah, I'm not clear what needs a referral if all of that work is really already being contemplated as we move forward.
I think if it's asking that there be a consideration of an equal investment as a sort of philosophical matter, that is, I think, an appropriate sort of guidance, philosophical guidance. But of course, the board's not in a position today to say that an equal amount of money needs to be spent on one thing or another.
Understood. And maybe this is part of our priority setting process, and we can say that whatever we invest in a carceral system, we will invest in families, we will invest in violence prevention, we will invest in so many other areas that can incarcerate our families, because poverty, intergenerational violence, and trauma is just as limiting as a jail that is brick and mortar. So I will take that out of my motion, and my seconder is fine with it.
Absolutely.
And that'll be that.
Yeah,
Thank
one
you.
other clarification. On the ledge file, there are two recommended action. First is receive the report. Second is regarding the authorizing administration to initiate the phased adult jail facility investment plan. Is that included in the motion or no?
I will, only if we have additional community feedback. So at this point, I'm not ready to make that motion to move ahead with the phased plan, because I'm hearing from our community that they didn't get to contribute, maybe as meaningful, or maybe they didn't show up, I don't know. Either way, I think there's another opportunity for us to have an additional conversation.
I'd like to recommend that we still approve both, but that doesn't mean that a decision will be made. We don't have an RFP, we don't have anything in place, but it allows us to keep moving forward. But I hear you and absolutely agree with you that communication and engagement is part of every phase of every phase.
Okay, wonderful. And we learned a lesson earlier about RFPs, that we need to see them. We need to see them, one, way ahead of time, and have feedback from our community and stakeholders that impacted. So I'll go ahead and include that in the motion.
Okay.
Both of the action items.
Okay. Clerk, we got that motion down? Motion and seconded?
Sure do.
Thank you.
We
Attorney.
ready to call the roll?
Nope, I still haven't spoken.
Oh, sorry.
First of all, I want to thank the community for showing up today and previously, and show up also at the PSJC meeting regarding the issues. There are many things that still needs to be done. I look at this plan right now, the dollar amount is humongous. I think the word billion never really came to us until last Thursday when I first at the PSJC meeting. So certainly these numbers are far greater than I've ever expected, and I'm extremely uncomfortable. I'm just say this first. And so with the one proposal given to from our consultant, I certainly do think that we might need to get what we call a second opinion, or maybe a third opinion for something this large. So I would ask to see my colleague, if that's okay in the motion, to see if we could.
We would have to get multiple bids
Absolutely.
before committing
Well, not just
to
a bid, but
anything.
even at this point, to get some more consultancy instead of just one opinion saying this is going to be the cost. I think we need to talk to more people. So I would like to ask to see if there's something that can be
I think
changed.
maybe there's some confusion about what's in front of the board. We are many, 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 many steps away from the process of actually appropriating funds, issuing lease revenue bonds, and actually having construction costs. In the interest of transparency, we're providing what is a current estimate of what it's actually possibly likely to cost for these initial phases of construction. Based on, for example, the reality of interest rates going up and the significant inflation that's happening right now as a result of President Trump's tariff policies, among many, many other things, and the war in Iran, every week that passes, these costs are likely going up, and going up at a significant clip. So honestly, I believe these costs are likely, probably, we don't know because we won't know until many, many months from now when we're actually getting bids, but these costs, I think, are probably an understatement. But I don't think, honestly, there's value in seeking second and third opinions on these costs, because we actually have to go through a lot of process for design, as has been shared in the comments here today, incorporated in the plan in front of the board is extensive stakeholder input and engagement processes, extensive, prior to any development of actual designs or specific proposals for specific programming for facilities. Those designs are necessary to then actually be able to scope out actual construction costs. And then those construction costs ultimately will be dependent on bids that are received through the public contracting process at that time, and that time will be certainly quite a bit from now. So I just think it's important to be aware of that, and also aware that even in this first set of phasing, it's a many years long process. And so, for example, post demolition of certain sites will then need to be engaged in a bidding process for construction, for replacement facilities or the behavioral health facilities, et cetera. And so those costs are not going to be fixed until that time as well. We're just trying to forecast that this is the reasonable expected range based on what we know today. But these are not, there's been no bidding to know that these are exactly the costs for a project, and we're very far away precisely because of the exact same issues that the board has been identifying in terms of subsequent needed engagement. We're quite a long ways away from actually having programmed spaces that would then be necessary to inform architectural design that is then necessary to inform something that's actually a potentially biddable contract. So I just wanted to clarify kind of where we are in that roadmap, and the fact that those decisions, those contracts will be back before the board, but not for a while, not until after that stakeholder engagement process and following a very prescribed set of rules around how the county is obligated to conduct the bidding processes when we do engage in public works or public contracting construction.
Thank you, James. I just want to make sure that we are going to make sure we have multiple opinions before this comes through, and it sounds like there will be in many ways that this will be obtained, so that's great. Other things I want to mention regarding this plan of what I have mentioned before, and I'll say it again. I have always wanted, and this has been about 3 years ago, talked about having some type of a health facilities for behavioral health for many of those who are incarcerated. That's currently going only to 8A in the main jail north. Michael Tyree was one of them, and we know what happened to him when he's moved downstairs. And I don't want that to ever happen again. And so this plan does have a space being built as a behavioral health, but I don't want it to be a jail. This needs to be behavioral health hospital model. Yes, it's inside the fence of Elmwood, but it is a hospital run by doctors and nurses to provide those type of services. And I think that's something that's so important to be in there. Another space I think extremely important, I hope we can even put that in as phase 0, would be re-entry in Elmwood. Re-entry services needs to start far earlier, and that's something that we could do now. I know we have great folks at re-entry doing a lot of great work right now outside, but there's no reason why that process cannot start far earlier to get the folks ready when they were released from our care, that these things are all lined up. So I want to make sure that these are some of the very important things we could do sooner than later on these advices. You mentioned that there's an inmate advisory council. You're getting comments from them. If it's possible, I would certainly like to receive some of those results, at least at PSJC, so that we could see that, so we could actually see some of these advice and suggestions. One thing I want the public to hear from me Okay, so one other thing I do want to mention is that while we are going through this process, we have said over and over again, we really do need the public to be engaged. So I want to make sure that our folks are listening to all these information coming back to us so that whatever we are moving forward step by step, that there's clear transparency, the public can trust that this process is getting their inputs. Sheriff and I have been talking about this for a while now regarding a timeline, some type of a date, and I'm finally able to see that, okay, there's some timeline, there's some type of movement happening to improve these spaces. Because at the end of the day, when people keep saying building a new jail, I just want to make sure people understand we're not really adding any beds in our jail. We are actually reducing the number of beds. What we are doing here is really repairing the facilities that are aging, that's deteriorating and really falling short to be inhumane or dangerous. And I've said this previously, to me, the building Main Jail North is a crime scene. There's been far too many sufferings and too many people have died there. And I'm not just talking Michael Tyree. And so I think we owe it to our community to make sure that whatever we are going to try to do in the future, we have to build in a humane fashion and think far ahead so that these are spaces that will allow people with meaningful access to programs, to mental health treatment, to substance use services on site, education, reentry support, and programming that address the underlying issues that have contributed to these incarcerations. If we're going to invest this much money in our facilities, we absolutely need to be investing in services and programs to help them to successfully return to their families, communities, of course, reduce recidivism. We are not just looking at building some shiny-looking facilities. It should be a better system, ones that prioritize rehabilitations, treatment, dignity, and ultimately safer communities. We need facilities that has classrooms that also, not just the rooms, but places to take classes like community colleges partnership to get credits so they might even earn a degree. With sports facilities and physical activities for them, and not just a little triangular space with a so-called basketball court and call that a public space for health. And we need to invest in treatment, education, support people that need to succeed once they leave. And as we said, we really believe the community has to be part of this process with real transparency as the designs are developed and while each of these phases are moving forward, and that inputs needs to actually matter and not just to check a box. Without further ado, I would ask to have the vote taken. Thank you, Ajay.
And that was a motion by Supervisor Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg, to adopt both recommendations. Supervisor Abikoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Arenas? I'm sorry,
Before-
Vice President Arenas.
Before I answer, I just want to let our audience know that the following items, 11, 12, and 13, are exclusively about our child welfare reform. So please stay if you can. And that's a yes.
And President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion passes with 5.
Thank you. Item 10 has been continued. Item 11, 12, and 13 for the child welfare issues. And I believe, well, we haven't had lunch break yet, and I've been asked to have a recess for 20 minutes by our colleagues here. So I'm going to just a short recess. We're not going to take lunch break. This is just a really quick recess, 20 minutes, to allow the panelists and all that to get everything, the electronics all set up. I have 2:48, so what's 20 plus that? 3:10. Yes,
3:10?
3:10, yes. 3:10 p.m., please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Tap it.
Test, test. It's gonna be, though, like,
It has to stay on.
it's gonna be staying on.
Well, they just used them, huh? Turning the microphone on works by you clicking on. Well, it will be plugged in. Just know that
Test.
this will always be on. The mic or the HDMI? This microphone. HDMI.
Yes.
Okay, the time is now 3:18. We want to call the roll to establish a quorum.
Yes, let's do
Okay,
that first.
Supervisor Abacoka. Supervisor Yoon.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes, I'm here.
And President Lee.
Good afternoon,
We have
President.
5 back. Thank you.
Thank you. For the next 3 items, 11 to 13, we'll be hearing the public comments together first, once we get that started. But in the meantime, I just want to let the panelists know that we will be talking each issue, but then as far as the public comments period, we'll be doing together. So before any public will speak, we certainly would like to hear from the panel. We have a very distinguished panel today, so I'll let our staff to explain who we have on here, and I believe each panel is maybe about 5 minutes each, approximately. That works? Okay. Go ahead, Dan.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Supervisor Lee, members of the board. Daniel Little, Social Service Agency Director, joined by Wendy Kinnear-Rausch, our DFCS Director, and really honored to introduce this exceptional panel. So I'll give a quick information for each of our panelists. So we're joined by Dr. Jill Barrick from University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Barrick is a nationally recognized child welfare scholar and has conducted a range of studies and authored numerous books and articles on topics relating to child poverty, child maltreatment, and child welfare. We have Jerry Milner, the co-director of the Family Justice Group. Jerry is the founder and co-director of the Family Justice Group. From 2017 to 2021, he led the U.S. Children's Bureau, Department of Health and Human Services, and for most of that time was acting Commissioner, Administration on Children, Youth, and Families. We have Dave McDowell, who's a Children's Services Quality Management Branch Chief with the California Department of Social Services. Dave oversees the State Bureau that leads statewide continuous quality improvement efforts, including coordination of federal reviews, Child and Family Services Review, Title IV-B planning, Children and Family Services Plan and Annual Progress and Service Reports, and California's Child Welfare Services case reviews. We have Judge Len Edwards. Judge Edwards served as a Superior Court judge in Santa Clara County for 26 years and later as a statewide consultant on juvenile and family court matters. Judge Edwards advocates for judicial oversight to ensure child welfare agencies make reasonable efforts towards family preservation, safety, and reunification before and during foster care proceedings. Dr. Kelly Fong, Associate Professor of Sociology, University of California, Irvine. Dr. Fong studies families, state systems, and policies that affect youth in the child welfare system, drawing from research and fieldwork with social workers, mandated reporters, and mothers subject to child welfare investigation. Judge Yu. Governor Gray Davis appointed Judge Yu to the California Supreme Court in 2001. Judge Yu is the first Asian American female to sit on the Santa Clara County bench, serving on this court from 2001 to 2026. Judge Yu has taught on various topics, including judicial ethics, working with self-represented litigants, eliminating bias, language access, and collaborative courts. And finally, Dr. Wendy Wagman, Director of California Child Welfare Indicators Project, University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Wagman provides comprehensive statewide child welfare data to policymakers, agency staff, researchers, and the public. Formerly a child welfare worker in Alameda and San Francisco counties, she draws on her own lived experience as a former foster youth and guardian to her siblings. I think we can see that we have a very broad and vast experience from our panelists, and I feel exceptionally lucky to have them here. I think we've also seen over the last couple of years that we've had some very robust discussions with our board and with our community around how we want our local child welfare agency to be, how we're going to be protecting and ensuring safety for all of the children that we serve, and really looking forward on how as a community we're going to continue supporting children and families. DFCS makes up one of the critical safety nets within the county, and we need to ensure that we're intervening for every child, making the best decision for every single child, and making that decision based on the child's and the family's presenting challenges. We want to build upon the work that we've talked about in the past, and hopefully the information we glean from today, again, as we look forward to saying how is a department within DFCS, how is a department within the county, and how is our community continuing to pull together to ensure the safety of all the kids that we serve. And with that, I'll turn it over to Wendy.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, Wendy Canarash, Director of Department of Family and Children's Services. Good afternoon to the board, and welcome to all of our distinguished guests. I just have a couple of statements in sitting in this space. As the Child Welfare Director, DFCS remains absolutely focused on the full continuum of prevention and intervention with families. It is our responsibility, our job, to ensure child safety through required assessments, interventions, resources, and supports that ensure child safety and child well-being. It's the engagement with not only children, but with families to understand their needs, to understand their concerns, and the appropriate level of intervention at the appropriate time for healing, for change, for reunification, or for permanency with a safe and supportive adult. This is an opportunity to hear from respected, distinguished child welfare leaders that can support our efforts here in Santa Clara County to invest in what is needed for our children and our families and our communities, and I remain ready to do that.
Let's try again.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Here we go.
Honorable Supervisors, thank you for inviting this conversation this afternoon. I very much appreciate it because child welfare is an essential government service and it is often misunderstood. It's often misunderstood because we take pieces of information from social media, from big stories, from advocates with a point of view, and we therefore lose track of the totality of it. We lose track of the evidence behind it, and it's an incredibly complex system that requires good, reasoned thinking. So I appreciate that you're giving time to this really incredibly important area. In my own research at UC Berkeley, where I've been doing child welfare research for over 30 years, I've studied California's child welfare system and the many counties that we have. I've studied other U.S. states, and I've studied countries across the globe. As a starting point, it's important to know every country in the world has a child welfare system designed to protect kids when parents are unable or unwilling to provide a safe home. But they vary dramatically, and in no country is it not a contested space. Child welfare is hotly debated all over the world, no matter where you go. And that's kind of a paradox because the fundamentals are things that we agree on so very much. Now, let me just give you some examples of that. I think I would be correct in saying that everyone in this room agrees that kids should be safe. We can't have kids being raised in homes where they're dramatically unsafe and harmed. I think most folks would agree that the family is a pretty private space and parents should have a lot of latitude to raise their kids as they want to, and that we don't want government capriciously being engaged. I think we'd agree that we all have a pretty expansive view of family. Many in this room are grandparents or uncles or aunts or siblings. Families matter to children, and we want to embrace families whenever possible. We agree that cultures are different, families are different, and we celebrate that. We agree that parents and kids, once they become involved with child welfare, should have a voice. They should help to say what they need and what might help them turn things around. And kids need stable, loving relationships to grow and thrive. So we agree on so much, and those are the fundamentals of the child welfare system. So why is it contested? It's contested because those fundamental principles are usually at play in really strong families. But when families hit really troubled times, those principles collide. They're in opposition to one another. They're not in alignment. They're not in harmony. And unfortunately, sometimes, in order to secure a child's safety, we compromise family privacy. Or, for example, sometimes, in order to provide a child a very safe, stable, loving, long-term home, we might compromise the principle of family. And child welfare professionals and judges are in the unenviable position of therefore choosing. And what I mean by that is they examine each case carefully, responsibly, as thoroughly as they possibly can. They make reasoned decisions using the collaboration with supervisors, allied professionals, lawyers, and they come up with choices where they privilege one principle and they let the other one stand aside. And that's part of what makes child welfare so incredibly difficult It's difficult for kids because they lose something. And it's difficult for parents because they lose something. And it's difficult for child welfare professionals and managers and even boards of supervisors. Child welfare professionals walk into family situations that are incredibly complicated, often confusing, where parents don't really have much of an interest in sharing a lot of information because they're private, and they should be. They try to collect information with limited time. They have resources that are limited, where the evidence base about how families change is very thin. And so in this context, they can't get caught by the attraction of a simple ideology that privileges family preservation at all cost. No. Cultural accommodation in all circumstances. Kinship care as an always response? No. Thoughtful, talented child welfare professionals recognize each family brings unique strengths and poses unique risks. And as maddening as that may be for all of us, the challenge of managing and sustaining a public service that requires customization and not uniformity is exactly what effective child welfare practice requires. So today I simply urge you to embrace complexity. I encourage you to lean into the discomfort of acknowledging competing fundamental values. And I urge all of us to resist the temptation of easy solutions in a field that is as complex as this.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'll echo Dr. Barrick's comments. Thank you so much for having the conversation and for allowing me to be a part of this conversation. I'm Jerry Milner. I've worked in the field of child welfare, mostly in the public sector, for over 50 years now. Looking forward to the next 50 ahead of me here. A frontline social worker, head of a state child welfare agency, head of the nation's federal child welfare program, and I have managed the federal review of child welfare programs in every single state in the country, including California. I'm here to talk to you today about child welfare practice. I am a practitioner. I believe that that's what I am most qualified to have reflections on here, particularly as we are at a point where we have mounting evidence in so many areas of child welfare practice right now about how we might best support families to stay together safely whenever that is possible. I want to be very clear that in all of our work, all of our practice, child safety is paramount. It should be. In some situations, that means it's not possible to remain safely with a family. But in more situations than not, with the proper supports, my position is that we can help to keep children safe within their own families and avoid the trauma of separation that often lasts for a lifetime for many children who have experienced our child welfare system. I want to share with you just 3 or 4 practices or areas for your consideration, particularly at a time when Santa Clara County has increased the number of children in foster care by over 200% in the last 2 years. I'm sure that that is an area that you're aware of. And may have varied opinions around whether that's a good thing or not a good thing. One of the first points with regard to practice that I want to share is the idea that separating children from their families in itself is neither a guarantee of their safety, nor is it a support for their long-term well-being. We have research out there that shows a lack of correlation between child fatalities and reducing the number of children who are entering foster care. And the person who led that research, Dr. Kelly Fong is on our panel today and will be able to elaborate on that a little bit more. Also, since 2017, nationally, the number of children in foster care has been reduced without significant increases in the number of child fatalities across the country. My view, to be very transparent, is that if we can have fewer children in foster care without corresponding safety concerns, that is a positive move toward balancing the child welfare continuum with preventative and supportive opportunities and reserving the most stringent and intrusive interventions for those situations where there are no other options. A second point with regard to practice I'd like to make is that preserving the relational health for children is essential to their lifelong development and well-being. By relational health, I mean connections, a sense of belonging, being a part of family, community, and other relationships that help to sustain all of us and not only the children and parents who are involved in our child welfare system. We have a growing body of research that tells us that having positive relationships in life for all of us is one of the greatest predictors of our well-being. Yet, my firsthand experience in child welfare tells me that out of necessity sometimes, out of happenstance at other times, our system disrupts and disconnects children from their families, their communities, and supports. We in child welfare are very often in the business of looking for a bed, not looking for a relationship. And children pay the price for that. Could be later on through the juvenile justice system, the mental health system, the adult correctional system. They pay the price, and you also will pay the price for that. The third point I'd like to make is that early childhood experiences matter. This is important because children under the age of 3 are at greatest risk of coming into our child welfare system. We know from the research a whole lot about what we call adverse child experiences, which includes child abuse, child neglect, maltreatment, separation, loss of parents, other kinds of adverse experiences, and the effects that has, those experiences have on children throughout their lives. We have more recent experience that tells us that even modest positive childhood experiences can counter those adverse effects and help children to have a much happier and more productive trajectory over the course of their life, which means, in practice, investing in community support, investing in prevention, investing in opportunities to provide those positive experiences so that we can help guide informed decision-making rather than fueling emotional responses. You have so much of that going for you in Santa Clara County with your First Five program and also other opportunities like your early childhood programs, child care, early Head Start, family resource centers, community-based family support organizations. These are the opportunities that we have to counter so many of the negative experiences that children have. The fourth and last point that I want to make here is that we have learned through the years, certainly over the 50 years that I've been out in the field, that supporting families and keeping children safe are not necessarily two separate things. It is not one or the other. It is not always one and always the other. Children thrive when their families thrive. Supporting families is a support to their children. And primary prevention can support families before things fall apart, before children are at risk, before we mistake poverty and lack of resources for child neglect. And child neglect is the reason that 3/4 of the children across our country are in the foster care system today. You have every reason in Santa Clara County to have very high expectations of what happens to children and to their families. You should expect in one of the richest counties in the entire country, which also has one of the widest gaps in disparity, economic disparities among your population, you should expect that families get what they need in order to thrive and have the supports to take care of their children in safe ways. You should expect that before the Department of Social Services removes a child from their parents' care, that they have made reasonable efforts to keep those children safely with their parents before they do the most intrusive thing they can do, which is remove them. You have in Santa Clara County and on your panel today, a person I consider to be the foremost authority on reasonable efforts in the entire country, Judge Lynn Edwards, and I'm sure he'll speak to the importance of providing those efforts. When things go wrong, and they absolutely will go wrong in your child welfare system and every other child welfare system in this country, delve into it. I encourage you to understand it. I encourage you to find out what happened and to make corrections when they're needed. But what I do not encourage you to do is to jerk your entire system into one that systematically removes children out of fear. That will not solve the problems, nor will it keep children safe, and it will, in fact, exacerbate so much of the difficulty that children already have growing up in very positive ways. Thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave McDowell, Chief of the Children's Services Quality Management Branch at the California Department of Social Services. Thank you, members of the board, for having us here and allowing us to provide information to you. I want to talk to you a little bit about the role of the California Department of Social Services in the context of child welfare services. The Federal Administration for Children and Families recognizes the CDSS as the single state agency responsible for the administration and the supervision of the child welfare service system. That means that that CDSS provides California county agencies with oversight, as the counties are the ones that are responsible for providing the direct services. We are responsible for ensuring that there is a fully functional child welfare system that protects children from harm, that maintains children with their families when it is safe to do so, to encourage reunification as quickly and as safely as possible for children who are required to be removed from the home, to encourage placement with relatives, again, when that is safe and reasonable, to make sure that there are appropriate placements that are consistent with the needs of the child, and to achieve permanency when reunification is not possible through guardianship and adoption. And finally, we provide support for those leaving foster care. Sometimes there are those that are in foster care until they reach adulthood, and we provide support to counties to support those young people getting a start on their life outside of foster care. Typically, the department does this through a number of means. Largely, we are responsible for passing through federal Title IV-E and Title IV-B funds, as well as state funding for various programs. We're also responsible for implementing state laws around child welfare through policy, regulations, and practice information. And then lastly, we are responsible for reporting to the federal government on the functioning of our child welfare system in a variety of ways, one of which includes a comprehensive review of individual child welfare cases that get rolled up into a report that we send to the federal government, and that is based on information that we get from children, from parents, from resource families or foster parents, providers, and agency staff. So these are very comprehensive reviews, and recently we have published those online as a dashboard. So that is something that people can go and look at for Santa Clara County and for all counties in California.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Judge.
I'm Len Edwards. I'm a retired judge. I was a juvenile court judge for 22 of my 26 years on the bench, and I introduced some innovations which are still alive and well, like the Child Advocate Program in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County, mediation, started Kids in Common. I write a lot. I have a website, which judgeleonardedwards.com, with more than 200 articles and videos about child welfare and about what I call child protection, because child protection is child welfare. I want to say that Jerry Milner was the finest director of the Children's Bureau that we've ever had, and that he was appointed by Donald Trump, our then president, and not reappointed was a big mistake. But he is an inspiration. Now I want to talk to you about the Green Book project, which was undertaken in the late 20th century. The Green Book is actually a shorthand title for effective intervention, and I gave 6 copies to the clerk of the court, one for each of the members of the Board of Supervisors and one for the county executive. This is a best practice book that more than 40 national experts contributed to after we met for 2 years. Then there were 6 implementation projects with millions of dollars spent implementing the recommendations in the Green Book. Santa Clara County was one of those counties. We liked the implementation so much that we decided to have a 6th year of implementation. It brought together hundreds of people in our county to talk about child protection and child welfare. It was one of the most inspiring experiences I've ever had in community involvement. Now, one of the things I had to do was to talk to the advocates, that is, the domestic violence advocates, and persuade them to work with social workers. You may not realize it, but there's tension between the 2 organizations. The tension being that the child welfare workers focus on the child, whereas the advocates focus on the mother. And they thought that child workers, workers from the Department of Social Services were there to take their children away. But we worked through it during that period such that advocates are now at the table. We also had an agreement that the probation department would have a domestic violence unit and that the Department of Family and Children Services would have a domestic violence unit, because they're so important to get. Domestic violence is a silent problem. Women do not like to talk about the fact that they've been abused. It takes 7 abusive acts before an average woman will report or leave the abuser. And suddenly, a social worker appears, and the woman says, oh, first of all, I'm getting beaten up, but now I'm going to lose my kids. Well, all the recommendations that we had and the implemented was to have advocates at the table, as the Children's Issues Committee recommends, and I'll give you that recommendation set after I'm through here. The Green Book was a success. I'd say we've slipped a little. I have some specific recommendations. The first one is to have on staff or on contract experts in areas that the social workers may not be trained in, or they need some help, someone to turn to. San Francisco has 2 people on contract from San Francisco State, where this is the San Francisco Social Service Agency, where they can get advice from experts outside of the department on particular issues. I also believe that the riskiest children are the infants, and we haven't done it's the most difficult problem I can think of, and our recent experience with child deaths reflects that. Well, I talked with San Diego, and they have something called a highly vulnerable children protocol. And I have a copy of that here today. But and I'm going to give it to you. I've talked about it with Daniel a little bit. I think that Santa Clara County needs to look at this as a possible support for the dangers to highly vulnerable children. And of course, I'm familiar with a 0 to 3 program out of Florida. I think it's Florida, maybe at DC. And we have First 5 in California. But I think we're an ideal county to take a good look at the high-risk, highly vulnerable children protocol to see if we can do better with those kids with better practices. I think we might want to even consult with the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, which has a domestic violence unit with 10 experts, and they are willing to work with any county. The dependency judge just needs to ask for that, and I know that Judge Schwartz will do that if we talk to her about it. The agency and Judge Schwartz could work together to implement a highly vulnerable children protocol. That's all I have to say today. I know that we can do better. I agree with Jerry Milner that you as a board have the right to have expectations of better results. And I think that working together with the juvenile court, we can accomplish that. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Kelly Fong. My co-panelists have covered a number of important issues already, and so I want to focus on the challenges that many families are facing, how they experience the DFCS response, and what we know about how best to promote child well-being. So I draw on my experience researching child welfare practices and experiences, including analyzing administrative data, observing investigations, and conducting hundreds of interviews with investigators, impacted mothers, and mandatory reporters. So most child welfare cases involve manifestations of family adversity. I sat in on a training session for new investigators in Connecticut where the trainer told the group, he said, some of you came to DCF. You filled out the application, you interviewed, and you said, I'm going to stop all these people who are out there abusing children. But he said to the group, that isn't what the agency primarily deals with. He said, we work in large part with parents who are challenged with caring for their children for one reason or another. Parents who are challenged in caring for their children for one reason or another. So often, as I saw, and as those of you who have worked in the system know, that reason is poverty and its associated stressors and hardships. As one mother reflected to me after DCF's visit, she said, I wasn't a bad mom, but I was a stressed mom. When I shadowed caseworkers, I saw families struggling with things like housing insecurity, domestic violence, addiction, mental health needs, as well as families who had been misjudged due to cultural differences or biases. So these are the kinds of cases that DFCS and other agencies like it are seeing every day. Keeping that in mind invites us to think more expansively about our response. How should we respond to these broader challenges that families are facing? So intervention by what we call the child welfare system is just one possible response, and it's one that comes with real costs. For many families, a knock on the door from DFCS is terrifying. It's a state agent with the power to separate your family, scrutinizing you. They're calling your kid's doctor for records, your kid's school. You don't necessarily trust them to understand what you're going through. They may not look like you or have the life experience that you've had. Recently, even the politician Pete Buttigieg, with all of his privileges, recalled his experience of having a sleepless night among the darkest hours of his life after investigators came. So it's no wonder that even after cases close, even after they were connected with helpful resources, parents don't want DFCS to be the one working with them, helping them to address their needs. Investigations can be stressful for kids too. There's a stranger who's coming to ask them questions, to inspect their rooms, perhaps even their bodies. They worry about what might happen. When kids are removed from home, this too is immensely traumatic. As the American Association of Pediatrics has noted, family separation can cause irreparable harm, disrupting a child's brain architecture and affecting his or her short or long-term health. This type of prolonged exposure to serious stress, known as toxic stress, can carry lifelong consequences for children. So we need to do this very sparingly, only when there's no other option for keeping kids safe. Thankfully, we have other avenues to protect children. One of the mothers I interviewed, I asked her to share her vision of child welfare, and she emphasized things like housing and childcare. As she said, and I quote, "Just getting the parent on their feet to be able to take care of the kid. Once the parent is taken care of, the kid can be taken care of. Once the parent is taken care of, the kid can be taken care of." Major national child welfare organizations such as Prevent Child Abuse America are echoing this mother and calling for investments upstream to reduce maltreatment risk, rather than downstream in the form of unnecessary foster care. As Jerry Miller mentioned, more foster care is not necessarily safer. So in a recent research study analyzing national data since 2010, my co-authors and I found that states that reduced foster care entries did not see any subsequent increase in deaths due to child maltreatment, and vice versa. So states that increased the use of foster care did not see reduced child maltreatment fatalities. Relying on the blunt tool of foster care may actually be counterproductive in our goal of child protection, as it drives families away from needed supports. It's risky and understandably scary to engage with a system that you've seen take your sister's kids, your neighbor's kids. We can meaningfully prevent maltreatment by investing in schools and community organizations and local service providers to provide the kinds of resources and services that families trust and that they want to engage with. This kind of support is child protection, even if it doesn't come from the Child Protection Agency. And Santa Clara County can be at the forefront of this type of upstream investment. This is not about leaving families alone to care for their kids, but about more proactively and respectfully, and therefore more effectively, meeting their needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Not yet. Let's try
Thank
again.
you so much.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Judge Yu.
Sorry for that. So my name is Erica Yu. I served on the Santa Clara County Superior Court for 24 and a half years. I retired in January of this year. As a judge, I sat in domestic violence, dependency, legal hearings, family wellness court, which I'll talk about more because our county was the model court for removal of infants and toddlers. And then it became dependency wellness court. I've also helped start the young adult deferred entry of judgment court and took over one of what we think is one of the only courts in the nation that's a truancy treatment court. I also handled the unlawful detainer eviction calendar, the probate calendar with conservatorships, and the Reese calendar with forced medications. So a lot of that all interplays, and it kind of goes to what Supervisor Reyna said before, which is everything is intersected, and you kind of want to look at things in a holistic way. But before I was a judge, I was an attorney who volunteered to represent children in dependency court through the district attorney's office in this county because the DA represented the kids before Lacey was formed. And I also was a CASA to 3 children, and I'm proud to say one became a lawyer, one became the first Black female judge in Monroe County, a very conservative county, and she presides in dependency court. And another is struggling, and she reached out to me recently, and we're trying to help her. She's homeless with 5 kids in 115-degree weather in Las Vegas. And so I want to touch on 3 areas, but then I'll go to specifics. One is I echo what Mr. Miller said about community resources. There were so many when we had Family Wellness Court. The training of multiple players, including, I think, the DA's office and the public defender's office, and I'll talk about the interplay with criminal court. and coordination. So first, though, I want to just thank you all so much for having this inquiry. It shows such courage because, you know, Mr. Little, Ms. Kinnear, everyone here, including your leadership and staff, everyone here cares about children, but we're all being truly courageous to look at what happened and how we can make it better. But in doing so, I hope we don't forget all the successes that we've had recently and in the past. And so it's not a cookie cutter. I'm not here to talk about whether we're removing too many children or not. I'm talking about it is necessary sometimes to remove children, and how, when we do, how do we make them safe? But it does resonate with me that I've heard people say when a child is removed, it can be traumatic, because as you know, I was an advocate for 3 kids, and I know that it was that for them. So in 2006, this county received a $6.3 million grant. Half of it came from First Five, half of it from SAMHSA. I was voluntold to be the judge to start that court. And it became a model court, and we were so proud of it. It was to serve infants and toddlers and their families who were born pause talks or drug exposed. There was a wonderful team, including Supervisor Arenas, who was at that time with First Five. And the reason why we got that grant and the reason why it was so successful was it was child focused. And so we talk about focusing on the mother as opposed to the child, but Family Wellness Court was child focused, and there was a lot of resources there. The county, First Five actually paid for public health nurses to go into the family regularly, so the court got reports about the family and the child. We also had a wonderful mentor program that was started because of Family Wellness Court, where the mentors were able to get the trust of the parents immediately. We're in the home, we're welcome in the home, and so we got reports from the mentors. And we had PCIT, parent-child interactive therapy. We had dyadic therapy, which is therapy for the parent and the child, and the court focused on that relationship, so that we motivated the parents, including fathers, to really work on their relationship with the child. And because there were so many eyes in the home, I think we were able to keep children safe, the ones who are most vulnerable, infants and toddlers, and be successful. The grant lasted for 5 years, and even after that, for a long time, we never had another pause talks birth, except for one when the mother was pregnant when she came into the court. And that we thought was a huge success, because before that, we had parents who had 8 kids removed, parental rights terminated, the children adopted. And part of that was we had First Five in the court, which we don't have in Dependency Wellness Court anymore. And we focused every month on some theme that was to help the parents understand how important their job was to protect their own child and to build the strength of the family. And so I know that this is a system that's under stress, and the people coming into it are under stress. And this is a time where there's just more stress on the system than ever. But the county, you know, has a public health system, and maybe there's some way to have more public health nurses in the homes. Because as a judge right now, when I retired and I had Dependency Wellness Court, the reports I received were about how the parent was doing. And there were times that I would ask and I wouldn't know at all how the children were doing. And I think that that's really important for oversight, to keep the children safe if they have to be, you know, removed or placed on reunification or even family maintenance with the parent. Family Wellness Court became a model court. We testified in the legislature in the state and we had parents come and testify because it was such a wonderful court. It was an example of what really worked, and this county did it. There's a book that all of us who were working in it contributed chapters that Judge Lucero, you know, kind of coordinated. So that's a tool. There were reports to the federal government and the county that were tools. We had funds. So we had training from Stephanie Covington, Vivian Brown, who talked about the fact that we as a court had to hold the hope for the parents so that they would not lose hope, that they would believe they could do it. We set up our court as Vivian Brown said, the most trauma-informed court she'd ever seen. She filmed us so that she could use us to train. But what happened was the grant ended, and while the county has really still had resources there, like behavioral health and mental health, because Family Wellness Court also had mental health through Larry Powell, the partners pulled away. First 5 pulled away. Child Advocates is still there, but the child focus, I believe, isn't necessarily predominant in Dependency Wellness Court now. In fact, Judge Schwartz said she was going to end Dependency Wellness Court, but I said, let's just take it into what, at that time, I had a criminal calendar that did treatment, young adult deferred entry of judgment, and we took in all those treatment courts into 2 departments, Judge Clark's and mine. The other thing I think that could be a good coordination is one of the child deaths, baby Phoenix, had parents in treatment court, but they were in adult treatment court. Dependency treatment court can bring parents in every week. The testing is so much better and more accountable because the social workers tell the court, me, what is the parent using if they're testing dirty? What's the percentage that they're using? If they're using marijuana, I got reports that told me if the values were going down. You don't get that kind of testing in criminal court. So I think that if we know that parents have a criminal matter and they have a dependency matter, it would be better for those reviews to be in Department 62, which has criminal, dependency, and everything else, because the people in 62 are trained to do that. We had mentors coming to our courts through the corridor program that county probation paid for, so there's another county opportunity to build a court when you take children away where there's just more oversight. And we also, at the time we had all this money, we did a training for everyone. So, like the public defender, the DA, the social workers, probation, everybody who could benefit from the training was at the table. And there was a more coordinated process where people understood kind of what our goals are, what our tools are. We had common understanding of what the education was, what the philosophy was. And I think that, unfortunately, that has fallen away because there aren't the resources for that. And there's so many crossover issues because we had young adults in YADJ court who had children in dependency court. So there's just so much opportunity if we're able to coordinate better. I'm really proud of this county. I've said it before, I pay my taxes with glee because we definitely do things well. And we continue really striving, I think, with so much heart to do a good job. County leadership, county employees, Board of Supervisors, your partners, like the court. So I hope we don't forget that message, that we really have heart and we have done things well. And I think I would like to see if we could, and I know Ms. Kinnear said she will, mine the work that we did do with Family Wellness Court because it really, I think, was child-focused, and we saw so many successes. So I'll tell you about one. It was a mom who lost 8 kids to the system. There was also a couple that lost 8 kids to the system. The federal government, through the American Recovery Act at that time, was giving out additional Section 8 vouchers. The department decided to prioritize the Parents and Family Wellness Court. So those who did well on their 9th child were able to get that kid back in their care. The couple got married. They got housing because the county prioritized them with those vouchers. They never had another pause-tox birth. And the other beautiful thing was when the mother or the parents got their kids back, because the other children had been adopted as the law requires by family members or people close to the family like NRFMs, the parent who got the child back was able to heal the whole unit. They were able to reach out to those relatives and have relationships with their bio children. The relatives started trusting them. I still remember the mom who cried who said, my relatives didn't ever trust me, and we paid for her to go to Sacramento to a family reunion, and she came away with so much hope, and her family saw her in a different way. When we as the county have done that, and I know that we can continue to do that. So thank you so much for letting me be here to share all our successes and remind us that it's there. We can access that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Wendy Wagman. I'm the project director at the California Child Welfare Indicators Project. And I'm really glad that I'm last because I'm here to share data that illustrates trends and to show you what some of the data says about the child welfare system, but I can't tell you anything about the why. And so when you hear these other panelists speak about the evolving nature of child welfare at a federal, a state, and at your own county level, I think that that's so informative and really gives a story behind the numbers that I'm about to share. So just for a moment, I'm going to share my screen, and I believe that the data that I'll be sharing will be projected for everyone to see. Great, let's start. Hold on. There we go. So the first thing to note is just that the data that you're seeing today comes from a state resource called the California Child Welfare Indicators Project. That's the project I work with. We provide data to the state on classic measures of child welfare performance and some informative measures about who's in the system. So you can look at these data at any time. They're publicly available at the URL that you see there. So just to set the groundwork, approximately 12,500 children were reported in the most recent year for which we have data. 8,900 of those kids, or about 71%, were investigated amongst those children reported. With only 2 exceptions, Santa Clara County actually investigated a greater percentage of children reported than other counties with at least 10,000 children with allegations. The other 2 counties that had slightly more children, as a percentage, children investigated were Los Angeles County, who investigated 75% of children reported, and Riverside County, who also investigated about 75% of children reported. Statewide, 64% of children with a report receive an investigation. Moving forward, amongst the 12,000 children reported, about 1,100 had their allegations substantiated in that most recent year for which we have data. I provided a comparison of Santa Clara County's disposition findings versus those in California. You can see that about 9% of those children had their allegations substantiated. The modal category, or the category that was most prevalent amongst children reported, was actually unfounded at 32%, followed closely by inconclusive dispositions and evaluated out dispositions. To give you a little context for evaluated out or assessment only dispositions, these are dispositions that either at the hotline were deemed not to meet the criteria for abuse and neglect, or there was a prevention pathway at the front door where those families were able to be diverted to a community-wide system. Comparatively, you see that allegations in California are slightly more likely to be substantiated, but in addition, note that children California statewide are also more likely to be evaluated out at the hotline. So these are Santa Clara County data over approximately 10 years, just trying to show you how trends in dispositions may have changed over time. You will see that the likelihood of inconclusive disposition has decreased about 24% since a high in 2018-2019. That's represented in the orange line. You can see that the most recent rate there was 28.6% of children with reports had their allegations inconclusive. Over the same period, we see that the likelihood of evaluated out referrals increased substantially, and the likelihood of unfounded dispositions lowered initially, but then they went back up and are currently at levels similar to that in 2018-2019. The likelihood of a substantiated disposition is 33% lower than in 2018-2019, but a couple notes about that. That rate in 2018-19 was 14%, and if you remember the slide before that, that is above where even the entire state of California is presently at 11.5%, and it's also sort of at the high level for Santa Clara County in general. I was asked to report, how does the likelihood of substantiated compare to perhaps other counties and not just statewide. So apart from San Francisco County, which also had a disposition of substantiated for 9.3% of children reported, there is no other Bay Area county with a higher substantiated rate in the Bay Area. Moving forward, from an investigation and a substantiated allegation is sometimes the likelihood of children entering foster care. So 430 children entered foster care in Santa Clara County in that same year, which is the most recent that we're currently reporting on. The majority of children that enter foster care in Santa Clara County are between the ages of 6 and 15, and they're Latinx. However, the rates of those for ages, the likelihood is what we represent in a rate. The likelihood of a foster care entry is significantly higher for children less than 1 year, at a rate of about 5 children out of every 1,000. So while the demographic profile of your entry population is predominantly in the mid to adolescent range and Latinx, the rates at which children are entering foster care are very high for your infants as well as your Black and Native American children. Entry rates over time, statewide are down. You can see that just before COVID, represented by the year 2019, children were entering foster care in the state of California at about a rate of 3 children for every 1,000. You can see the Santa Clara County and other Bay Area counties represented in the graph at rates quite a bit lower than the state as a whole. In the most recent year for which data available, 2 children out of every 1,000 entered foster care in California, and about 1 child out of every 1,000 entered foster care in either Santa Clara County or any other of the Bay Area counties. Just for your information, since I'm using the term Bay Area counties, that's inclusive of Alameda, Contra Costa, Marin, Monterey, Napa, San Benito County, San Francisco County, San Mateo County, Santa Cruz, Solano, and Sonoma. And the other Bay Area counties does not include Santa Clara County since that line is alone. Entry rates, I mentioned, are down since COVID. We've seen this not only amongst the 58 California counties, but nationally as well. There was a lot of learning during COVID about the rate at which children were child welfare involved and what happens when maybe they're not being reported at the same high rates. And we can see in Santa Clara County there was a similar trend, but I'd also like you to note that while entry rates declined substantially in the county after COVID, they've been increasing since 2023, approaching the pre-COVID levels and matching those of the rest of the Bay Area. So I was asked to maybe dilate a little bit on an interesting conversation, which is, what's the right rate at which children should enter foster care? And of course, that's an impossible question to answer. We don't know the true rate at which children are abused and neglected. We don't know the true rate at which children need to have foster care. And so this is an impossible question for us to answer. For system improvement purposes, however, comparisons can sometimes be very helpful. However, it's absolutely crucial when you're making comparisons that you're making the right comparisons and that you're ensuring that any significant differences between the county that you're looking at and the comparison counties are examined and taken into account. When we do that, research studies that indicate and document associations between child demographics and child poverty and maltreatment can be really helpful here. So in the graph at the right, I've deliberately created a somewhat crowded graph for you to look at. I wanted to show you California, Santa Clara County, as well as all of the other Bay Area counties. The graph is very busy, but at the top and the bottom of that graph, particularly in the most recent year that we have data, January 2025, for entry rates, that is, I want you to note that within that disparity, we saw higher entry rates at the statewide level at about 2 children per 1,000, in San Francisco County as well at 2 children per 1,000, and in Napa County at a rate of 1.7 children per 1,000. In the low end, maybe somewhat difficult to see there with the labeling, housing. Lower entry rates were found among San Mateo County at a rate of 0.4 children per thousand, Monterey County at a rate of 0.6 children per thousand, San Benito at a rate of 0.8 children per thousand, and Marin at a rate of 1 child per thousand. Entry rates in Santa Clara County are right there, somewhat in the middle or closer to the lower side at a rate of 1.1 child per thousand in the county. Research studies have long documented the association between poverty, race, and maltreatment. We talk a lot in my field about disproportionality and disparity for children of color and for young children. In the graph at the left, I've used the website that I showed to you earlier to calculate the percentage of all children in the population of the jurisdiction that are below the federal poverty line. This is to help you understand in Santa Clara and in comparison counties, what is the rate? Are most of our children in poverty, or are they actually above the federal poverty line? Santa Clara County has been highlighted in blue, California is highlighted in orange, and Bay Area counties are highlighted in gray. So with only 6% of the child population falling below the federal poverty line, Santa Clara County is among the lowest 5. So these are sorted according to the total column, and that's the total children below the federal poverty line. So you can see that there are 4 counties that have slightly lower rates of poverty. Sierra County, which has a very, very small child population, is showing a 0 rate of poverty. That might need to be taken into consideration with the margin of error there. In the Bay Area, only San Mateo County actually has a lower percentage of children in poverty. Alameda County is just on the other side of Santa Clara County with 7% of their child population below the federal poverty line. Comparatively, looking at the orange row, you can see that 12% of all children statewide are below the federal poverty line. Nationally, statewide, and across many counties, jurisdictions are also finding correlations between race and foster care entry, with children of color and especially Black and Native American populations experiencing significantly higher rates of removal than other children. This lens may also help us understand exactly how to compare Santa Clara County to peers. Using the same table, we can look at the percentage of the populations of children of color that are below the federal poverty line. In the first column, or the second, I suppose it is, you can see that Black children is highlighted there. And we see that with the exception of Santa Cruz and Napa County, Santa Clara County is amongst the lowest with among Bay Area counties, with 10% of Black children below the federal poverty line. Comparatively, 21% of Black children statewide are in poverty, and 22% of Black children in San Francisco are below the federal poverty line. And note that earlier I was comparing to San Francisco because they had a higher rate of foster care entry in the Bay Area than Santa Clara County. Turning our attention to other groups, we see that 10% of Latino children in Santa Clara County are below federal poverty line. 8% of Native American children are below the federal poverty line in Santa Clara County. Comparatively, 16% of Latino children, 17% of Native American children statewide are in poverty, and 12% of Latino children and 35% of Native American children in San Francisco are below the federal poverty line. So, taking all of these data into consideration, this is my last slide, and thank you very much for hanging with me for a moment. It appears that Santa Clara County, in addition to the practice improvements that you've heard the 2 judges as well as others speak about in the county, has a number of positive community factors that help us understand their lower foster care entry rates, especially when compared to the state as a whole. Demographic analyses also point to counties which are more appropriate perhaps for comparison, namely Alameda and San Mateo counties, Santa Clara County's close neighbors. These counties are close in terms of geographic location, percentage of all children in poverty, as noted by Jerry Milner, similar racial wealth gaps and wealth gaps exist in those counties as well as the percentage of Black, Latino, and Native American children below the federal poverty line. There's some differences between Alameda, San Mateo, and Santa Clara, namely that there's a lot more reported children in Santa Clara County than in Alameda and San Mateo County. Alameda had about 9,600 children reported for abuse and neglect, San Mateo about 4,400 compared to the 12,000 children that were reported provided in Santa Clara County. All right, so I believe that that's some data trends for you to consider and a little bit of context to help you understand the data. Thank you again very much for inviting us all here to talk about your child welfare system today, and I will sit ready for questions should they come up.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was going to say, how many people have submitted speaker card in this item?
Over the 3 items, 11, 12, and 13 together, I
Correct.
have 15 speakers. Looks like 16, one more coming in chambers, and 4 hands raised in Zoom, for a total of 20. Hands are rising. It looks like we're holding at 6 hands in Zoom.
Okay, we're doing 3 items, so I certainly think there should be a little bit, slightly more time, but there's so many speakers, I'm trying to balance it. How about 90 seconds? Would that work? Angeline?
A minute
You can
and
set
a
it by
half?
90 seconds
Okay.
each? Yeah.
So we are now closing the queue to indicate that you wish to speak for these items. We'll begin with in-chamber speakers. I'll call your name, and you can approach the podium in any order. I have Jennifer, can't make out that last name, Gabriella, Isabella, Carla Torres, Dolores Alvarado, Milan, Hillary, and we will pause there. You can approach the podium. Thank you.
Come on, Carla.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I just want to say, I think more people would have been here, but I think it's just the timing. Thank you to the presenters. Really appreciate what you all are saying. And as I said, Santa Clara County has done better. And I really appreciate Judge Edwards and Judge Yu, as I was a baby social worker in their courtroom one time. And so, and witnessed the good work. But I'm here because I wish we had more time. You gave them like 30 minutes. Okay, so we've been doing community conversations with different groups in the community. And so you have this table, right, that is very strict. And no shade on any of you, but you don't look like the clients we serve. And I don't know that you speak the languages of the clients we serve. And while I do value your expertise, I think we need to have a similar forum for people with lived experience, for social workers who are at the front lines right now out there, you know, trying to save lives, and for youth who are experiencing probation, juvenile justice. And Supervisor Arenas, you are absolutely right. The systems work together. School, probation, hospitals, police, incarceration, county jail, child welfare, they're all working together against people of color. And this is something that we have to look at as a whole collective. And we encourage those of us who are doing these community conversations for us to have a forum like this, but with those individuals who are experiencing that at the table with the amount of time that you gave everyone here. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, your name for the record, you said Carla? Carla, okay.
Carla Collins.
Thank you. Just trying to keep up with the cards. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Cushions. I am a co-founder and the Chief Program Officer at Dependency Advocacy Center, where we are court-appointed counsel for parents and some youth in Santa Clara County's dependency system. I know many of you and DAC has received the support and partnership of SSA and this Board of Supervisors, and for that we are very appreciative and hope to continue that relationship. As you all are well too aware, since the tragedies of baby Phoenix and baby Jackson in this county, we have seen huge increases in dependency cases, and this is reflected in DAC's numbers. For example, we were appointed to 196 new clients in FY23 prior to baby Phoenix, as compared to 725 new clients in FY25. And this fiscal year, we are projected to exceed that number. So understandably, social workers are operating out of fear, not wanting to be associated with this next tragedy. Nobody wants a next tragedy, but good decisions cannot be based in fear. Children suffer from the trauma of family separation. And as many of you know, for example, the research of Kevin Campbell and Elizabeth Wendell have found that children are more likely to suffer when removed from their families. For children left in their homes, for example, well, I will just say they are more likely to suffer. So practices that are now placing children at greater risk, we must end this fear-based.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here on behalf of New Beginnings. Jennifer, my name is Rudy Cuevas. I'm the CEO of A System Down. I was here on a last measure working with Debug. And something I heard today was that we should all come together within the community, you know what I'm saying? Work together to ensure a brighter future for our children and for the future of our communities. And with that being said, I think that we should put together a direct panel, once again, for impacted youth, of teen years, as well as impacted families and parents, to be able to get together and work together with these social workers to make a difference. I think that'll be really helpful, especially with that of the lived experience. It'll be more prosperous, in ensuring the safety and security of these children. And at the same time, with that being said too, I think we should work on accountability for those that are ignoring, for those that are put in positions that are ignoring red flags that are resulting in children being hurt. Just accountability overall, and just getting the community and those with lived experience from the teenagers to the parents and family members to be able to work together to put a plan together to be able to assist these children and make sure that they're safe, first and foremost. Thank you.
I'll continue calling names and chamber speakers. Alicia Maldonado. I have Steve Barron, Kimberly Alvarez, Marty, Maggie, Anna Navarez, and we'll pause there. If I've called your...
Please come on up. You don't need to go through based on who's being called. Please, go ahead, yes.
Hi, my name is Alicia Maldonado. I'm here just to describe today just one household in my family and the children who have suffered from falling through the cracks of the system and how they have been impacted. I have the probate process, which has given me guardianship of one of the 8 children in this one household. While the other children are still with other guardians, yet there are 2 younger children who remain with their mother despite the years of reported abuse, neglect, and assaults against the children and their siblings. What I have to ask is, how many chances does one parent get? How many children have to be hurt enough? When is enough enough? And if I did this as an adult to the children, I would be in jail. Why is it somehow acceptable when the victim is a child? I know parents have rights, but do children have rights too? Why can babies and young children be assaulted and neglected and traumatized and left in an unsafe situation where no one is answered to it? Who is accountable for the children that are getting hurt? Who answers when the system is warned and the children are still not protected? How many more children have to be damaged before someone finally says enough? Please don't wait to just completely take the innocence from all my nieces and their future is gone. Protect these children. Hold people accountable, please. Let their voices be heard.
Hi, my name is Maggie Cocaine. I'm a community organizer, an SCIU 521 member, an active Santa Clara County resource parent of 13 years. I'm also a family defense attorney representing parents, children, and legal guardians. 90 seconds is not enough, so I've submitted written comment with more details of my ask. As fiduciaries overseeing the children and families of Santa Clara County, I implore you to take action on these 3 items. 1, include experts and stakeholders like the Dependency Advocacy Center, Next Door Solutions, CASA, Legal Advocates of Children and Youth, Kinship Adoption, Foster Parent Association, and Labor in policy decisions and reform. Do not allow the department heads to make rash decisions. 2, fund and invest in safety and prevention programs such as First Call for Families, Mentor Parents, Defense Social Work, Family Defense Legal Services, and the Quality Parenting Initiative. And 3, staff the department sufficiently at every stage with social workers. I reviewed the report in item 11, and the child welfare experts on the panel are excellent. I'm very excited for their findings and expertise. I'm a bit disappointed with the evidence-based practice list quoted as currently utilized by the department, because where are the gaps? Where are we failing? Because clearly we are failing. I hope this is just a very basic first step and a starting point, and that stakeholders are invited to reform efforts. The family, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Steve Barron. I've submitted a written public comment regarding a proposal being made within the Child Abuse Prevention Council recommending that the Board of Supervisors express your formal, if symbolic, feedback and backing for a number of federal family and child financial support programs demonstrated by the Academy of Science and other research to reduce the risk of child neglect due to poverty, and reports to Children's Protective Services by 11 to 20% in a manner that also reduces disproportionality. That proposal also recommends, regardless of federal action, you're taking local action aimed at providing similar forms of financial and child family support for needy families with young children, along with additional actions, including your consideration for an increase in the guaranteed minimal income availability for those same families, increasing family shelter availability, and since these actions primarily address child neglect due to poverty and not other forms of physical, sexual, emotional abuse, and intentional neglect, it also recommends your support for an adequately staffed DFCS response aimed at providing early, accurate identification of abuse and neglect where they exist, and early effective intervention, the least intrusive, which also prioritizes child safety and healthy child development, which, by the way, is also crime and domestic violence prevention. Thank you.
I'll call the last two cards for in-chamber speakers, Sean and Fernando Reyes.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Outwardly, a little bit more time to the community is better than not, because it's we're here to speak. I've been here since noon, and you're giving folks 90 seconds isn't fair. I support Sylvia Arena's recommendation for comprehensive discussions on critical child welfare issues under this advisement, such as reporting from the Department of Family and Children Services on welfare trends and best practices, data on child welfare reforms, recommendations to child welfare is significant importance. Establishing the Blue Ribbon Commission and enhancing oversight is a vital step to improving our child welfare system. Continuing these discussions will allow us some evaluations to inform better decision-making in our community, children and families. We cannot allow another child to die in our system. Sylvia Arenas, you want an army? We'll bring a whole lot of folks coming the next time. Just tell Nancy to let us know. And I think that it's important, the gentleman before us spoke, and I think it's important to find out what is the systemic issues that's going on with child care. We have to find out the root causes and deal with that and fix it. We cannot have another child die in our system. The recommendation is, let's follow this. Let's follow what Sylvia Arenas says and all y'all that are adopted. But let's go forward and figure out why we're having these problems and these gaps and these barriers, and let's shut them down. Let's find out, fix it once and for all, so another child in Santa Clara County does not die. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sean Allen, Silicon Valley NAACP. I think it's important we address the racial component here as well. So throughout our work in the NAACP, we've communicated with almost all 31 school districts in this county. And from superintendents on down to principals, the consistency we got from them is that the referrals going to social services are coming from predominantly white teachers. That those black and brown children are being adopted by white families. And the other second source is law enforcement. Those referrals are coming from law enforcement. So we're talking about two inherent systems where the discipline numbers, the numbers that show in social services, representation of black and brown families, the unhoused population, the incarcerated population, it's pretty consistent. So the system itself has biases that we're failing to address. Then you're attacking the very identity of these children, because what they're learning is that white families do better raising of children than black and brown families. And that's unacceptable. Another thing I want to talk to you is in terms of kind of the lack of engagement of some of you here. I taught in law enforcement for 34 years. I taught nonverbal and verbal communication. So when Supervisor Rainey says black and brown, what I've noticed is Tony, Greta, James, and Supervisor Abacoga, no connection at all. We talk about it out there as they're sitting there watching you. So we have deep concerns about the racial component here, which is not being addressed. Thank you.
I've called all names. If you haven't spoken yet, please approach the podium.
In February 2026, the San Jose Mercury News reported that 3 children had died while in the custody and care of CPS, and this information was known to the county supervisors and CPS executives. The following months, baby Jackson died. Sylvia Arenas publicly questioned CPS, asking how many more babies are going to die? How many more brown babies are going to die before somebody does something? Then another child died directly after in the District 5 under Peter Ortiz's local authority, and everyone kept quiet. Despite these events, the system continued operating as usual, while independent advocates, including myself, continued raising concerns, and everyone still ignored us. 4 months passed before the county began taking what is now presented as an emergency action, and that's only because we redressed you in a viral video that contested your whole entire establishment. During that period, families continued reporting problems within CPS. Children continued being removed from their parents under circumstances we believe were involved as exaggerated or fraudulent claims, and advocates continued demanding accountability, but we were still ignored. It ultimately took our video to go viral to challenge the system again. The fundamental problem is not simply what the county is doing now. The problem is that these agencies and officials had prior knowledge, resources, authority, and sufficient time to investigate and address these concerns before additional families were harmed. The public, therefore, has a legitimate interest in determining what was known and when was known and the actions were taken and why meaningful intervention did not occur. I would also, sorry, I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Excuse me, what name did you put on your card?
Fernando Reyes.
Okay. And again, that was all cards for in-chamber speakers. Okay, we will move to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker on Zoom is Raina Laurie. Raina, please accept the unmute and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Raina Lali, Trustee Santa Clara County Board of Education, here in my own capacity. I'm here to express my strong support and deep appreciation for work on improving a child welfare system that can keep children safe while providing families with high-quality, culturally responsive wraparound services. When children have safety, security, and stability in their lives, they can focus on learning and school, and that will help close the opportunity and achievement gap we are grappling with. And as one of the speakers pointed out, when parents have stability and security, it translates to their children. The Latino Health Assessment and the Silicon Valley Pain Index made clear that the need for transformative system change and reform is immense. Across the different systems, we know that adverse childhood experiences and trauma, ACEs, can have lasting impacts on our children and families, as well as on our future generations. We must build a system that not only responds to crisis, but also invests in prevention. Thank you for the time, your leadership, and your commitment to building a stronger system for our children and families. And thank you for everybody who presented their research on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue is Milan Balaton. Please accept the unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Milan Balaton. I am the Executive Director here at the African American Community Service Agent Family Resource Center and a Village Collaborative partner with the National Black Child Development Institute, as well as DFCS. I'm here today in support of items 11, 12, and 13 on child welfare reform, specifically investing in both safety prevention programs, as our community deserves a child welfare system that prioritizes both immediate safety and long-term well-being, staffing DFCS sufficiently to help keep kids safe in their homes when appropriate, and safe and supported if removal is necessary. And in addition to that, community engagement. As was mentioned earlier, we're planning to do a community voices here at the AACSA to hear directly from our families and the community to improve our child welfare system by giving lived experiences information to the county, working with our caregivers, our youth with lived experiences, and other community-based groups that works with AACSA. So we look forward to working with our partners to ensure the safety of all children in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue is parent. Please accept the unmute. You may begin your comments.
Yes, hello, and good evening to all of you. The system needs to do a lot better job, especially when there's conflicts of interest. My own kids are being sex trafficked by my former attorney. I've reported to the CANC hotline, to this attorney, to all of you guys, to Wendy Kinney, Roush, Nathaniel Little, that my ex-wife was letting a man rape him beginning when he was 13. There'd been unnecessary bathing with the children, and there was sexual contact between two of the children, and that one child was, on several occasions, rubbing his pelvic area against the buttocks of another child, a 2-year-old, and I had to separate them on multiple occasions. And it's clear that all of them were being molested, and I cannot get the county to do anything about it. There's never been an investigation of any kind. I can't get the county to conduct a screening. And it's just horrendous that I need to come to this meeting and beg you guys in public to give my kids a screening. It's just, I don't have the words for it. If it was your kids, you would never stand for it. I'm begging you guys, please help my children, please. Supervisor Lee, he has all my contact information. My name is Ben Z. Please help my kids get a screening. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, just want to make a quick statement that California law prohibits its disclosure of information related to investigation of suspected child abuse or neglect. We're not authorized by law to speak to specifics of any particular case. The law also requires that child welfare departments immediately cross-report physical and sexual abuse of children to law enforcement. And the public can be assured that our county takes all allegations of child abuse and neglect seriously and takes appropriate action.
The next speaker in the queue is Richard Tejada. Richard, please accept the unmute and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Richard Tejada, and I'm the founder of Save by Nature, a social and environmental justice organization based out of Campbell and San Jose. I come before you as a former ward of the court until about the age I was 19, and as someone who lived through the Santa Clara County juvenile system. In juvenile hall, counselors forced me to fight other youth as a form of behavioral control. I was also physically abused by counselors and on one occasion suffered a severe concussion, harm that has resulted in, unfortunately, lifelong trauma. Today I'm urging the board to invest in safety and prevention by fully staffing the Department of Family and Child Services and ensuring families in crisis receive immediate support, whether children remain at home or removal is necessary. Real change requires efforts like the Blue Ribbon Commission, bringing those closest to the system into shaping its transformation. At the same time, our youth need independent oversight and an anonymous reporting system protected from caretaker interference. My lived experience has urged me to come before you today, and I respectfully ask that the board to invest in both safety and prevention programs and ensure every child in this county is protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker in the queue is Amber Mopress. Please accept the unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Mopress, and I'm a case manager at the African American Community Service Agency, where I work directly with families who are DFCS involved or at risk. I am speaking today in support of items 11, 12, and 13 on child welfare reform. From the lens of a provider, we see firsthand that families often do better when they're connected to the right support at the right time. Sometimes what a family needs is not more system involvement, but access to resources, guidance, stability, and people in community who can help them navigate difficult circumstances before they reach a point of crisis. We absolutely have to prioritize child safety, but we also have to invest in prevention and ensure DFCS is adequately staffed and supported so workers have the time and capacity to truly engage with families. Just as important, families should also be connected to adequately funded and trusted community-based organizations that can provide this ongoing support in areas like housing, mental health, parenting, basic needs, and case management. As we continue to talk about reform, we also can't leave out the voices of the families, the youth, caregivers, and providers who are closest to this work. Our lived experience and perspective has to be a part of shaping our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue is Sharon Luna. Please accept the unmute.
Good afternoon, President Lee and members of the board. Thank you for today's presentation. It provided important information. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for your heart-filled interest in protecting children. It is so important. However, I did not hear enough about our social workers. Their work deserves our respect. They make incredibly difficult, life-changing decisions while often carrying overwhelming caseloads. Support them, give them the proper tools, staffing, training, and resources to do their jobs effectively, rather than automatically say the system fails. I also ask, are all departments involved working from the same standard when determining whether a child is safe or not? For high-risk cases, consider a shared safety review before returning a child or taking a child out of the home. Most importantly, listen to children and young adults who have experienced abuse and foster care. Ask them what worked, what failed, and what would have made them feel safe. Supervisor Arenas, if we want, and board members, if we want fewer jails tomorrow, investing in protecting and mentoring our children is today. Our goal would be simple: do everything reasonably possible to prevent the next tragedy, not respond after it happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker in the queue is Aisha Osborne. Aisha, please accept the unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Aisha Osborne, and I am the Community Resource Navigator with the African American Community Service Agency Family Resource Center and the Village Project in partnership with DFCS. I am speaking today in support of items 11, 12, and 13 regarding child welfare reform. In my role as a Community Resource Navigator, I work directly with individuals and families who are experiencing challenges such as housing instability, food insecurity, financial hardship, and difficulty accessing community resources and services. My work is centered on helping families navigate these challenges, connect to resources, and create greater stability before their circumstances reach a point of crisis. Through this work, I see firsthand why prevention and early intervention matter. Families need trusted community-based organizations where they feel comfortable asking for help. Providing access to housing support, food assistance, parenting resources, mental health services, case management, and other basic needs can make a significant difference in keeping families stable and children safe. Most importantly, as child welfare reform moves forward, the voices, families, youth, caregivers, and the community-based organizations must be included. The people who are directly impacted by these systems should have a meaningful seat at the table. Thank you so much.
Just one moment. Okay, I believe that was all the names called for in-chamber speaker cards as well as Zoom speakers.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public speaking portion of this. And this item 11 is a referral from Supervisor Ellenberg. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me start with lots of gratitude. First of all, to the public speakers who came today and shared your stories, shared your experiences and your ideas. I heard a lot of very good ideas today, including following with another similar panel you referenced. A couple of folks referenced, including people with lived experience in the foster system, current social workers. I think that's a really good companion to what we've heard today, which is some really astute experts, and hearing the lived experience side, I think would be a really valuable balance. Thank you so much to the panelists. I really learned at least a nugget or two from each one of you. I'm very proud of the successes our system has had in the past. I have every belief that we can return to that kind of modeling. I think we have tremendous leadership here and tremendous commitment really through all of our levels. Frankly, if the social workers who have stayed and have worked through this really stressful time just impress me so much. I know that it's difficult. I also know that I can't imagine how difficult and challenging the last few years have been for you. So I just want you to know that I see you as well. Thank you to President Lee for joining me and introducing this referral. Thank you to Supervisor Arenas for your ongoing leadership in reforming our child welfare system. I continue to learn from you as well. I introduced this referral to create a learning environment for our community to ask questions, which I'll eventually get to, and to learn from a range of both internal and external child welfare experts. Obviously, I am not one of those experts, but it is my responsibility to understand the data, evidence-based research, and state and national trends in order to make and support sound policy and funding decisions grounded in those best practices. Before I go to the panelists, I want to ask county staff just a couple of questions related to county-specific data around entries into foster care, just to ensure that I'm truly understanding the challenges. And to the final speaker, I think was Wendy, who gave the data. You can thank her because she sort of sparked some of these questions. Let me pull it down to them. I didn't hear data about out-of-county placements, but I've heard conversation about them, such that when there's no family or foster home available for a child who has been removed for their home, they can be placed out of county. Do you have a rough understanding or estimate of approximately how many children are currently in out-of-county placement with non-family members, and whether that trend has changed over the last few years?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Ellenberg. Yes, I do have the numbers of children that are placed out of county. That has been a number that we have been seeing an increase on. As you mentioned, we absolutely would support children placed with relatives out of county. What we would hope to do is to keep children in county whenever possible, but have to prioritize relatives. We have continued to see a trend upward of the numbers of our kids placed out of county. We are currently at 37% of our total number of children that are in placement. So right now, as of July, that number was 699 children, and of that, 259 were placed out of county, not in Santa Clara County. And of that percentage, of those, 38% were with relatives. So more of those that are out of county are with non-relatives than relatives.
Thank you. That may be something I'd like the panelists to comment on after I get a little bit more information from you. We've heard also about the significant increase in caseload for frontline staff. I was surprised coming back to the data that are we actually maybe not an outlier despite the increases? From the data, it wasn't clear to me that we were relatively removing significantly more or fewer children than our neighboring counties.
There it is. Sorry about that. I'm not sure I can speak to whether or not you're an outlier. I can speak to only like what makes a good comparison county, right? So your rates are different than the state rates. Your rates are different than some counties that have greater poverty levels, and your rates are lower than some other counties that have lower poverty levels. So I think there's not a yes, no to the question. It's kind of like who's a good comparison and how do we stand to our peers?
Thank you. That's actually a very fair and helpful response that maybe those aren't the right questions to focus on those types of comparisons. Related, of course, to resources, which we heard so much about, not just during this conversation, but the conversation earlier today around the jail. We do know how much, because we have a printed budget, how much is invested in our foster care families and in the dozen or so support programs to support children who have been removed and their caretakers. When I look at our children's budget, I see there a document that also details the many, many programs outside of child welfare in which we invest to support children and their families, certainly many of them with a lens of preventing any contact with either child welfare or juvenile justice systems. I don't know how to integrate that number, and again, maybe it's not a relevant number anyway to compare which is more, which is less, but as we move forward, I'd be interested to know how we can better integrate our thinking about child well-being and make sufficient investments to ensure that fewer children's situations rise to the need of removal considerations, and that our social workers have the resources they need to spend sufficient time considering the circumstances of each child and directing the programs and supports that are most likely to lead to positive outcomes for that child. I'm directing that to you, Dan and Wendy, to just maybe give me an idea of the integration between the specific child welfare programs and our other programs that serve children. I know the Office of Children and Families was meant to sort of be a holistic place. The children's budget is at least a holistic document, but what's the reality?
Yeah, thank you for that, Supervisor. And I think it's a really important question. And I think it's also difficult because I think there is a lot of things intertwined. And maybe I'll start with the bigger picture and Wendy can describe some of the details. There are some very specific program partnerships that have happened within the county. I think in the bigger picture, items like our County Schools Collaborative, our partnership with the city. I think these broader components where we're looking at how we're layering resources and funding to support the entire community of children, I think is where we need to start. And I think each one of those efforts is providing a very specific scope, and there's specific potential funding, and Wendy can talk a little bit about some of the prevention funding for those. So I think, again, those are some of the places where we're starting to see this discussion happen, because I think that there is both overlap between these programs, but I think opportunity, especially when we're looking at budget, for efficiency in how we're serving families. Because I think we heard that we want to make sure this is a both and, that we are serving families at the level that they need service, and if we can serve together in this full continuum.
Thanks. The ledge file included a list of a dozen or so programs, I think mostly funded through state and federal programs. Are we able to serve all eligible children through those programs, or are there gaps or wait lists?
It depends on the services and programs. I would always advocate for serving more and doing that. I know that we have invested quite a bit in our relationships with partners so that we can make sure we are best using that funding. An example that I can give you of both two ways that we take a look at those partnerships and take a look at that investment. One is our requirements around the Children Youth Systems of Care under AB 2083, where we take a look at our investments with partners and how we co-fund CBOs and partners and make decisions around how we're funding and supporting those. One of the best examples I can give is really around our youngest kids, our 0 to 3, and our partnerships with Public Health and First 5, and how we have prioritized supporting funding for those children and taking a look at how we invest in our evidence-based programs as well. So Parent Child Plus has been one of those that we have funded. So really making sure we're making that a priority, and when we see gaps or needs, how do we partner together and not compete our resources on that?
Thanks. The program that Judge you mentioned with First 5 partnering in dependency court, is that something that has returned, is returning, should return?
So I just had a conversation with Judge Yu the other day to, as she said, kind of data mine back in time on the resources at that time. What did it cost? What did we look at? What did the outcomes look like? We are still funding First Five, not in the same way that we did for Family Wellness Court at that time, so have committed to taking a look at that and what were the successes at that time, and is it worthwhile to go back and replicate some of those things?
And if I could add, Supervisor, too, I think, one of the challenges that we have from the child welfare, child protection lens is so much of the programs and funding that we receive are specifically for specific populations. And, even some of the prevention stuff, there's a threshold that families have to reach at a certain level of risk before they can come with some program that child welfare can cover. So I think that's why these broader activities are really needed to get that expansion out there, because we don't want to wait for a family to be at imminent risk of foster care before we are able to step in. But oftentimes that's when Wendy and SSA can step in for those particular programs. So we really need to expand that up, and it includes bringing in more partners into that discussion.
Great, thank you very much. I do want to ask a couple of questions to the panelists. First, kind of building from my comment about the number of programs we have that are funded by and mandated by state and federal government, we're subject to so many regulations. Can any of you speak to federal and state law that's related to family preservation? I hear that, and I want to understand whether it's a policy, a philosophy, a funding stream. Help me understand truly what that means.
I'm happy to take a shot at that.
Sure.
It's all of the above. We have policies that authorize certain funding streams for prevention. Title 4B of the Social Security Act requires that states spend a certain percentage, albeit quite a small percentage, of their funds, of those funds on prevention, family preservation, family support activities. In 2018, Congress passed the Family First Prevention Services Act, which amended Title 4E of the Social Security Act, which permits states, does not require, but permits states to claim federal funding for certain approved prevention services. Please note, those are only services that can be offered to children who are at imminent risk of entering foster care, and not the more upstream kinds of prevention activities that could prevent children from ever getting on the doorstep of the foster care system. At the more philosophical level, the current administration is certainly emphasizing reductions of children entering foster care unnecessarily when we can provide prevention services to keep those children at home. So it's been a long-running philosophical point. One administration might emphasize it quite a bit more than another one would. But the funding is there. It is not a great deal of funding.
Is it controversial? I would think that
well,
we're focusing on the child's safety.
Yes.
And if we understand the trauma of removal, we want to minimize the likelihood unless the child would be unsafe. That's the big delta, is how do we interpret and evaluate the experts when that child would be unsafe. Is that objective criteria? Is that a subjective sense? How do you navigate that?
My opinion is that it is quite subjective. It varies dependent upon the policies of any local jurisdiction, any state jurisdiction. The federal government does not prescribe specific criteria of when a child is safe or unsafe. That is a state and local responsibility. Oftentimes that becomes the responsibility of an individual social worker making decisions.
Well, that can be both very empowering and very terrifying. And I think particularly in our community right now, given the sequential 3 or 4 devastating losses, devastating children's deaths, it impacts the entire system. So knowing this piece and understanding, of course, that caseloads are increasing for frontline staff, I imagine these factors could have some negative impact on how they do their jobs. How do we combat that risk? How do we support our staff? Is the answer always is the answer always more money? And if resources are limited, what else should we be doing to ensure that every decision is made in a non-frenzied, thoughtful way that feels both empowering and safe?
Yeah. 64,000, or maybe let me say $64 million question you got there. I think there are many things that we can do. We can have policies that give us the parameters for decision making. We can have internal review that puts a different set of eyes on things. We can have quality supervision. We can invest in training. But one of the things I think we have to do, particularly in a situation like you have right now, is cultivate a culture a culture where it's okay for a social worker to be in doubt and to go and seek the kinds of support that they need in making those individual decisions. What I see happening in Santa Clara County right now is a very fear-driven response. Somebody else said, no worker wants to be the next front page of the headlines of the newspaper.
Are you saying that based on conversations or based on external observations or conclusions based on our circumstances?
I think I heard that here somewhere, among the many speakers. But it's workers need to be in a situation where they feel like accountability does not equate to blame. And I do believe, based on what I have understood about the department, that the current director is trying to cultivate that kind of environment where there both are the policies, the guidelines, the accountability, but the ability of workers to express a need for help in making decisions, even express fear that they may have made a mistake without fearing that they are going to be hung out to dry for having done that.
Thank you. I'm sure my colleagues have questions too. I may have a few more, but for the moment, I will just thank you all for being here and sharing your experience with us. I think our county really prides ourselves on learning across all levels, from frontline staff providers to executive leadership, and I truly believe that everyone here has a shared commitment to keeping every child in our county safe and healthy, and as long as we have that as our North Star, I think we will hope that we will continue to move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Renz.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask the same questions to Dave because you represent CDSS at our state level, and so it's very particular to California. How would you say family preservation fits, and how does it guide the work that we're doing?
So I would just echo what Mr. Milner said in terms of a funding stream and an official program of family preservation. It's not a lot of money that the state of California gets through the Title IV-B program. Counties do have opportunities to invest money into their own communities. Obviously, it's not just state and federal money that's available.
Federal child welfare allocation.
In terms of philosophy,
We heard you. That's what.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what happened.
in terms of philosophy, the state, through its policies, regulations, laws that are passed, we provide what are called all-county information notices, which often describe best practices. We encourage children to be maintained in their home when possible, when it's safe. We encourage children, when they have to be removed because they can't be maintained in their home safely, to be placed with relatives, again, as long as it's safe. I'll just say everything that I say has that trailer of as long as it's safe. Primarily, safety is what we're concerned with. And even when you can't place with a relative, we encourage the opportunity for relatives to be part of the child and family's life, whether it's a likely to be a reunification or if the child is on a different path for permanency, that relatives can offer support in different ways. And so the state very much is invested in family preservation, aside from the kind of capital F, capital P of the program that's funded. It is very much a value that we have.
Wonderful, thank you. It sounds very well balanced. What I didn't hear earlier was, I know a couple of the panelists talking about the trauma from a removal, but my question is, what does the research say about the trauma from remaining in an abused home? And then what is that connection with the carceral system? Because a lot of that, well, I would like for you to answer those questions. I have my own nexus answer. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, that's so difficult for me. There is about 40 years of very robust research that shows that child maltreatment is very harmful to children. It's not a benign event. It's not inconsequential. It's seriously compromising to children's well-being. It has short-term implications, and it has long-term implications. Of course, it depends on a child's temperament. It depends on duration. It depends on severity. It depends on the child's relationship with the adult person. But nevertheless, on average, it has effects that affects children's education, their relationships, their health, their well-being. Children who are maltreated are more likely to experience problems with substance abuse, with depression, with obesity. They're likely to die at an earlier age. They're likely to get cancer at an earlier age. So maltreatment has an effect that is potentially cellular. So we have to take that into consideration when we think about foster care as an intervention, because we also know from the research evidence that children who grow up and who've had some experience in foster care, on average, and this is a great range, of course, on average struggle in many, many domains. They struggle with education, maybe with housing, with employment. And so it's very easy to come to the conclusion that foster care is bad for kids. And I think we don't know very much about the effects of foster care on children, because on average, foster care is a relatively short-term experience. On average, for children who do experience foster care, it is about 10% of their childhood. Consequential, absolutely. But we don't know whether it's a powerful intervention towards the positive or a powerful intervention toward the negative. We know that on average, foster care keeps kids alive, and that's a plus. That's a very, very important plus. But what we do know is that maltreatment has negative impacts. And we know that the longer the duration and severity, even if we offer foster care, it's going to be hard to remediate that. So we do have to bear in mind that the first and foremost issue that we should be concerned about is what can we do to reduce maltreatment? What can we do to provide prevention services, support services, so families can be strong, kids can be healthy and safe. Absolutely, that's the most important thing we can do for kids and families. Because after it's occurred, and particularly if it's occurred with some duration and severity, the interventions we have keep kids, children safe, but they don't necessarily make children's well-being dramatically improved yet. And so there's work we have to do in that area as well.
Thank you, and I'm sure there's investment in the foster care system would create maybe a higher quality program. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I just wanted to counter that narrative that everybody started out with, and not because I want children removed, but I want this system to work for our children. So if our children have more than 3, more than 4, more than, I don't know how many referrals, would you say, maybe we should look into this case? And so I was looking at the substantiation rates, as well as sorry, let me go into that a second. What I was looking at is that you looked at the investigation findings. This is on page, oh gosh, that's the name of the title on the slide for those of you who are following, and it is number 3, as well as number 4. And so what struck me is that we have 12,641 children that were reported, and only 1,180, their allegations were substantiated. And so we've had a number of children through the Child and Youth death report that was reviewed, in the time frame for that was 2021 through 2023. And there were 3 cases that were highlighted. All 3 cases were of neglect and had multiple calls into our system. And once that child passed away, the siblings were then removed because they were found to be in harm's way. And so I just wonder, what research do you have of some of the cases that when we don't substantiate, or when we have multiple referrals? We had a child earlier this year, Aurora. She had 8 referrals into our system. None of them were substantiated. She passed away. Then there was another kiddo just recently also passed away outside of our system. But yet, how responsible are we for some of these kids that we didn't substantiate, yet we're seeing are still passing away? What is our level of responsibility? How do we gauge and what is that telling us about our system?
Yeah, just you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to be coughing. This very delicious drink is somehow making me very allergic. I just want to, I've never told anyone this, and it was like really a horrible, sad thing. So when I was sitting in dependency court, I had all the babies in the county because, we wanted a standard of care. So we had family wellness court, but we had shaken babies, killed babies, all the babies. And there was a contested trial about putting a child who was maybe 1 year old, if I remember correctly, still a baby, back with his mother, who was serving a sentence in a federal or maybe state prison that was specifically made for moms and their babies. It was highly contested, and I decided to give the mother a chance, despite the fact that there were misgivings from people in the trial. She actually harmed the child. She slapped the child in the shower. So the child was immediately removed and, then put out for adoption. I was devastated, and I talked to Judge Lucero, and she said, "Erica, what you want is a crystal ball. nobody has a crystal ball. And I wanted to give the parent a chance. The law sort of requires that in that situation, but I had discretion. And I felt terrible. But I still ended up in my judicial career, which followed many years because that was earlier in my career. I still gave people a chance. The system has just the risk of making mistake, but for me, what Judge Lucero said was, you gave her a chance, but it was contained in an environment where the child was protected. It wasn't like she was alone in an apartment, but there were other people around. And so for me, the work is so important, but if we have, different parameters that are there where other people have eyes and the judge gets the information, which in DWC we're not really getting at this point because First Five isn't in the courtroom and we don't have public health nurses and that we have great mentors, but they're contained within the attorney-client privilege, and so we can't always get all the information. I think it's important to say we all make mistakes, and it's the system that we put in place to protect the child in the event that a mistake was made.
I understand, and I think that's when our systems need to either pivot and recognize that whatever the issue is, I don't know. I know that we have a corrective action plan, and some of those items were identified. The lack of, I think, in the files that were reviewed, more than 50% of cases didn't have safety plans, or children were left in situations where they were unsafe. That's what the state has found us to be responsible for. And so we know some of the things that we have done over time, and we are trying. And I've got to, Wendy, you come in like a whirlwind of energy, and you're an amazing social worker. But there is a whole system behind you that has been functioning in a certain way, and it'll default to that particular way until we make some changes. And this is not to encourage the system to remove children, but what is the kind of interventions? Unfortunately, I do believe in the court system because it was just a magical time where you have all of these resources in one place, and you're holding a family together, and there was just so much success in that. And I don't mean for every family to get into our systems, but I do believe in our systems, and I think that our systems can work for our families, but we don't have enough in terms of prevention. We don't have enough resources. We don't have enough behavioral health. And so I find myself, when I hear what it is that we need more prevention, we need more resources, we're at a point where that's not going to happen. We just don't have the money for it. I don't know that we have the money to invest in another family wellness in the way that we did before, and that's a shame because I think a lot of lives were really changed. But more importantly, what guides me is that we've had deaths in our system more than in other counties that I would imagine may have more risk factors than Santa Clara County. And so that tells a story, and I don't know how to interpret it. And so that's partly why I'm asking you, how do we interpret the deaths that are produced, either that are coming from the children who were directly involved in our system or the ones that were peripherally involved in our system? Because they also tell us a story. And one, I think we learned from our coroner that neglect is really difficult to substantiate, right? And that disabilities play a part it played a part in maybe some of those deaths. So I know there is not one answer here, but I still have a question about why is our system producing more deaths than other systems? And I don't know what it is. And so I'm looking at you as experts in your own respective fields to help guide me in that respect. I know that we need to invest in prevention and we need to be well-resourced. I know that those are some of the answers that we may not be able to secure for our families entirely like we used to. So in the meantime, what do we do in order to better support our families?
Okay, excuse me, sorry. Yes. Any else? Thank you, thank you.
If I may, I'm not going to give you an answer that's very satisfactory. Deaths are a very outlier event. They are very unpredictable and they're extremely rare. It's unusual when there are a few deaths, and therefore things that are unusual events are hard to study and they're hard to generalize from. And so in general, child welfare researchers try to look at averages whenever possible and try not to look at outlier events that are unpredictable and rare. And so sadly, we don't really have very much information that would help us understand which families are the most likely to commit an offense that would result in mortality. And we don't have very much information about the design of systems that bring about these very rare, unpredictable events. And so I think from a research perspective, I don't think there will be a satisfactory answer. I think practitioners probably can speak to good practice, effective practice, and all of the things that have been described here today, but I don't think research sheds very much light on that event.
And so these are 4 deaths that we've had in the last, I think, 18 months or 2 years, and then 2 additional deaths that weren't part of our system but had some contact with our system. So that's a total of 6 in the last 2 years. And so then you showed us some data in terms of when we kind of dipped in terms of removals and substantiations. But even the substantiations have risen to the point pre-COVID. Post-COVID and then pre-COVID, actually, I think we're a little bit less than even pre-COVID. And so I'm trying to find the nexus between the data that you're bringing here and what is actually happening with our system. And I can't make that connection. And so I'm asking you to help me figure those pieces out, because we already know basics is that we need to invest in resources for our families. We need to do this beforehand. And I don't know how to solve for poverty.
Yeah, so if I can add, I want to echo everything that Professor Barrick said about these deaths being sort of rare, very unusual events that are difficult to study. And so it's hard to know exactly what's going on in Santa Clara County in particular, looking at these 6 really tragic cases. I think when we can maybe get a little bit more national perspective, we can see that, you know, you mentioned the 2 data points. We have this uptick in deaths, and then we saw the sort of little dip in some of the interventions that the system was pursuing here. It might, logically, we might think, oh, maybe there's some connection there. Maybe it's because we walked back some of the foster care intervention that we were seeing some of these deaths. And while perhaps that may be the case in one individual case, perhaps making a different decision, a social worker making a decision in one case might have really made a real difference in a child's life. When we look at the population level, not just at Santa Clara County, not even just in California, but across all 50 states in the last 15 years or so, again, what we see is that states that increased their foster care entries didn't see any decline in child maltreatment fatalities, and then conversely, states that reduced their foster care entries, such as Santa Clara County during that period, didn't see any corresponding increase. And so, again, although we can't speak to what's happening in these specific cases, the kind of reactive impulse to say, to connect the dots of that one specific graph in Santa Clara County and say that our response has to be to compensate and sort of shift our foster care entry numbers back up. We're not seeing in a national perspective that is related in any way to maltreatment fatalities.
Well, we can't keep up this rate of death in our county. And so, although you may not have the answers or it's inconclusive on a national level in terms of entry to foster care. Now, I'm not saying foster care is a solution. What I'm hoping what I was hoping to hear from you is that there were other strategies that were being utilized maybe across the country, somewhere else, Europe, somewhere where we might be able to mitigate for those deaths. To actually look at our system and say, these are the points where we are failing our children, because that's a failure. A death is a failure. It's not a unique situation. It's not a unique incident. It's a failure because now a family doesn't have that child. So I'm looking for those kinds of answers. And I think the closest that we have gotten is through our corrective action plan and through the state, and with Dave, is to actually have a plan that addresses some of the investigation. You had an investigation. You found how our system wasn't where we weren't maybe doing things as well as we should have been doing, and we focused on those things. We had some systems that incorrectly were maybe our legal department was doing more making clinical decisions than they should have, and we corrected those issues. Yet, and then we also had a policy for children under the age of 6 because we understand they have a higher propensity of abuse, and yet we're still producing deaths in our system. So if the experts can't look at the system and tell me how to fix it, I just don't know how else. And there's a level of frustration and to be honest, just sadness about how we're going to fail these children. And my concern is that and I don't know what the rate is on the national, I don't know what, you compared it to California in terms of the substantiation, how we substantiate, but I don't know if California is doing the right thing. Because if you look at their jails, they're full of brown and black men. And we already know the school to prison pipeline starts with us. So I don't know if maybe you can get data from another country, another state that actually has that their substantiation rate is different than ours, and they have a lower juvenile justice carceral rate than we do, less referrals from brown and black families, especially boys. I would like that kind of data so that I can learn what kind of strategies we can take on here locally. I'm at a loss.
Vice President, one of the panelists like to speak on data. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And Supervisor Arenas, I can feel your passion for the issue and how compelling this is for you. A couple remarks that I'll make is that I think we can't look at child welfare outcomes like, was an allegation substantiated or did a child enter foster care? Those are sledgehammers to try and understand sort of what to do, when I think what we are doing is looking closely at those cases and like, what was the decision making? How did we make decisions? What were the decisions? What criteria were we using to make decisions? Like, you got to get into the weeds because these are rare events. And although there's been 6 over 2 years, as you report, they've been diverse enough that there isn't necessarily a through line, or if there is, we have to try to find the through line. The through line, I don't think, is whether or not we had one disposition or another, whether or not the child entered foster care or another. So I think the data that we need to understand the problems is different than maybe some of the data that we looked at today.
All of those children were placed with relatives. They weren't in foster care.
Okay, that's important. And yeah, I think the data that I was speaking to is like, how did we make those choices, right? And those practice data are probably going to be illustrative of where the root cause is at. I don't know that we can look at it at the bird's eye view that we're trying to today and understand what to do different. In terms of resources, because I am very much hearing a need, like what do we do? The National Partnership for Child Safety is a national organization that focuses explicitly on child fatalities and supports jurisdictions in better understanding their child fatalities, better collecting data around their fatalities, and then creating the type of child safety culture that isn't a reactive culture per Jerry Milner, that's sort of fear-based. And so there probably are partners and resources and good sources of information with that partnership that I would advocate looking a little bit more closely into.
I appreciate that. I'll end my questions. I had a little bit more questions, but I think you understand where I'm coming from. What I really would like to see is our investment as a county in prevention initiatives and in the kind of resources that we all talked about, because the end goal is to keep our children safe, not only just safe, but to thrive, for them not to step into the carceral system and end up in one of our jails that we talked about earlier. I appreciate your information, although I will give you the feedback that theory and practice are two different things. And so I'd like to see if we have a future panel of information that there are folks that have a kind of a myriad of experience and also that look like the community that we're serving here. And unfortunately, you don't. And so I think that creates a level of distance. And even internally, I know that we just hired somebody who, we have racial tensions in our department that we can't ignore. And so that is the other area that I'd love to have support from you as experts. What do we do when we have racial tensions in our department? How do we address them? Do we recruit more folks who look like the community, who understand the community, who have more cultural competency around that? And I know you may not be able to answer that today, but maybe offline we can talk about that, because that's a really important factor, and it's been just right under all of these issues, just percolating, and it's really difficult to address, and there isn't anything that we can really put on in writing except for maybe some personnel strategies. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Jung.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you to our panelists for being here. I can't thank you enough for sharing your time and your expertise with us, and I recognize the amount of preparation that went into your presentations too, with some of y'all coming from out of town to be here. So thank you for that. I do have some questions, and this may if it sounds a little redundant, please forgive me. I'm working through our discussion in real time here. I recently had the privilege and honor of being able to sit for a listening session with impacted community members by the child welfare system. And what I heard was, I think, nearly 4 hours of just pure testimony. It was not a meeting for us to preside over. It was not something for me to lead, or the ask was to sit and hear. And during those 4 hours, there was not a single testimony that was like the other. Every single parent, every single youth, every single individual lived experience with our system came with a different experience and different perspective. And I wanna honor some of the testimonies that were shared with me. And so I want to ask about, we've asked about long-term impacts and effects of engagement in the child welfare system. When a child is removed, when a family is separated, have we talked about, has there been study and research done into the lasting impacts there? And I ask because that came up time and time again under different scenarios, but the pain and the hurt and the very visceral memories of public testimony, the moment when they were removed from their families. And it's still affecting me now. And this is all deeply affecting to all of us. I just would love to know, hear from our expert panelists, what studies or research has been done into that, and has any of that informed or helped shape the process by which we intervene in families?
Thank you so much for sitting and listening to impacted people and for bringing that into this space. So I appreciate this question on research on impacts of family separation because it's in some ways difficult. So Professor Barrick talked about how research on the impact of foster care is challenging because children who enter foster care already often are entering with many challenges, and so if we observe different outcomes, it's hard to tell whether it was due to foster care or due to other conditions. I think there's a similar challenge with respect to the impact of family separation. We don't, in social science, to examine sort of a causal impact, the best way that we often can do that is by randomizing what happens, and we don't want to be randomizing for good reason which families are separated and which families aren't. And so because of that, it can be really difficult to disentangle the impacts of family separation from a quantitative perspective. From a qualitative perspective, exactly as you're hearing from the folks that you sat down with, this is some research that I've been involved with as well. It's really profoundly impactful for parents and for children. For children, some of the research around what's called like ambiguous loss. So not only the initial trauma of the separation, but then sort of the uncertainty around the caregiver and sort of where is that attachment that they had to the caregiver. It's sort of this ambiguous, uncertain trauma that they live with. This is not something that children are different, children are resilient, and so it's not necessarily a completely debilitating trauma, but for many it's a trauma nonetheless. And for parents, which is where I've personally worked with a lot in my research, it's absolutely devastating. I have just been with so many parents who have told me of just the devastation of what it's like to see your children and to wonder where they are, who's taking care of them, the things that that are they singing their favorite song at night, who's changing their diaper, who's getting to hear their first words, all of those things that are even compounded when that child is placed out of one's family or out of one's community. That initial devastation that turns to real disillusionment and disenchantment as parents work their way through a system that often is stigmatizing them, blaming them, disregarding them, giving them very little voice throughout the process, such that it's not only the family separation that's harmful or traumatic, but also the way that they're treated by the system as well. And so even if we are in certain circumstances having to do this family separation, I think there are also ways that our system can do this in a little bit more of a humane and respectful manner to honor parents' connection with their children and to support that connection to the extent that is possible, and to respect their voice and their autonomy.
And what we see from what Professor Fong talked about is that when the parent loses the child, there's a emptiness, and then there's more children, more children, more children. So it doesn't fix the problem. It just becomes a revolving, door of additional problems. And so that is definitely a phenomenon that we had seen when we were in Family Wellness Court. I guess I also wanted to I felt like I wasn't clear earlier. Just if we move forward and we look at protecting the child when they are removed and then placed back. I think it's so important to think about the wraparound or the services that are there. And I understand that we're not going to be in Family Wellness Court $6.3 million land. I think it was Camelot. We talk about it like Camelot. But I wonder if there's any partnership with faith-based groups. Like there used to be Heritage Home and House of Grace, but now they have Grace Village. And I've toured that. They have new buildings. Parents are paired with their children in a way that there's a lot of eyes on that. And the county's resources are really taxed, but faith-based, they have their own system of fundraising. I went to their most recent fundraiser and they did very well. So maybe there's some partnership there that can also help if you move forward and you're looking toward placement, to make sure that those parameters are there.
Can I just make one additional comment? And I so appreciate Professor Fong's review of some of this research in this area, and want to again thank you for your listening session, because to underscore one of the things you had said was you heard a very widely diverse group of people tell about very individualized stories. None of them were the same, and that's very important to remember, because all of these circumstances are quite unique. There was a study recently conducted by Heather Tausig where she examined a very large sample of youth who were ages 9 to 11 when they were first placed in foster care. She did a series of interviews with them to find out about their experience of placement, where were they placed, what did they think about their placement, all of the rest of it. She then returned to them 10 years later, and she asked them, tell me about your experience in foster care. On average, was it okay? Was it somewhat helpful? Was it very helpful? 80% of the youth said it was somewhat or very helpful. Their reflections back were that the experience itself was difficult, but that it was a helpful experience overall. There's also a study by Mark Courtney who looked at transition age youth, sort of 18 to 21-year-olds, and asked them to reflect back on their experience in foster care. And in that case, 2/3 of the youth said it was better than. And so the thing to remember about foster care is that it may not be what we want it to be. It probably is not what we want it to be. The question is it better than? Could it be better? Absolutely. Is it better than? Courtney's study suggested in about 2/3 of the cases it was. Two other points of import are that we've tried to create policies to soften that impact. Again, not to minimize that it is impactful, it is traumatic, it is difficult. But some of our policies we've developed try to minimize that impact by asking children and parents in child and family team meetings, what do you want to have happen next? Who do you want to have take care of your child? Is it a relative? Is it a coach? Is it a teacher? Is it a minister? And so we're trying to develop practices that align with what parents would want for their kids so that that trauma can be minimized. I'm not suggesting that we're there. I'm suggesting that these are some modest efforts in the right direction to rely on family, friends of family, and the voice of parents and kids to help direct the case whenever possible and safe to do so to minimize trauma.
And is there a follow-up question? And is that something that we're not doing now?
We absolutely have, it is a requirement for us to have child and family team meetings and get both a youth voice for any youth over 10, sometimes it's younger, especially if they're very verbal, and the parent's perspective as well, so absolutely. And then it's absolutely required anytime we're considering a removal situation. It's also required then when we do the planning around children to go back home and step down from a family reunification to a family maintenance situation, and then required again when we're making a decision to close out a case and making sure they're connected to the appropriate resources.
I just want to also add that you correctly identified some of the complexities that happen in this field, and that is that there are no situations that are identical. And so while we talk about things, you can go on the site that Wendy's the project director of, and you'll be able to see that there are circumstances. There are numbers of the circumstances for removal. There are circumstances of the situations, but they don't get at the details. And so it's complicated for us to make policies for all cases or all referrals that come into a system when they are so varied. That being said, I think that there are a number of policies like the child and family team meetings and other things that have been put into place that are going to continue to pay dividends. They're relatively early in the process. And then one other thing I wanted to mention from earlier, and I know that Supervisor Arenas stepped out, I also want to caution about looking at prior referrals as a metric for how safe or unsafe an environment is. County child welfare agencies do not have control over who picks up a phone and makes a phone call to the hotline. The person doing the screening has a lot of information they are trying to gather at once, and if there are prior referrals, obviously the expectation, part of the emergency response protocol that's listed in our policy of regulations, is that they do examine prior calls to the hotline. There are a lot of reasons why those prior hotline calls may or may not have been screened in. There's a lot of reasons why there may or may not have been substantiations. And so again, I just want to caution against thinking of a certain number as being that's the trigger for then screening in a call and doing an investigation.
Yeah, I want to echo that and also just briefly pick up on Professor Barrick's point, just to emphasize maybe one of the, like some of the limitations of the work that some of us do as social science researchers, which is to say that we can only study the world that as it exists. You know, we can't study the version of the world where we've shifted this policy or invested in this different direction. And so we can absolutely compare sort of, or hear from foster youth, for instance, how they evaluate their experiences compared to what might have been in our current status quo. But what we don't know is that really important third option, which is sort of what is the alternative where we might have made other investments or different investments or offered their families different kinds of support. And so that is where I say I wish we had more research on some of these alternative approaches, and that's where I think really Santa Clara County has the opportunity to be at the forefront of some of these prevention efforts.
Thank you. I'm just scanning to see if anybody else wanted to lean in because you don't have lights like us. Thank you for that very thoughtful conversation. I'm going to move on to my next question, but before I do, I just want to also acknowledge that there is the racial layer to this, that the majority of our families and our systems, the families that are experiencing this disruption and intervention are Black and brown families. And so even though every story was different and unique that evening during the listening session, everybody was a person of color, from a family of color. And that I hope that as you proceed with your respective research, that there is scholarship or there is research done into that aspect, the intersectionality of Black and brown families and the experience of the child welfare system. And when I'm also hearing that there's generational themes too. What does that do to the family unit over time, the family infrastructure from generation to generation? I want to switch over to something that's been mentioned already, poverty, lack of resources. How have other jurisdictions addressed how the widespread lack of access to basic needs impacts increased unsubstantiated genital neglect cases? And how would we expect to see the impact of considerable investments in our county safety net on our foster care entry rates? Big point of curiosity, I grew up in an era where, and I don't know if this is still the case, I'm wrapped up in privilege now, like 5 different ways. But growing up, my family was engaged with the child welfare system. We were in an environment where poverty was equated with neglect. And so I'd love to get your thoughts on that and your perspective.
I have not done this research myself, but I've been able to see a lot of really good, strong research coming out of Chapin Hall at the University of Chicago that are specifically looking at poverty and social programming to reduce child maltreatment. And they've come across, and I think a couple of their studies, and forgive me, I didn't read them right before I came in, so I might be blending across studies, but in general, things like welfare benefits, earned income tax credits, things that return income into the families are associated with lower maltreatment rates, and they've found that pretty conclusively over and over again. So I think that some of the times it can be hard for us to understand and make the connection between like having a job or getting a tax credit and something like physical abuse. But I think it comes down to stress. Mm-hmm. And I think it comes down to stress that piles up and becomes toxic. Mm-hmm. So I think I'll just sort of get you started and see whether these other learned people have other things to add.
Can I add, when we did Family Wellness Court, there were funds, so we did interviews with the litigants, the parents, and exit surveys, and we found that for men who are in treatment, it was really critical for them to have work. So it went to their self-esteem, it kept them busy, and it led to their ability to be successful as parents.
Scanning the mics. Okay, thank you for that. Piggybacking off of another question that was asked earlier, the child welfare system is largely directed by state law. What opportunities exist for advocacy and partnership to improve outcomes at the county level?
So within state law, counties are responsible for administering the child welfare program. So there are requirements. So just to name a few regulations that we have, counties have to have at least 50% of their staff have a master's degree or equivalent experience in order to work on the front end. We do have requirements that mirror the federal requirements for the number of times that you see a child and parents each month. However, the ways in which those are done are largely left to the counties. The program was realigned most recently in 2011 that gave a lot of latitude to the local communities to determine what was best for them rather than the state trying to decide for each of our 58 counties what was best for them. As you might know, our state legislators introduce child welfare bills almost every year. In fact, this last year was the lightest submission of child welfare bills that has happened in my entire time at CDSS. So there are people who are trying to tinker with the system to try and improve things by funding things like the child and family team meetings, and then doubling down on that investment to create funding sources for child and family team meetings for family maintenance that was not something that existed several years ago. Particularly, there's a lot of funding for children with high acuity needs. So we have a lot of children in our system who experience really substantial difficulties with behavioral health, and so there's a lot of investment in that. Again, those are things that the state funds, and we have requirements around what those things are spent on, broadly speaking, but it is up to the local jurisdictions to make decisions about who are they contracting with, what specific service are they looking for from any given service provider. And we see that flexibility as being a positive thing because, again, what works in Santa Clara probably would not work in Alpine, which probably would not work in San Luis Obispo. So we believe that that local control over the specifics of how the system is operated is a net benefit. I'm not sure if that really answered your question.
That was really helpful. I think from my perspective, I received a lot of communication and just a lot of feedback that this is a system that's so heavily regulated at the state and federal level. I think this is the first time I've heard the term flexibility and local control used in this context. And so I think what I've observed is that we're so hyper focused on compliance that are we missing opportunities in the realm of flexibility where we do have latitude do we have the bandwidth to lean into those spaces to figure out how we can carve out our own unique responses? That's just me thinking out loud. You don't have to respond to that if you don't
I
want
do
to.
want to say that we do have a number of regulations, and we pass through a lot of the federal regulations that are required. A lot of those are tied to funding streams and what's allowed or not allowed for those funding streams. So, for example, Title IV-E, it is an entitlement program. It is not a capped grant or allocation, pays for foster care. It does not pay for services, with the exception of what Mr. Milner was saying earlier. The Family First Prevention Services Act was passed to allow $4E dollars to be used for some prevention services. And again, that's somewhat in its infancy and is growing. So there are some strings attached to those kinds of things. We do have policies and regulations around some of the basic practice. So the timeliness to investigation for calls that come into the hotline, the training requirements for social workers, and the number of times that people have to be seen by their social worker. And of course, there's all the legal responsibilities for court dates and how long people have to get to certain hearings and things like that. But yes, within that, there is flexibility. And I do want to say very clearly, and this is not necessarily going to be a popular statement, that the requirements that we set at the federal and state levels are the minimum requirements. Those are not what anyone would ever reflect as being best practice. So most counties strive to do different and better than the bare minimums that we have. And I think that that's consistent here in Santa Clara County also, that there's a desire and a move toward doing more than just minimum effort.
Thank you for that.
I would just briefly add, there may also be legislative opportunities to get support for different pilots or programs that the county may want to try. So I'm thinking about LA County, which got legislation through to pilot some work around shifting from reporting to the hotline being an immediate knee-jerk response, do it at all costs or else, to investing in training folks and giving folks in schools and law enforcement and hospitals and so on resources to be able to refer, hey, when a kid comes in wearing dirty clothes, here's something else you can do instead. So some of those efforts that counties might think state laws keep them from doing, there may be workarounds through legislation.
Thank you. And then I want to ask about New Jersey. I don't know if that was brought up during the presentation, but New Jersey has reduced the number of kids in foster care by 80% and have experienced a workforce turnover of less than 10% for a full decade. New Jersey also maintains the third lowest child mortality rate of any state in the nation. Can we be New Jersey? What can we learn from New Jersey? How can we go about it? Daniel, Wendy, to the experts, professors, our state partner.
Supervisor, I'll just respond, I think, for the county. I think we're very interested in seeing kind of what they do, both from a policy as well as a practice perspective. So I know that Wendy and I were going to do some work with our Casey partner to see if we can find out what actually is that model that they're using there.
And I've had very limited experience with New Jersey, but I've met some good folks over there. I do think that they are on the cutting edge of providing mental health services, particularly to young people. We, as a state, adopted elements of what was their kind of mental health model for children in crisis and implemented parts of that in California. So I can't speak to their child safety works on the nose or all the metrics that you're talking about, but I have seen them be held up as an example to follow in terms of children's mental health.
Okay, good. So my Google search was not leading me astray. This is fact. New Jersey is doing something right. All right. Can we? I hope that our staff is taking notes of all the studies that were being referenced today, and so that we can go back and review. I think the last question I'll ask is that what do you recommend we investigate further as it relates to caseloads and decision-making considerations? Should agency leaders look at whether the decisions of the employees involved adhere involved adhered to agency policy? If actions did not adhere to policy, should agency leaders look at what factors may have enabled or encouraged these individuals to make contrary decisions? I really am trying to understand the decision-making process that seems to be unique in all the cases.
Supervisor, I can give an initial response. I do think we need to look kind of at all of that. I think we need to look at both policies that are in place, but I also think we need to look at the decision-making process. And I think more importantly, how staff are supported through, I think what you all have heard, which is very complex decision-making. I think Judge Edwards actually referenced a San Diego model earlier, and I had done some initial look on that. That is something that Wendy is actually already kind of implementing a similar model, which is to provide a kind of a multidisciplinary team format to support staff at key decision points for very vulnerable children. Because we know that, again, as it's been pointed out, each decision is so, each child and each family is so unique. And some of those decisions are so complex that we don't want the weight of that decision on one social worker, and one supervisor. We want to make sure that the agency is helping support them make that decision. So I think that's another element of that.
Thank you.
And I'll just build on that a little bit, that some of this is about that, I think Jerry Milner lifted this culture within the county of decision-making and support around decision-making. As you've heard today, the work of child welfare is so complex and so needed, and it comes with a heavy lift on things, and we have to make sure that we have an environment that really supports that. And so I'll build on what Wendy had brought in, and Supervisor Arenas, to your comment that you had made as well, that we actually have opted in Santa Clara County in partnership with Casey Family Programs to the National Partnership for Child Safety, and that really is about building a culture of safety in the world of child welfare. How do you unpack when there is a near fatality or a fatality? How do you debrief that safely and look at those factors? And then how do you take a look at a transparent way to show your data and learn from that, not shy away from it, but really have it be part of the culture of the work that's happening. So I'll actually be going this next month and meeting with the 42 jurisdictions that are doing the National Partnership of Child Safety across the nation. The counties in California is LA, Riverside, and Alameda County. So we joined 4 counties in California. So I'll be interested in bringing that back and really building. This is going to take time because culture takes time to build, but we need to invest that in those doing this really difficult job so that they can do right by the children and families in the community that we serve.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I said that was my last question, but actually, no, I'm not going to ask my last question. My last question is going to be more offline conversations around panic placement. The county has been accused of having an environment that is creating placement panic or panic in the placements. And Wendy and Daniel and to our experts and our administration, I hope that I expect an opportunity to follow up on that. I feel like that requires a lengthier discussion. I don't know what it means exactly. I don't know what the impacts are specifically. If there's anything brief you want to provide and help us now. I'm not trying to accuse anyone, but this is something that's been raised to us through public comment, through public feedback, community feedback, that our social workers are scared. At the listening session, we did have social workers attend and say that they're in fear, that they're crying in the stairwells. It's just devastating for them right now in this environment. Is that the same? Does that fall into that same category of panic placement? But this just all seems like a very the language that I'm hearing in these spaces just lends itself to a very toxic environment right now. And I know that's not going to be solved in the next 30 minutes or 10 minutes of discussion, but something I want to signal to our administration.
Since Wendy Kinnear said that they would be joining the MPSC, safety culture is at the heart of what they do. So the lens is on child fatalities, but it's about how you create a culture where you're learning. So these critical incidents aren't loaded with blame, and you don't get the kind of reactions that you're talking about, and you don't get the reaction of the system to sort of flip and start making decisions that are fundamentally different than they would have been prior to the critical incident. So I think when you start to imbue your agency with this sense of being a learning culture where mistakes are terrible, we want to avoid them, but we're going to use them as opportunities to really understand ourselves better, how we make decisions, and that we're all in this together. That does create more openness to learning how to do better. It creates an environment where people stick around and don't leave the agency, so you don't lose that experience and that knowledge about how to do child welfare work. So I think that there's a lot of benefit to learning how to create a safety culture in an organization like DFCS.
And I was going to add in, Supervisor, I think this also reflects back to the prior discussion that I think the way that we can support staff through those very difficult decision points, I think anybody who's done child welfare knows what it's like to go home after making a difficult decision and wondering if you made the right decision. So I think anything we can do to build mechanisms to support in those very both high risk but very complex situations, I think can also help people feel like they're out of this like fear-based decision making.
Thank you. Those are it for my questions. I promise for real this time. What I've gleaned from the conversation so far prior to the study session, now throughout the study session, don't know how to get there yet, but we need to have tailored responses to every single individual child, and that we need to receive the child not as an individual, but in a holistic way, the whole family, the home environment, all the different factors shaping their lives and their world. And I'm hoping that this team decision-making model lends itself to that, to allow us to create tailored, unique experience for each child, even with children in the same family. I have a son and I have a daughter, and we don't raise them the same way. They weren't raised the same way. They're very different. So why would we apply that level of uniformity across our systems? I know we have systems. I know there's policies and procedures we have to adhere to provide parameters for safety and consistency. But then I really am interested, at the same time, we need to have that level of flexibility to tailor and that drive too, to be able to mother and father and parent a child in our care, to give them that unique tailored experience matched to their childhood and how they show up and how we can help launch them. So I know that's hard to do, but we do hard things in this county, and every child deserves that. Thank you so much for your time. I don't know what our staff promised you, but I hope they didn't promise that you would be out of here by 4. Maybe we could get some dinner for everybody. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, President Lee. I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation. This is a fairly new area for me, and I've certainly learned a lot from hearing all of you. I think the main conclusion is that, and as a parent myself, I know this, that number one, parenting is hard. Families have many different circumstances. As Supervisor Young said, you could have 2 children and they can be completely different. So it's just very, very complex. And I think the best we can do is try to, as you've mentioned, and it sounds like you're doing, to try to tailor responses or reactions to each special circumstance, and not no two circumstances are the same. So it is very complex, and how do we do that in an environment where we have such limited resources? So it is quite challenging. I did want to, you've already answered the question about, I guess my concern is the environment we are in now, the mention of fear-based decision-making, and how do we alleviate that. I appreciate the comments about providing support, the team decision-making makes a lot of sense. And how do we, I think about the job and how challenging, how frankly taxing it must be. And so my question would be what else could we do to support our employees, the staff who are doing this difficult work, and to encourage them? I worry about burnout. I think that's something we're seeing, and that's that's tragic in the sense because we want that experience, right, to be retained. So, like, do you have other thoughts on what else could we be doing to encourage that longevity?
Supervisor Abikoga, I appreciate the question on that, and I'll just answer as the department's director. It's really important that the workforce is supported in this, making sure that the staff have the necessary support, making sure they're not alone, that they know that there's team decision-making around that they feel like they're supported by their supervisors and their managers. I know it may seem really simple, but I have really heard from staff in walking the floor that they just want to be seen and heard and acknowledged for this heavy lift. Obviously, making sure I have good staffing levels and we have the necessary support and the resources, but I think they just want to be acknowledged for this really tough job they're doing and to know that they're being focused in on for the resources and support that's needed and acknowledged for this really tough job that they need to do for the most part. And making sure there's enough of that workforce that's strong enough so they can tap in and out, because this work is taxing and we have to make sure that our staff can take breaks when needed and take vacations and take care of themselves and their own families to come back to do this really difficult work. So making sure there's enough staffing to be able to do that.
That's good points. Thank you. I was looking at the attachment of the evidence-based practices, and I wanted to understand better. Are those are all the practices being used? Have you sorted out like what works? And maybe you don't know it from what I'm hearing because of the really individuality of each case. But is it a list of practices that are being offered that you continue to add to as you find more, or do you have some data on what works better than others, or just trying to understand what that chart, how I should read that chart?
Yeah, a couple things I would bring up. I would say that in comparison, we are a strong county for our use of evidence-based practices. A couple things I would lean into, some of the things that have been highlighted about the funding opportunities and the Families First prevention work requires us to use evidence-based practices. Okay. So as a county, we have been investing in our community-based providers so that they are in places to be able to use those evidence-based practices. I can tell you for all of our contracts, we have logic models and outcome measures, and we have to have fidelity to some of those things. I also would just put in the space, because I know it's been lifted for cultural considerations. So Casey Family Programs has been doing some work around those evidence-based practices. I last got some of their research in 2022. I actually just reached out to them knowing we were coming before here, and they are redoing some of those studies so that we can have the latest on how do some of those evidence-based practices show up for our families of color, specifically for here in Santa Clara County, really leaning into our Latino families, our Black families, and our Native families.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you again. Appreciate all of the information. Thank you, President Lee.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you so much to our panelists who's been here, and many of you actually even flew up for presenting. So I just want to say thank you for your great efforts. I definitely want to make sure that you guys could get treated with some type of a meal or whatnot, but that's the least. I think what's so important today really is to be able to get your larger perspective outside our system per se and try to see and share. And some of you are local that I'm sure will be coming back to you to consider to continue these important dialogues. As been said that, it takes a village to raise a child. And in many cases here, when you add the poverty, the crowded housing because of the cost of living being so high, adding to issues we mentioned, domestic violence, drug usage, the situations is very, very complicated and no case is ever identical. But I just want to say thank you for your work day to day to do this important work. And certainly there's so much more we can learn from other jurisdictions, whether it's New Jersey or whether it's San Diego, that mentioned about the highly vulnerable children protocol. So we look forward to getting these best practices and hope to eventually adopt these. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I was a patent attorney. I'm out of life. Meaning that I protect inventions from being copycatted by others. In this job, is the exact opposite. I'm looking forward to the best practices, the best way how these things are done so that I could bring it to our community to serve them better. So thank you so much for being here again. It's truly an honor to meet all of you. And I just want to say huge thank you. Was there a motion?
No, I'd be glad to make one.
Please.
I would move that we receive the report with tremendous appreciation, and I would like to direct to administration that we schedule a companion panel, as was recommended by several folks, that includes directly impacted youth with lived experience in the foster care system, directly impacted parents and family members, and social workers. And I'll leave it to you, I don't know if we want social workers currently in our system, if that would be comfortable, or former, or from another county, but certainly direct service providers should be part of that panel as well. And I will look for a
I'll second that, yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, I have a motion of second, no further discussion. Let's go take the vote. This is for item 11 only, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Tony?
Through the chair, this is just for 11?
Yes, for 11.
Okay.
Right.
And that's a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by President Lee. Supervisor Abakoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes, with deep gratitude. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
I as well.
Motion passes with 5.
Thank you very much. And moving to item number 12, which is receiving a report from DFCS relating to updates regarding child welfare reform efforts.
All right. Good afternoon again. In light of the presentation that we just have, I brought before you a verbal update on where we are in our corrective action plan. So I'm going to provide a few highlights for you. We continue to work very closely with California Department of Social Services in order to have our focused efforts of improvement from the original focus concerns that were brought before us. I am pleased to report that we have completed 71 of our 75 action items. A couple brief highlights during this last quarter. DFCS did complete our holistic policy review of over 256 chapters to ensure all of those policies were aligned with regulations. Of those chapters, 200 were updated. There were chapters that were set aside that were no longer useful or outdated. And then we did identify a handful of chapters that will be going forward in partnership with CDSS in our extended corrective action plan. As a reminder to this Board of Supervisors, as part of our corrective action plan, we held some listening sessions and feedback from staff, and we learned that the surveys that we were doing to engage staff on how training was going was not useful. They said, please stop surveying us. This is not helpful. This is not useful. This is not getting the feedback that you need and is not worth our time. They asked instead that we come in person to unit meetings and engage with them and ask them that feedback and how it's going. So we listened and put that immediately into operation for the last training we did, which was for the new allegations around open referrals or open cases. 23 units actively gave us feedback, and of that feedback, 87% said the training was well received and they really appreciated it, and they gave us feedback on what we could do better, which is they want to have more coaching, more support, have supervisors work with them afterwards, have time to discuss trainings in their unit meetings and debrief those. So this feedback is actively being put in place, and the next training that we will be launching this next month will be our interim policy, so that will give us an opportunity to be able to put that in action. There's a couple other things that are included in your ledge file. One is an update on the community-based social work program in Gilroy Unified School District and in Franklin McKinley School District. In Gilroy, there is also a community worker supporting this program. During this time period, we successfully navigated and partnered with labor so that we could define the role of that community worker. We also launched a survey in the school districts at the end of the school year and then brought it back again because of low attendance in order to evaluate evaluate that program. Right now, the DFCS CQI team is in the process of evaluating this pilot. That evaluation will conclude a comparative review of the data and survey feedback to evaluate our partnerships, what's working in this. We'll evaluate the calls that come in from the schools as well as the calls that come in from the community, the types of calls, the reasons for the calls, and we'll be bringing back those survey results to the September Child and Family Committee. I do want to note that the social worker that was in Gilroy is returning and has actively appreciated their partnership. The social worker that was in Franklin McKinley is unexpectedly out on leave, so we are in the process of identifying a new staff to do that. And I personally am meeting with the superintendents in the next couple weeks to make sure I'm in strong partnerships with them for anything gleaned from their lens as leaders. Also in your packet is information about AB 2085 that was requested from Supervisor Arenas for just an update on AB 2085, which went into effect in 2022, and any impact that's having on DFCS's ability to investigate or act on general abuse allegations. So in this ledge file, you will find that AB 2085 clarified legal definitions for general neglect under the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Act. And what it stated is that no mandated reporter should be referring a parent or a guardian just because of economic disadvantage or poverty, that there needs to be additional factors in place, and that child needs to be at substantial risk of suffering serious physical harm or willfully falling underneath the definition of neglect. It's important to note for this body that this did not change the legal definitions for the in-person responses from DFCS and what we need to do at the end of the day. This was really about training and support around mandated reporters to let them know there are other pathways in education to be able to get resources to families instead of just referring to child welfare for a family to get resources. I want to assure this board that DFCS is still required to investigate all allegations of abuse or neglect, still falls under the same definitions. And I also want to reiterate to this board that all the referrals that come in that are evaluate outs or non-reports in Santa Clara County go to our SAFE providers, supporting all families equitably to engage with those families and see if they need resources or support. I also want to assure this board we have not seen a decrease in our calls to the hotline since this was put into place. We still see a high volume of calls, and as you heard from Wendy Wegman's presentation, we are one of the counties that screens in a higher volume of calls that come in. Also included in this ledge file at the request of Supervisor Arenas and Supervisor Abby Koga was to report back on the resources it would take to do that comprehensive deeper dive on child welfare referrals with households or 3 or more referrals since 2020. This really did stem back to that child fatality review and really wanting to look at those cases and look at those that were determined to be investigated, but determined to be inconclusive, unfounded, or unsubstantiated, and really take a look at those households with 3 or more referrals. As this board is aware, only authorized staff within the county's child welfare system can access those records needed to do this review under Welfare and Institutions Section 827. And I would say further, this review is limited by the fact that we must only consider the information that was gleaned from that investigation. There is no authority for us to go back and engage with those families, so we would have to look at the data that we have right now. My team conducted a resource assessment and determined it would take approximately 3,350 staff hours to complete this review to really do it due justice. And so with DFC's current focus on our state mandate functions, as I'm sure you can understand, and thoroughly and appropriately completing all of our casework and what's needed with our staff, we really will be taking a look at possibly the new Oversight Child Welfare Committee helping out in that review. We do think it would be helpful, and I always appreciate a deeper dive to understand our data, but just need to be able to pace ourselves in the work that we're taking on and make sure that we're not at any point in time risking the mandates that we're asked to do. Two other things that I would bring up in the spirit of transparency that are not in your report. One is hot off the press since the last report, and in the spirit of transparency, I just met with CDSS to check in last time about the larger case file review that's being conducted on 75 cases for placement, both emergency placements and RFAs. The state has let me know we are probably about 3 weeks from having that report, so that will be able to be a public report and will help drive some of what will be in our extended corrective action plan. And the other item that is coming to the board on a off agenda is with regards to CARES. So I'm hoping things has trickled out about the huge undertaking for all child welfare jurisdictions, Santa Clara County, along with the other 57 counties, are currently undertaking. They are replacing the legacy child welfare system. So you may have heard me mention CWCMS will be replaced with the CARES system. CARES stands for the California Automated Response and Engagement System. I'm just going to refer to it as CARES going forward. This is the database system that we use to track all referrals and to be able to communicate with one another, look up history on families. Really, it's our main port of communication within the child welfare system. All staff are required to go through over 20 hours of training for the go live on CARES by October 26th. I will let you know that over the past many weeks, both DFCS staff and our TSS system, technology and support system, have been utilizing and in the testing environment and partnering with the state around this launch of CARES. I do want to let the board know that our county, along with many other counties, in addition to the County Child Welfare Association of California, have lifted serious concerns about this database system, how quickly it's being launched, and not being prepared or ready for this launch. In fact, many directors, along with the Child Welfare Directors Association, provided a letter to state legislators specifically asking for this to be stalled and slowed down on July 14th. Unfortunately, that was not acted upon, so we are going forward. I want to assure you that DFCS is doing its absolute best in moving this forward, but I do want to make sure this board is aware that we share the concerns with the Child Welfare Organization and other counties, that there are serious concerns with this database system. There are design flaws that could impact how quickly and efficiently we are able to respond. Simple things like contact notes not being centralized will leave it concerns that social workers will miss something. The system only has a single placement option, means that if I'm looking for a placement for child, it's going to take significantly more time for me to be able to track a placement down. There are also design flaws up front when we're taking a hotline call that will slow down the time that a child welfare social worker is taking a call from a mandated reporter. There are also concerns that the system is not able to clearly document when there's translation needs, so we could have serious miscommunications with families. In addition, these concerns that have been lifted about the legal and financial concerns that we have within this. Additional project deficiencies that have been lifted up during this time is that there is supposed to be an interface, which is great at the end of the day, between the child welfare system and the CalSAWS system, so between our eligibility and benefit system. That design has not even been built yet for the child welfare system. Another serious implication is this system was supposed to track all of the placements and resource family approvals. That system has also not been built out yet and won't be ready. So it will be delayed, which means social workers that are placement and our resource family approval social workers will have to turn to the old system, which will be read-only, and the new system effective October 26th. So I am publicly stating our concerns with this database system and publicly stating that we are doing what we have been asked to do by the state to move this forward and absolutely supporting the staff in the training that's needed. In response to these challenges, we have both TSS and DFCS have pulled staff and trained over 18 staff to know this system so that, because we have also experienced challenges with the state training that just launched, so that we can train and support staff both up to October 26th as well as after October 26th. We are also developing backup plans should this system not function in the way it needs to function and any concerns that may come up. I will also let this board know that we are really fortunate. Santa Clara County is one of 5 other counties that has a local download of the system. So on October 26th, the old system will go away. It will be read-only for 6 months, and we will have the new system. Everyone's hoping we can see that read-only. In Santa Clara County, we do a weekly download of that system, so we will be in a unique position where we actually can pull information out of the old system should there be any issues. Many counties are very, very jealous of this strategic, great decision that was made by this county years ago that puts us in a great position going into this, or a better position than other counties right now. We will continue to do everything possible to be prepared for this, but I want this board to be aware because I do worry about this database system. I worry about the implications for our staff. I worry about continuing to do the mandates that we need to and having my staff trained during this time. So we will be responsive, do everything possible, but I want this board to be aware of some of those challenges. And with that, I will pause for any questions.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Whew, that was a lot. Yes, Vice President.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what to tell you. When the state is asking us to transition into new systems and then they say, we don't have it just yet. We're like, just use an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah. State guide. I know Dave should have stayed here to listen to this. He obviously already knows and is very well aware, as you are. I'm so sorry. You know what? I'm glad that we were able to download the system in a way that we can access it and not lose any records. That's really important. And so kudos to whomever did that in the past or presently. And please keep us informed about the transition and when it actually happens. And if it's any better, hopefully.
In theory, it is supposed to be better. Those that have navigated and what's supposed to be delivered is supposed to be better. I think there are some advantages to it. There's the ability to pull reports out of it and data that does not exist with the legacy, really old historic system. So in theory, yes. I think the concern that child welfare jurisdictions have expressed is we're not ready. But it will also put us in compliance with federal outcomes, which is the big push to do this because California has been out of compliance with several federal requirements, which could affect funding later. And I'll be really transparent with this board. One of the reasons that the state has been so reluctant to delay that is it will cost the state billions of dollars to delay that because of the fiscal implications. So I can appreciate and understand the complexities on this, but it really is coming on the backs of child welfare organizations.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with some of this administrative shenanigans. It's all ultimately for the improvement of the system, and then please, in the next report, let us know how the actual system is, because in theory, it's supposed to be better, and we're going to see in practice what it actually offers. I'll cross my fingers and hope that we'll make the best of it. So let me ask. There was just one question about I have just one question about the analysis of the feedback that was found that indicated that was 87%, I think, of the staff that knew how and when to report a new allegation in an open case or referral. 87% is not shabby, but if you could just maybe tell me who was the staff that was involved? Are those social workers, or could that be also clerical, and maybe that's why they didn't know?
Great question, Supervisor Dianis. For this specific training, it was all of the social workers, supervisors, and managers involved in decision-making around new allegations of abuse or neglect. So that would have been the hotline workers and all the forward-facing staff, as well as the support social worker ones that do visitation as well. I will tell you that it's 87% of those that engaged in feedback, but we did circle back around and have supervisors in their unit meetings and checking in and supervision with staff, anything else we need to do to make sure they understand it. We're also using the opportunity in a learning environment whenever we might have gaps or needs about something that would have been reported, circling back around with that team member and just making sure there's a good understanding of our policy.
Wonderful, because I know that obviously that was part of the last report and the analysis or the feedback that we got from the state that there weren't the protocols weren't being followed, right? So I appreciate you doing the trainings, and hopefully we'll see 100%. That would be great, because these are the folks who I was thinking, oh gosh, maybe it's other folks who are mixed in there. So it worries me just a bit, but I hear you're going to go back and do some additional trainings, and for whatever reason, maybe not everybody filled out the survey. So hopefully that's part of the explanation. That's it for that piece. I know that there's, we can talk a little bit more at CSFC around some of those cases that would create a burden of 3,350 staff hours to complete. There's some opportunity maybe to prioritize some of those cases that are flagged for like 3+, 5+ flags, so that we have some level of consideration. We don't have to go back, and we don't have the jurisdiction anyways to go back and reopen anything. But at the very least, take it into account when an additional call comes in. And we know that there's 5+. So that's item 12, and our president said that we were going to hear item 12 and 13. So I'm going to move over to item 13, and thank James and your team for reporting back on the previous referral and the legislative proposal. I know that we have had some issues about confidentiality and how that is an obstacle in coordinating services between not only just counties. From obviously our folks are sometimes moving around to find better employment opportunities, but also between departments, so that we can actually be an integrated system of care that understands that one client is all of our client. It belongs to everyone. And so I know that there is an opportunity for us to add some recommendations to the legislative proposals to explore some of that, some of those legislators sponsoring our potential legislation and seeking that partnership with the state and the state and the delegation on child welfare reforms. So I want to make a motion to approve the report. And then I'm going to add this recommendation of our legislative proposals to explore sponsoring legislation and seeking partnership with our state legislature and delegation on child welfare reforms to close the statewide gap of information and provide notification to the Board of Supervisors upon any child welfare investigation, initiation, findings of an investigation, meaningful interactions, status updates on the corrective action plan by the California Department of Social Services. And as my colleagues already know, we weren't notified of one, the investigation, and two, when the report was ready, and on various occasions we haven't been notified. And then in addition to that is to provide sharing information between county jurisdictions and DFCS systems that exacerbates this isolation of the family that is already in our system. So I've already shared with our IGR proposal in writing to take a look at what that could look like. I know it's really important for us to continue to have that coordination from county to county. And so so that is one piece on the on this item. And then the second piece is for the Blue Ribbon Commission. I know that we, one of the suggestions is for us to have 2 nominations per district, but I'm wondering if we can spend some time, or maybe we can send this to committee, because I think that there needs to be some maybe required areas of expertise that need to be part of the Blue Ribbon Commission. And I'm thinking that we need to have, I don't know, some folks who actually have experience, lived experience, right? Not everyone that we're going to recommend may have it, but maybe a physician that has expertise in child abuse, a social worker who has had a trajectory in child welfare, so they have on the experience, a young adult with lived experience as a foster youth, a commissioner maybe from our Child Abuse Prevention Council. So I was hoping to have just, or a supervisor and judge. We obviously had them in our panels, or maybe retired, because I think sometimes those who are still active may not, maybe prohibited in, or may not want to participate. But I was hoping to hear from my colleagues too, what their thoughts were, because to do just 2 people from our respective districts, we might have more, one of the same. And so then we don't really have just a myriad of experience. And so before I finish that motion, I wanted to hear what your thoughts were. The motion is about moving forward with the legislation, or the recommendation for us to explore that. And then the second is this other piece. And then I need to also include in the motion to accept the report for item 12.
13?
And 13, yes, sorry, for item 12 and 13, and then the motion on the recommendation for the IGR. So that's a motion on the floor, and then we can have a discussion about the makeup of the Blue Ribbon Task Force.
James, your lights on?
I just wanted to just share my understanding of the motion as it was made. Supervisor, as I understand it, you're suggesting moving forward with the legislative proposal as recommended, but adding to that proposal, also seeking additional flexibility within 827 regarding information sharing for other county departments and cross counties themselves. So that'd be in addition to the items listed here. And then, as I understand your motion, it's to take up the discussion of the composition of the Blue Ribbon Commission and Committee before returning to the Board of Supervisors for creation.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure I got that.
And I think we had added that in our legislative recommendation. I don't know how it maybe didn't move forward, but thank you for the catch. Yes.
I'm so sorry. James, can you repeat that? It's been a long day, so I was kind of in and out.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Well, so my understanding of the motion was to receive the report under item 12, receive the report under item 13, move forward with the legislative proposal as recommended by administration under item 13, with the addition of also seeking 2 additional components to the legislative proposal. Those 2 components are more flexibility for sharing of 827 protected data between county departments, which right now is very narrowly limited, and more flexibility for sharing 827 information between child welfare agencies in the state, which is also an identified issue that's come up in the past. So those would be 2 additional pieces. And then with respect to the Blue Ribbon Commission, to first have conversation at CSFC before returning back to the board.
Oh, okay. And then are we able to talk, because you said you wanted to hear from your...
Yeah. I mean, yes.
We should get a second before there's discussion.
There should be a second before discussion?
Yes. Will you second it?
Huh? Sure, I'll second it.
Okay,
Yes.
here we go. That's all.
I'm sorry, is that I didn't realize that was a thing. I thought we could still talk about it. But, you're the lawyer, the lawyer. Oh my God, it's been 9 hours. Y'all veterans, this is my first 9-hour meeting. Okay, so about the Blue Ribbon Commission, I think, we should have parameters around expertise. And before this goes back to committee for further discussion, James, I like how we did the Measure A Oversight Committee structure, where there were specific roles identified to ensure the level of expertise that was going to be present on that committee. We do need a level of expertise on this committee. Did you envision an approach like that, or?
Yeah, sure. What I might suggest is maybe if this moves to the committee, we can, when the item comes to committee, we can come forward with recommendations on categories so that there's diverse sets of folks that would be represented. I do think, in my experience, these kinds of committees are most effective when they're a manageable number of individuals, but I think making sure that different categories of folks are represented makes sense. So if this motion moves forward, when we come to CSFC with the item, we will bring forward some recommendations for categories that obviously the committee can then weigh in on and modify, and then that'll return to the Board of Supervisors subsequently.
And then clerk of the board will randomize the selections like they did last time, and then
That's
and then
typically how,
assign
yes,
two?
that's generally how that's done. So let's just say hypothetically speaking, there's a seat for, for a retired judge, for instance. That might be too narrow, but say retired judge, for instance, that seat would then be randomized and distributed to one of the supervisors through the clerk of the board's process. And we've done models like that for many commissions and similar bodies in the past. So it's definitely a doable process. I think it's just about identifying what those 10 categories would be that ensure appropriate representation, but that are also not so narrow that a supervisor doesn't have sufficient base to pull from.
Yeah, before I get to sit on CSFC, so I look forward to this conversation. I think before we go to committee with this, if there's any categories that our colleagues are interested, I really love that. I feel strongly about a former foster youth with lived experience in our child welfare system being a part of this conversation. I think that's important. And then I don't know how to define this role, but I really think that our social workers, someone from the workforce, whether they're retired or from that world, and I see nods, so I feel like you're catching what I'm tossing. Someone is. So having that type of level of expertise of lived experience, I would be very supportive of that. I would feel the need for that, see the need for that. Turn off my light.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Sure, just on this specifically, I would sort of like a hybrid approach. Categories makes a lot of sense. If we have 10 members and say 5 different categories, perhaps each supervisor has an appointment at large and an appointment in whatever the category is. And I don't know how you go about deciding, like, do you get the judge or does somebody else get the judge? But in general, we don't want the judge. We all want the judge. But I think in general, 10 feels like a good number to me, and I would like a mix of both expertise and, frankly, lay people who are not experts that are hearing this kind of from the outside and come with, perhaps less formed, I don't want to say biases, but less formed perspectives from the outset. So that would be my recommendation, and I'm happy for CFCS to discuss and recommend.
Okay, for a motion by second, yes, to maker.
Oh, nothing. Thank you so much for the feedback. I think we're going to have to raffle the retired judge. Yeah, I know. We're just gonna. She's just gonna be. She's foundational. She's just there. I'm excited about moving forward with a lot of the work that has been done, and I really appreciate our board providing feedback, taking the time to be thoughtful and considerate about our system. And I know it's a lot of work. But I think that we're all moving together in a way that I think is going to show some systemic change, and for that I'm really excited. So,
All right.
That's it.
All right. Jenny, let's take the vote.
And that was a motion by Supervisor Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Yoon for items 12 and 13. Supervisor Abakoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion passes.
Great. Then next item is a referral from Vice President Arenas regarding Federal Voting Rights Act and the California Voting Rights Act. Let's go ahead, Vice President.
Oh, me?
Yes. 14.
Sorry. Okay, so I wasn't sure if you wanted to hear public comment, and of course, you're the chair, so you decide what time. But I know that folks have been waiting for a minute to talk about this. So before I speak, I'd love to see if we can have our
Public to hear?
our
to speak?
public comment.
Sure.
Yes, and then I can go into some of the
Sure.
the details of this.
Right. Ajani, how many public would like to speak on this item?
Well, I have 7 cards in chambers. I'm not sure if they're all still with us here. And I see 2 hands raised on Zoom. But I believe those names are in the card, so we'll say 7.
All right, let's do 1 minute each.
Okay, if you're still with us, I'll call all names of in-chamber speaker cards. We have Carla Torres, Sean Allen, Carmen Brammer, Isabel, Dolores, Lavere Foster, that I see online, and Milan is also online, in any order, please.
We made it.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Really.
Okay, ready?
Let's,
Hit
please,
the clock? All righty.
1 minute each. Great.
1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute. It says
Yep,
two.
perfect.
Okay.
All right.
I'm Carmen Brammer, CEO and founder of Global Majority Consulting. I'm glad that Supervisor Arenas and her team have taken the lead to collaborate with me to protect the voting rights of communities affected by the recent Supreme Court decisions, especially our Black community. This referral is the beginning of a long-term commitment to reassure all residents that our Board of Supervisors will stand up to support our vote, our voice, and our representation. We must act expeditiously on the referral actions. As I speak, decisions have been made and are in the courts that could affect our November elections. I'm excited about my partnership with Supervisor Arenas and look forward to our county moving in a positive direction in spite of the challenges ahead.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that was only 48 seconds. Thank you very much.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Isabel Caballero-Texera, and I'm a district field representative for Assemblymember Patrick Ahrens, who is still on the floor, much like you guys are today, voting on bills. Otherwise, he would be here himself. I'm here to urge the board to support the 3 action items presented for you by Supervisor Arenas. 1, to consider drafting a resolution in support of protecting and promoting voting rights, specifically for our Black and African ancestry community members, specifically in Santa Clara County, in response to the Supreme Court ruling recently, to approve an off-agenda report to the board relating to civic engagement plan, again for that same community, as well as approve to formally support Senate Bill 1164, which Assemblymember Ahrens did co-author, as well as Senate Bill 1360. With a lot of the hate and the vitriol that's coming down from the federal government, and we see a lot of the community's rights being stripped over, so just supporting that here in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you.
All names were called in chambers. Okay, we'll go to our Zoom speakers. Milan is our first speaker. Please accept the unmute. You've been given 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Milan Valentin, Executive Director here at AACSA, the African American Community Service Agency, and I'm speaking in support of Item 14, Voting Rights Act, referral by Supervisor Sylvia Arenas, and respectfully urge our Board of Supervisors to take immediate action for voting rights and meaningful civic engagement for Black, African American, and African ancestry communities. Regarding the Voting Rights Act of 1965 stands as one of the most transformative legislative victories of the civil rights era, and addressing long-standing barriers that had prevented many residents, as facts state, requires us to continue to look at accessibility and civic engagement, namely looking at what are we going to currently do now in regards to stronger voter participation and civic engagement plan that the agency is looking forward to partnering in with the supervisors on ensuring everyone's vote is counted and making sure everyone has an accessibility today to vote in the November election and future elections. Please support this.
The next speaker is Lavere Foster. Lavere, please accept the unmute.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lavere Foster, Associate Director of the African American Community Service Agency, and I'm speaking in support of item 14. Protecting voting rights must go hand in hand with investing in our meaningful civic engagement. Access to the ballot is essential, but our work cannot stop there. We must ensure that our Black and African ancestry communities have the information, resources, and opportunities to participate fully in the decisions that impact their families and neighborhoods. A strong civic engagement plan can help build trust, increase voter education and participation, and create consistent pathways for community members to engage with local government, not just during elections, but throughout the year. ACSA welcomes the opportunity to be a part of that process and to help ensure the voices of our community are heard, represented, and reflected in public policy. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. We're going to close the speaking portion of this item. Vice President Arenas.
Thank you so much. I want to start just by recognizing the community members that have been in the chambers with us this whole day. And even though this is last, is definitely not least. This is where we need to really start, and that is defending the rights, voting rights of the folks who are disenfranchised, folks who our federal government is trying to target. And so thank you, Carmen. Carmen Bremer is a resident in our district, but more importantly, a leader in our community. And so for that, I'm just really grateful that you brought this forward, that you created awareness in all of us, and you're carrying this for our community. I know that there's other folks that we should appreciate, but I know that we've been here a little bit longer, so I'm going to read it really, really quick. Milan Bellington and Lavere Foster, Sean Allen, Dolores Alvarado, Isabel Caballero from our, as you heard from Assemblymember Ahrens, Carla Torres, and then of course Derek Grazzi. There's many others who have contributed to the development of this referral, and so really what we would like to do is move this referral. I won't go into much further. I know that you can, on your own time, look up the Louisiana versus Kayla decision that was handed earlier this year on April 29, 2026, and removes the legal safeguards against racial gerrymandering in Louisiana and further dilution of Black voting power, and essentially undermines the Voting Rights Act Section 2 protections. And it really erodes the power of communities to elect representatives of their choice that looks like them, that speak like them, and that care for their communities in a way that maybe others can't. And so for that and for so many other really good reasons, we need to make sure that we're prepared for this upcoming November election. For in 2 years, we'll have another election at a federal level, and this is going to make a huge difference for us because I want to see our Black community represented in their votes. With that, I'll make a motion to ask my board members to approve this referral so that we can continue to move forward.
I'm happy to second and add just a couple of comments. I'm very proud to support this. In general, so proud that Santa Clara County supports all of our communities, especially in times of crisis and division. I think when so many step back, we step forward. And of course, we are all well aware of the federal administration's ongoing attempts to erode the Voter Rights Act. But even in California, we're having to fight this effort to discriminate against and intimidate voters from exercising their constitutionally protected right to vote. Voter on our ballot is voter-initiated Prop 39, which got there because it received more than 1 million signatures. and that would establish additional voter identification and citizen verification requirements in California for California voters, allegedly to prevent widespread fraud and abuse, of which notably there is no evidence. So I think the referral is particularly timely as we come up to this current November election, and we have to make clear the consequences to our voters of acting in support of that particularly damaged proposition. I want to thank Supervisor Arenas again for leading this, and obviously we're all aware of fiscal constraints. This is very important work. If it is possible to fold this outreach into existing work that the ROV is doing to stand up ahead of the November election, I think that would be most prudent. Again, thank you for bringing this.
Absolutely. Anything to be more efficient. I'm happy to do that. Absolutely.
The Voting Rights Act was passed over 50 years ago. President Johnson, on March 15, 1965, said, "A century has passed since equality was promised, and he's not equal. A century has passed since the day of promise, and the promise is unkept. The time of justice has now come. No force can hold it back." These were the words of President Johnson back then. But on the other hand, we have just gone back. With the recent ruling of Louisiana versus Calais, we have now regressed as a society with the Section 2 protections being stripped away, enshrining minority representation in Congress. These recent stumbles backwards allow these states to dilute the voices of the most vulnerable by drawing them into districts where they will become a minority in representation and ideology. This ruling is not about protecting our Constitution. On the contrary, it is about protecting special interests to weaken black voters and minority representation in our Congress and other legislatures. The fact of the matter is that minority voters are being stripped and deprived of their fundamental rights under this administration, and it is a poor reflection on public servants to stand by idly when this happens. President Johnson led the charge to pass the Voting Rights Act of 1965 after the events in Selma and Bloody Sunday, where 600 demonstrators were brutally attacked by white police and law enforcement officers for peacefully marching for civil rights. We do not have the luxury of time, and we cannot wait for another Selma to bend the arc of justice again. I want to thank Vice President Arenas and also the community members who spoke up for raising the issue, for the gravity of this issue, and taking this principled stand to make it clear that Santa Clara County will not and does not stand for or represent the values of what this Supreme Court has set out. Furthermore, we need to continue this fight every day. This work has just begun again, because it's never going to be ending with these type of interpretation. With this White House, we have to contend with the rights for everyone. And with that, let's take the vote.
That's a motion by Supervisor Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg for item 14. Supervisor Abicoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, next, County Executive Report. Hi, James.
Well, good evening. I will save my substantive comment for item number 18 and just note two things very quickly. One is this weekend we will have a very large county contingent at the Silicon Valley Pride Festival and Parade, which is happening downtown San Jose this weekend. This is, as the board knows, the 10th anniversary of our Office of LGBTQ Affairs, and that's reflected on our gear and presence for Silicon Valley Pride this weekend. And also just wanted to note that coming up is also Labor Day, and wanted to take this opportunity to thank our thousands of dedicated public servants here in our county organization. These are very difficult times for our county, especially on the fiscal front. But despite those challenges, despite all of the different things coming our way and the very real and pressing needs in our community, our workers show up each and every day and rededicate themselves with that commitment to public service in our community. And I just wanted to take a moment to honor that work and wish our workforce a very happy forthcoming Labor Day. And like I said, I do have one substantive item that I'll mention when we get to item 18. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Tony, for County Council's report. Oh, I'm sorry. No, okay. Tony.
At the August 24th, 2026 closed session meeting, by a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Abakoga absent, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in 7 matters. The names of the actions and defendants, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Tony. And with that, we move to the next item, which is 17, recommendations relating to Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. And here's Dr. Celine Ho. Good evening.
Good evening, President Lee, members of the board. Celine Ho, Director of Primary Care Operations. In your report, you have our work plan and our grant update. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. First of all, anybody in public like to speak on this item?
No, I don't have any cards in chambers. No hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public speaking portion. Do I have a motion?
I'm happy to ask a quick question.
Oh, sure.
Thank you for the report. When is the next VHHP needs assessment going to be completed? And can you remind me what cadence that follows?
We usually complete the VHHP needs assessment every 5 years as required by our HRSA grant
Okay,
requirements.
and where are we in that 5-year cycle?
We are slated to do that the next needs assessment in 2 more years, 2 additional years, so in 2028.
So we're quite a ways.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm happy to move receipt of the report.
Thank you.
I'll second that. No further comments? Let's take the vote.
And that's a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by President Lee on item 17. Supervisor Abakoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
Thank you. And President Lee?
I as well.
Motion passes with 5.
All right, thank you. Now moving to item 18, which is our monthly legislative report. And with our director, David Campos. Good evening, and your team.
Good evening, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, Deputy County Executive David Campos, and I'll have members of our team introduce themselves.
Good evening, Monica Tong, Intergovernmental Relations.
Good evening, Mary Hannah Weir, Lead Deputy County Counsel.
Thank you very much. Given the time, we are going to give the board the option of whether you want us to simply go to questions or if you want us to do a presentation. I know that our county executive wanted to make some comments before. We have a number of items outlined in our report and a lot of activity in Sacramento and in DC, but I'll turn it over to our county executive.
I'd like a comprehensive presentation, please.
I can certainly give a comprehensive presentation. But I just wanted to call to the board's attention one bill with very significant fiscal implications for the county and other local governments that is currently on the floor of the state Senate. This is AB 1383. This is a bill that's supported by public employee unions across the state, and consistent with the county's longstanding values, we absolutely support pension systems and robust pension benefits for our workers. But I have to flag for this board the significant cost implications associated with this bill, which is moving rapidly through the legislature. Our current best fiscal estimate, so this is a bill, I'll just take one step back. This is a bill that would increase the pensionable compensation limit under PEPRA quite significantly for all workers who are affected by PEPRA. It would also lower the retirement age and increase the pension factor for safety employees, as well as reintroduce a 3% formula. Of those changes, only that very last one is subject to bargaining. The other changes would become mandatory and become in effect on January 1. Our current estimate is that this would be about a $51 million ongoing cost for our county organization. And I just wanted to flag that because the bill does not come with any revenue. And so that is something that will be an item, assuming that the bill passes, which appears candidly quite likely. That is something that we will then have to account for in the upcoming fiscal year as part of our budget process. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that and wanted to sunshine the really significant ongoing fiscal implications associated with that bill.
If I may, before I turn to any questions, I want to just provide some context for what we have just gone through in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. As you know, a lot of our advocacy focused on the budget implications because of H.R. 1. I think it's fair to say, if you talk to folks who can tell you what happened in Sacramento, is that Santa Clara's advocacy around the H.R. 1 piece was instrumental in moving the legislature on a number of fronts. If I can summarize where we ended up, is that because of our success, we lived to fight another day. We were successful in getting funds, especially on public hospitals and a number of other fronts. But the money that we did get was one-time funding, and so the issues that we were fighting for remain issues. And of course, the complication is that and opportunity also, is that we have a new governor coming in. And so we are preparing to educate and are trying to have a meeting with Mr. Becerra in the near term. What our county executive noted, though, is that if this bill is passed and it's not vetoed by the governor, the one-time funds that we receive will pale in comparison to the impact of this change. And so in some respects, the state helped us, but depending on what they do, they may end up, making it even harder for us. And that's really where we are. That said, I do think that we have an opportunity with the new governor to educate the administration and to have a response that goes beyond what we have seen from the current administration. What you also have before you today, and I just want to provide some context at how we approach it, is the recommendations on the state propositions, which we're asking for the board to vote upon. We always take a very narrow view of what we recommend, and the criteria really focuses on anything that impacts the county's budget, anything that impacts county operations. And obviously, in the end, it's up to the board to decide, if something does fall in that category. We try to really be very protective of your role as elected officials, and that's why we take that narrow approach. But what I would say is that we are at a very critical time. Depending what happens in DC, the situation may change for next year in Washington, and that creates opportunities. And obviously, with the new governor, we will be in a very unique position as well. So with that, we are grateful to our staff, an incredible team, to all the departments that have been involved, and to each member of this board that has also been an advocate on our behalf. We appreciate our partnership, the work that you as members and your staff have done. And with that, I would say simply that I'm very proud of the work that Santa Clara has done in DC and in Sacramento. And we look forward to continuing that challenge this coming legislative session.
Thank you. Vice President, Supervisor Ellenberg, you have any questions for staff? If not, just open to the public first.
Oh, happy to go to the public first.
Anyone in the public who want to speak on this item?
No public comment speakers on this
Okay,
item.
close on public speaking portion. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I appreciate that you take a narrow perspective on the propositions, David, and overall your team has done just absolutely phenomenal work this year. I would ask that you review these with each supervisor in the future before bringing them forward, because while you are correct that we ultimately can make whatever decisions we will make as individuals, you are also putting all of us on notice, essentially, to make a public statement now on each proposition, whether or not as individuals we were necessarily ready to do so. So I would ask that the process change going forward. I would like to share an update of where CSAC is on a number of the same propositions and also a few other ones, really just to sunshine for my colleagues. Like our county, CSAC has voted to support Proposition 1, which is the Veterans and Affordable Housing Bond, to support Proposition 2, which increases the state's rainy day fund. Proposition 3 got a vote of support, which provides permanent funding for school and healthcare by extending an existing tax on high-income owners. A very strong and vociferous opposition to Prop 43, which limits voters' ability to raise revenue for local government services. CSAC did not take a position on 39. I will be very glad to take your recommendation to oppose it aggressively. Prop 45, which modifies environmental review for certain projects. The recommendation for our county is to oppose it, which I do support. CSAC did not take a position. We're remaining very busy, as are you, during this trailer bill session, working very aggressively on wildfire liability to oppose the governor's plan to limit utilities' liability for fires they have caused. And I've been really particularly incensed by the duplicitous Wildfires Victims First Coalition, which was actually created by PG&E, not in fact by wildfire victims. There are no survivors that are part of the coalition. It has been entirely misleading, and I believe it was a county supervisor who is used in their ads allegedly supporting this, who didn't support it. It has really been just an atrocious example of overreach and deceit, and I hope the legislature is bold and successful in pushing back. We're also still working, again, as are you, on AB 218 and AB 1383. So with that, that's my update. Thank you very much for the work. And how do you want to handle a motion for this, since there are so many bills and propositions bundled here? I should ask the president. Sorry, I'll ask.
Sure.
I'll
I
ask
mean,
Otto.
we certainly could. I mean, we have A through J on the recommendations. We could, if somebody wants to make a motion for all A through J into one motion, we could wrap it up in one. Unless you want to pull any
So
one of them.
I'll make that motion. I'm going to abstain right now on 40. That's the billionaire
E,
tax.
that's
Is
E.
40 is E. And I'll tell you, I really am torn, as are so many Californians. I am all in favor of taxing the rich. Happy to say that on the record. I'm not sure that this is the precise or the ideal mechanism, since it is one-time funding and not ongoing, and of course there's discussion about the risk of people leaving. On the other hand, as has happened when California does big, bold things, sometimes the rest of the country follows. So maybe we are having the opportunity to set an example for a national plan, which I would support. And the fact that these funds allegedly, and let me ask you about that, allegedly all go to healthcare needs in a way that really will significantly offset HR 1, that really pushes me toward the yes. But could you explain, or James or David, really what assurances we have that money from the billionaire's tax will go to the benefit of the county, since you asked us to take a position on it?
I know that our county executive has strong views on that, so.
Great. James, let's hear your strong views.
Sure. The text of the measure itself does obligate that 90% of the funding would be dedicated to healthcare.
What does that mean? What is the definition of healthcare?
I can pull up the text of the measure if you give me a minute.
Okay. It could be all to, private, for-profit, commercial insurers. And I have read it, so I don't know why I'm asking as if I haven't seen it, but I have to pull up the language too. It just says 90% of revenue dedicated to healthcare, 10% to food assistance or education. Awesome things. Does it go to Medicaid patients? Does it go to public hospitals? Does it go to indigent care? That's what I care about.
It states that the healthcare funding, what it says is to restore or address any reductions in federal funding or state appropriations, investments to protect or enhance Medi-Cal and other health coverage programs for low and moderate income individuals, support for safety net healthcare providers serving vulnerable populations, preventing or mitigating facility closures or reductions in service levels, and other investments to support healthcare access, coverage, benefits, funding, services, and payments to providers. So it does allow the legislature some discretion, for sure, but that is the list of items that would be eligible for that 90% of the funding. And the findings of the measure speak at great length to the impacts associated with HR 1 and impacts to Medi-Cal and lost funding. So it does provide a measure of discretion for the legislature in appropriations, but it frames that discretion around the types of issues that we'd be concerned about.
And frankly, I think it's going to be far more than we would get without it, just continuing to essentially battle the legislature for another 5 years or so to identify this funding. So I think I can get to yes on this. Don't love it, but I think it could provide tremendous advantage to healthcare systems, public healthcare systems. So,
if I may, I think
Yeah,
the way
please.
that I have described it to others in Sacramento is that it creates the possibility of actually addressing some of the gaps created by HR 1 with the understanding. And as a lawyer, I can tell you the devil's in the detail. The detail is not where I would want it to be, but at least it allows us to advocate for the things that need to be restored. And that's really what it does.
it creates the possibility.
Exactly.
I would also add that there's always a balance to be struck whenever someone's drafting something like this between specificity and leaving the legislature some ability to determine specific appropriations. There's a couple provisions that I thought were very helpful in the text of this measure. And a really important one is an anti-supplantation provision. In other words, it prohibits the legislature from using this resource to swap out for existing state funding for healthcare. And that provision's pretty well crafted. And that's an important type of thing to see because otherwise there has been a history of the legislature and the governor using a special funding stream and doing a swap, which of course then nets you no or little additional funding. And that is pretty well prohibited in the text of this measure, which I think is helpful as well. It also calls out very specifically a definition for reductions in federal funding. with a name to target that as well. So, it's not a self-appropriating lockbox special tax. It is not.
Right.
That is true. But there's definitely some clear parameters around it, and the anti-supplantation provision is a very important one that I would have a lot of concern about if that was not present in the bill.
Thank you. I know it's late. I really appreciate your working through that with me. I am, with that, happy to move approval of all recommended positions.
A through J, correct?
Yeah, those.
And let's file. Okay, a motion? I would like to second it, if it's okay. All right, I've moved and seconded. I see other lights, so I think Supervisor Abakoga, yours is on first.
Thank you. I actually was hoping that Supervisor Ellenberg you would pull out item E. I had similar concerns. I frankly, I have
Oh, did they convince you?
constituents on both sides in my district. I have not made a personal decision myself on that item. I think that from I maybe need to read it more, but carefully, but the way the tax is being suggested for it to be placed, I think has been an issue in terms of like future assets is what I've been told, and the challenge of how to calculate that and whatnot. So I still have concerns and was planning to abstain from item E. So I don't know at this point if it's going to be one package. I don't want to vote no, frankly, because I support everything else, but that one item I did.
I think you can pull that out.
Tony.
I was coming into this also planning to abstain, but I'm so concerned about the healthcare funding, and the magnitude of the crisis really is leading me to think shorter term, because the crisis is in front of us and it's right now, and I don't know how we get through the next 5 years. Doesn't mean I think that it's less problematic, not necessarily ideal policy, but I thought these two smart gentlemen were very persuasive.
Is it possible for me to vote yes and accept for
Tony, go ahead.
abstain on item E then?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I'll do that. Thank you.
Supervisor June.
Oh, I'm ready to vote. Oh, sorry.
Okay, all right, that's good. We like to hear that, yes. Johnny, I think all the comment has been made, and with no further comments, let's go to.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I couldn't understand which number you were abstaining on, E?
So, yes.
I
when
mean, three.
Yes, when you call
Number,
for my
letter,
vote.
it's late. It's E, right? Okay,
Letter,
thank
yes.
you.
That's Proposition 40.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Just want to make sure I got the right one. Okay, so that is a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by President Lee, to adopt or approve the item with a abstention registered for Supervisor Abakoga on E. Okay, Supervisor Abakoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
I'm not abstaining on anything. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, just make sure.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Vice President Arenas,
Yes.
and President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. So looking at this, we go to the last item of the agenda.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, I believe this is item 24. Actually, before adjourning, I do have to share a sad news just now of the passing of a music icon. Some calling her the queen of country music. Very generous, witty, and Dolly Parton. And she'll be dearly missed by all. And with that, we'll now adjourn today's meeting. Our next meeting will be September 15th at 9:30 a.m., same channel, same place. Thank you to our clerk, security staff, and administration for all the amazing work. And let the record show is 7:33.